wind gods, patron deity of Gursu and one of the patron deities of Lagash. Utu, god of the sun at the E Barbara temple of Sippa. As I said, I have seen many different variations of family trees for these gods. I have tried to weed through them in order to create a chart that we can work with. Thus, I present the following, simplified, diagram of the Sumerian god family tree. In this simplified chart, we have Tiamat and Apsu, as well as Anshar and Kishar, in the ultimate source tier, followed by Untu, Anu and Ki as the top tier gods who produced Enki. Nin Kursag and Enlil as middle tier gods. And in the final demigod tier, we see Marduk, Ninurta and Gilgamesh, which all seem to represent Nimrod in one form or another. In this case, it is Marduk as the Babylonian version of Nimrod who is the one who rises up to usurp all of the others to become the top god. Observe what the online Jewish encyclopedia has to say about this. Two prominent theories are now held in regard to Nimrod's identity. One, adopted by G. Smith and Jeremias, is that Nimrod is to be identified with the Babylonian hero Izdubar or Gishtubar, Gilgamesh. The second, that of Sayce, Pinchas, and others, identifies Nimrod with Marduk, the Babylonian Mercury. The former identification is based on the fact that Izdubar is represented in the Babylonian epos as a mighty hunter, always accompanied by 4 dogs, and as the founder of the first great kingdom in Asia. Moreover, instead of Izdubar, the correct reading of which had not yet been determined, Jeremias saw the possibility of reading Namra Udu, shining light, a reading which would have made the identification with Nimrod almost certain. Those who identify Nimrod with Marduk, however, object that the name of Izdubar must be read, as is now generally conceded, Gilgamesh, and that the signs which constitute the name of Marduk, who also is represented as a hunter, are read phonetically Amar Ud, and ideographically they may be read Namar Ud in Hebrew Nimrod. The difficulty of reconciling the biblical Nimrod, the son of Cush, with Marduk, the son of Ea, may be overcome by interpreting the biblical words as meaning that Nimrod was a descendant of Cush. 2 other theories may be mentioned. One is that Nimrod represents the constellation of Orion. The other is that Nimrod stands for a tribe, not an individual, comp. Lagarde, Armenisch Studien, in Abhandlungen der Göttinger Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften, XXII. 77, Noldik in Z. D. M. G. XXVIII. 279. So, here we see our buddy Nimrod represented in yet another pantheon of ancient deities. You just can't get away from the guy. There are 2 others in the Sumerian pantheon of extreme interest, Enlil and Enki. They had the same father, Anu, but 2 different mothers. And guess what? These stepbrothers didn't get along. According to Sumerian texts, as detailed in Genesis of the Grail Kings, Anu made a decision. The gods had clasped their hands together, had cast lots, and had divided. Anu then went up to heaven. To Enlil the earth was made subject. The seas enclosed as with a loop, they had given to Enki, the prince of earth. Lawrence Gardner points out, Enki was not happy about his brother's promotion because, although Enlil was the elder of the 2, his mother, Ki, was Anu's junior sister, whereas Enki's mother, Untu, was the senior sister. True kingship, claimed Enki, progressed as a matrilineal institution through the female line, and by this right of descent Enki maintained that he was the firstborn of the royal succession. I am the great brother of the gods. I am he who has been born as the first son of the divine Anu. Thus, through pride and envy Enki was discontent and sought to be top dog. In this myth, we see a similarity between God being personified as the character of Enlil and Lucifer as Enki. And there is no shortage of interesting information out there depicting who did what amongst the people of Earth and when. But what I find most interesting is the fact that Enki is depicted as essentially the good guy, the one who both created mankind as well as offered him wisdom and knowledge. In his book, The Gods of Eden, William Bramley noted, "We therefore find Enki as the reputed culprit who tried to teach early man, Adam, the way to spiritual freedom." This suggests that intended his creation, Homo sapiens, to be suited for earth labor, but at some point he changed his mind about using spiritual enslavement as a means. While Enki is credited for having created Adam and Eve, Enlil is depicted as the one who created Eden. And from a biblical perspective, it was Enki who was the serpent in the garden offering spiritual enlightenment by offering the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. When they did eat the forbidden fruit, it was Enlil who drove them out of the garden. Enki then came to their aid and clothed them. Throughout the Sumerian texts, it is Enlil who is depicted as the standoffish one who lets his people suffer. He is the one who causes the problems. Enki is depicted as the good guy, the savior, the angel of light. Wikipedia describes him. Enki was considered a god of life and replenishment, and was often depicted with two streams of water emanating from his shoulders, one the Tigris, the other the Euphrates. Alongside him were trees symbolizing the female and male aspects of nature, each holding the female and male aspects of the life essence, which he, as apparent alchemist of the gods, would masterfully mix to create several beings that would live upon the face of the earth. In character, Enki is not a jester or trickster god, he is never a cheat, and although fooled, he is not a fool. Enki uses his magic for the good of others when called upon to help either a deity or a human. Enki is always true to his own essence as a masculine nurturer. He is fundamentally a troubleshooter god, and avoids or disarms those who bring conflict and death to the world. He is the mediator whose compassion and sense of humor breaks and disarms the wrath of his stern half-brother, Enlil, king of the gods. Whereas, to the Sumerians, Enlil was the one who helped create the humans, but then got tired of their noise and tried to kill them by sending a flood. Thus, I suspect that this view of the one true God will be prominent when the Anunnaki return, with Enki appearing as our good creator god, the one who loves us and wants to protect us from the big bad god Enlil. I say that as a warning because, as the opening to the old Battlestar Galactica series used to say, there are those who believe that life here began out there, far across the universe, with tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans. That they may have been the architects of the Great Pyramids, or the lost civilizations of Lemuria or Atlantis. Some believe that there may yet be brothers of man who even now fight to survive somewhere beyond the heavens. The History Channel's Ancient Aliens series and a whole lot of other documentaries are out there seriously pushing that idea. It's not just science fiction anymore. It has become mainstream. They are brainwashing us into believing that the Anunnaki are our creators and friends. Therefore, I am writing this series of blogs, because with Planet X presumably on its way back, and the inhabitants of Nibiru possibly stopping by to say hi, warning us about some impending doom, which would really be the return of Christ, we must not be fooled into believing the lie. According to Creation.com, in an article titled, Aliens in Your Bedroom? A recent survey showed, there are about 150 reported sightings worldwide every day. Note, this number is increasing. 90 to 95% of all UFO sightings have been readily explained as natural or man-made phenomena, such as the planet Venus or mistaken satellites. Note, I believe this number is exaggerated. If you look at the readily explained answers given, they are usually quite ridiculous, especially to the person who knows what they saw. If anyone tried to explain away what I saw as natural or man-made phenomena, I would laugh at them. UFOs have been seen on commercial and military radar screens even by a U.S. President, Jimmy Carter, in 1969. They are said to change shape and merge into one another. They appear to defy the laws of physics by traveling thousands of miles per hour and change directions without slowing down. Some polls suggest that up to 20 million Americans have seen a UFO and 4 million claim to actually have been abducted by aliens. Science fiction is the most popular entertainment genre of today, accounting for about 70% plus of all movie box office receipts at any one time. UFO experiences are often generational, that is, spanning several generations of family members. The UFO cults are some of the fastest growing religious movements in the world, the Raelians for example. In another article titled, "Prepare Ye the Way the Aliens Are Coming," popular fantasy becomes cultural fact creation.com author, Gary Bates notes, Vatican astronomer wants to baptize ET. In late 2009 the Vatican held a conference to discuss how Catholic theology is affected by the existence of extraterrestrials. It should be worthy of note that no one ever really questioned whether ET exists or not. That fact seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Note that I was actually interviewed by the Washington Post for my opinion on the conference. Then international news broadcaster CNN repeated my summation from that interview. The CNN report can be seen here. Now the Pope's astronomer Dr. Guy Consolmagno, on whom we have reported before, said he would even be happy to baptize an alien, but only if they asked. It was reported that a self-confessed science fiction fan, he said he was comfortable with the idea of alien life. My friend and fellow researcher, L.A. Marzulli, likes to say, UFOs are real, burgeoning, and not going away. And he is absolutely right. This issue is not going away. In fact, we're going to start seeing more and more strange phenomena in the skies, and I believe we are due a visitation any day now. Through all forms of media, we have even been conditioned to expect them. In fact, the following video, produced over a decade ago, in 1995, says Disney engineers have designed a way to prepare humans for their inevitable alien encounter. Notice how Disney depicts our inevitable alien encounter. Again, I am reminded of Yeshua's words, "For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened." Matthew 24:21-22. Also, remember that King Solomon said, "What has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun." Ecclesiastes 1:9. Alien abduction phenomena is nothing more than repackaged Genesis 6 activity. In fact, I would go even further and state that it is a fulfillment of the prophet Daniel's words regarding the toes of the great statue in King Nebuchadnezzar's dream, "And as the toes of the feet were part of iron, and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong, and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another. Even as iron is not mixed with clay. Daniel 2:42 and 43. You may disagree with that interpretation, and it may be tempting to blow all of this stuff off as crazy, but again I remind you of the words of our Lord, "As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the coming of the Son of Man." There have been wars and rumors of wars, famine, pestilence, earthquakes, and all sorts of other signs for the last 2,000 years. That stuff isn't all that unusual. Why did Yeshua specifically liken the time of his return to the days of Noah? What was so different about Noah's day from any other time in history? It was the stuff I am writing about. The activity of the fallen angels, the Watchers, the Nephilim, and their offspring. It was the reality of the Anunnaki that set those days apart as different from any other in human history, and we'd be wise to know about them so that we can discern the times we are living in and be prepared for what is coming. I was about to wrap this post, but I felt like there was one more thing to address, one more interesting point about the Mesopotamians, before moving on to explore the Egyptian mythology. And that is the issue of the Code of Hammurabi supposedly being a precursor to the Ten Commandments. Did Moses simply rip off another culture's laws and claim them for the Hebrews? Was he simply a copycat? The Code of Hammurabi was written by a Sumerian man named, big surprise, Hammurabi around 1786 BC. Hammurabi is best known for the promulgation of a new code of Babylonian law, the Code of Hammurabi. This law was written before the Mosaic Code and was one of the first written laws in the world. The Code of Hammurabi was written on a stele, a large stone monument, and placed in a public place, so that all could see it, although it is thought that few were literate. The prologue of the code states, "When Anu the Sublime, king of the Anunnaki and Bel, the lord of heaven and earth, who decreed the fate of the land, assigned to Marduk, the overruling son of Ea, god of righteousness, dominion over earthly man and made him great among the Igigi. They called Babylon by his illustrious name, made it great on earth, and founded an everlasting kingdom in it, whose foundations are laid so solidly as those of heaven and earth. Then Anu and Bel called by name me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince, who feared God, to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, so that I should rule over the black-headed people like Shamash, and enlighten the land, to further the well-being of mankind." And continues, "When Marduk sent me to rule over men, to give the protection of right to the land, I did right and righteousness in, and brought about the well-being of the oppressed." As we've already seen, Marduk was yet another name for Nimrod. So, who was this Hammurabi? We know that he served under King Marduk, and that he appears to have been a righteous man. According to Wikipedia, the name Hammurabi is Akkadian from Amorite, and it derives its meaning from Amorapi, meaning the kinsman is a healer, and from Amma meaning paternal kinsman and Rapi, healer. So, his Amorite name essentially means a paternal kinsman healer. Placing Hammurabi in the late 1700s BC means he lived just after the time of the biblical patriarch, Abraham. And actually, looking at the chart above, if the Code of Hammurabi was written in 1786 BC, that means it was probably written just after the death of Nimrod, Marduk. Since it was Anu and Bel who commissioned Hammurabi to write these laws in order to destroy the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak, could it be that Marduk's murder was the reason for the publishing of these laws? Now that the rebellious one, the man of lawlessness, was dead, maybe it was time to put some laws into action? Was there any precedence for creating laws that might resemble those which would later come in the form of the Ten Commandments? Consider this promise God made to Abraham's son Isaac. "And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws." Genesis 26:4-5. What commandments, statutes and laws did Abram keep? Moses won't be around for quite some time, so the text is not talking about the Ten Commandments. So, what laws could God be referring to? Abram left Ur, which was in the land of Shinar, Babylon, around 1947 BC. But prior to that, he had used Abram to teach all of Nimrod Marduk's people the ways of God. We know this because of a very interesting story from the book of Jasher. There was an event that happened to Abram when he was 50 years old. God spared his life. The king, Nimrod, inquired about how he was saved. Abram told him that it was the one true God of heaven that saved him. Here is what happened next. And Abram went forth from the king in peace, and many of the king's servants followed him, and about 300 men joined him. And Abram returned on that day, and went to his father's house, he and the men that followed him, and Abram served the Lord his God all the days of his life, and he walked in his ways, and followed his law. And from that day forward Abram inclined the hearts of the sons of men to serve the Lord. Jasher 12:41-43. So, by that time, Abram was definitely a one God only kind of guy. He had put off all of the old gods of his father, and that of Nimrod's kingdom. Whereas, from the full description in the prologue to the Code of Hammurabi, it is pretty obvious that Hammy still strongly believed in many different gods. He referred to Anu the Sublime, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, the Lord of heaven and earth, neither of which represents the God of Abram. He also mentioned a bunch of other gods from the Sumerian pantheon after that. Therefore, if the 10 Commandments were supposedly a copy of the Code of Hammurabi, I don't think the first commandment given to Moses would be "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." No. I'm thinking it may be that the Code of Hammurabi was a copy of some as yet not found document or verbal law that was known to Abram, as stated in Genesis 26, and thus taught to the people of the land from which Hammurabi came. Therefore, as opposed to thinking Moses copied Hammurabi, the tables might be turned and the accusation may well be that Hammurabi copied some of the laws and principles that Abram had followed. The point I'm trying to make here is that many secular scholars love to try and find ways to discredit the Bible. This is one such attempt. As we're learning here, to say that the Hebrews copied the Sumerians, the Babylonians, and others is not really a valid accusation. And as one rabbi put it, regarding the Hammurabi versus Moses argument, only by emphasizing the similarities do the two codes look similar. By carefully analyzing the differences, however, we find that the two codes are based on strikingly different principles. Professor Greenberg adds, the main difference between the two law systems can be found in the introductions and side comments of the codes. Hammurabi repeatedly refers to his code as "my words which I have inscribed on my monument." They are his words. In the Babylonian theology, the king was appointed by the gods to establish justice. The king was the source of the law. In the Bible, this is not the case. GD is the source of the laws. They are referred to as words of GD and never of man. Indeed, violation of the law is seen as a religious sin. He who acts willfully against the law, whether he belongs to the native-born or the aliens, is reviling GD, Numbers 15:30. What I hope you are seeing here is the fact that ancient history can be reconciled to the biblical account in many ways. Our Bible is true and trustworthy. Every story is relevant. And viewing the Bible from a mythological worldview is proving to be a valuable way of interpreting those stories. I believe this method is also revealing some things that I don't think you could otherwise see without approaching the material from this angle. As we move forward, you are going to find that the usual interpretation of Bible prophecy is going to take on a whole new dimension, and likely lead to far different conclusions than those typically taught in most churches. But if Yeshua's statement in Matthew 24:37 is true, then I believe the events of Genesis 6 represent the Rosetta Stone for understanding the future. And that is the purpose of these blogs, to explore what was going on in the days of Noah so that we can truly understand the times we are living in now and the days to come. Rob Skiba. Chapter 8. The Age of Aquarius and the New Age deception. We have been born in an age of confrontations. Our age reminds us of the earlier ages, yet it has its own unique identity, since history does not repeat itself. A characteristic of our times is the incredible and rapid diffusion of evil, which manifests itself in ever-changing forms. Those who are able to see are grieved by this, witnessing the operation of the mystery of iniquity. 2 Thess. 2:7 In a world which is as beautiful as a jewel. It has been many years since the times of relative innocence, where a wolf was lurking to attack the sheep as soon as they were alone. Nowadays, the wolf has been disguised into the shepherd who pretends to be protecting the sheep. He has put on the facade of the government, the president, the World Organization, and is taking advantage of the concentrated power in his hands. The supposedly powerful figures, who are on the spotlight worldwide, present themselves as sensitive saviors and conscientious workers of the public well-being, while in fact they are no more than a well-decorated store window, who serve the purposes of a world elite. The latter does not consist of rich fools, capitalists, who are keen on showing off their wealth, but those who are financially powerful and take good care to remain anonymous. This small group, which exerts power from the backstage, is colored by metaphysical principles which are derived from occultism and Gnosticism. This is what the philosophy of the New World Order is based on. The spirit of the New Age uses the zodiacal division of history. It talks about the chronological end of the Age of Pisces and the beginning of the Age of Aquarius. The Pisces is a symbol of Christ, therefore according to them the coming of the New Age will signify the end of Christianity as well. The words of Christ, more specifically that he will be with us until the end of the aeon, are deliberately misinterpreted, since they translate the word aeon as a historical period that will eventually come to an end. Of course, this is not true, because with the term aeon Christ means the historical period until the second coming. Matt. 28:20. According to the followers of the New Age movement, just as in the Age of Pisces the dominant figure of Christ played a catalytic role in the course of mankind, accordingly in the Age of Aquarius a world leader is expected, who will magically initiate people worldwide to a more advanced level of consciousness. Christ is degraded to an initiator, amongst many others, and the content of the scriptures is considered to withhold the spiritual maturation of man. Consequently, from now on, people should be looking forward to the new Messiah, whose task will be to guide mankind towards an age of peace, equality, and supreme enlightenment. The views of the aforementioned occultists stem from a basic distortion of the Old Testament. In the Garden of Eden, the snake is taken not as a cunning figure that through deception persuaded man to distance himself from God and caused the fall, but as a Promethean figure, in other words a benefactor of mankind, because allegedly he is the one who enriched the human soul with the Spirit. The words of the devil, as the sole bringer of light, Lucifer, are accepted without a doubt, because according to them the devil made humans capable of distinguishing between good and evil and stand in front of God as equals. Detached from God, man has acquired self-knowledge and self-consciousness as a separate entity with our own freedom of will. Within the rational faculty of man a divine seed is found, and by cultivating it he himself can become God. At the core of the philosophy of the New Age movement one finds the aforementioned gospel of the snake, which is saturated with hatred against God and his works, and is presented as the liberation from a vicious God. The movie industry has been mobilized to support this anti-Christian propaganda. Let us give a tangible example of a recent film that graphically depicts the religious beliefs of this movement and the secret intentions of its leaders. It is the movie November 11th 11. The main idea is that in November 11, 2011 a portal opens, that allows demons to enter this world. It is their last chance to kill Samuel, a priest whose ambition is to restore the real message of religion, which he finds to be flawed. Samuel has a brother, Joseph, who eventually sacrifices himself to save him, and as mentioned in the movie, from this sacrifice the serpent will rise, and the end will come. This could be an imitation of the Christian motif in which Jesus was sacrificed for the salvation of man. To further this, it is mentioned in the movie that Samuel's mother conceived him immaculately. In fact, Samuel is no less of a demon than those who attempt to kill him. Towards the end of the movie, when asked by his brother who he really is, he transforms into a satanic figure and confesses, "I am the end." It is most indicative that a demon who attempts to stab Samuel has a crown of thorns on his head. The message is indirect, yet clear: Jesus Christ is the obstacle in the emergence of the new religion, and of course of the truth. Furthermore, according to the plot of the movie, Joseph's wife, Sarah, and his son, David, were killed in a fire that burned down their house. Let us just recall who are the spouse and son of Joseph in the New Testament. It is a subconscious message that cunningly introduces people to a new plan. Some wish to see Jesus Christ and Virgin Mary dead. Throughout the movie, the viewer is presented with two choices: either atheism or the coming pan-religion, which, as it gains more and more followers, will eventually devour Christianity. The atheist writer resolves his inner struggle by abandoning the insecurity of disbelief, and is looking forward to the salvation offered by his brother's new-founded religion, as promised in the last scene. It is noteworthy that according to the director the last scene had been pre-ordered by the producers. Finally, the film can be found for free on the internet. How come the producers care more about getting the message across to as many people as possible than their profits? It makes one wonder. In all likelihood, the Age of Aquarius will reveal a forerunner of the Antichrist, who will prepare mankind to be subdued to the representative of the devil in flesh. The devil cannot know when the second coming will happen, but only that his end is near. Hence, he is trying, in the time he has left, to cause as much evil as possible. He is sowing seeds of evil in a number of candidates, without knowing who will eventually become the vessel that will accept so much demonic energy, so as to bring his work into completion. Only God knows this. This is why many possible antichrists have appeared in public during the last decades, something that has brought confusion in the collective mind of mankind. Furthermore, globalization pretends to be tolerant to diversity. Within the framework of the ideology that every person can be God, humility is lost, as well as the communion with the divinity. Thus, subjugation to one's passions is established as a rule, under the pretext that it fosters individuality. In fact, this implicitly urges people to enact the law of the New Age, as expressed by Aleister Crowley, one of the most notorious Satanists of the previous century: "Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law." In other words, let us forget about the saving commandments of Christ. Let us replace them with an individualistic philosophy, according to which every person lives by his personal code of ethics, designed in a way that perfectly fits his egoism. This particular philosophy also forms the backbone of the theoretical system of certain schools of psychotherapy which were founded and established in the 20th century. If we examine things objectively, we will find ourselves in front of a masterfully hidden disgust, hatred and deep intention to dissolute the Christian truth. A number of world leaders, who act as defenders of the New Age, constantly repeat the need for a world government under the flag of unity, which will cultivate mutual understanding and respect between people, thus transcending external or internal frontiers. This is just the bait for those who lack critical thinking. As soon as they undermine the values that enable true communion between people, the communion of love, and confine every person within the castle of his own individualism, hence causing despair and insecurity, people, being consumed by the instinct of self-preservation, will themselves seek to be mashed in the blender of globalization. The architects of this apparently innocent system of global governance have been working on it ceaselessly for hundreds of years, not with the audacity of an opportunist robber, or the arrogance of the powerful, but with the inhumanity of a ruthless criminal, whose methods resemble those of the mafia. The technique they use in order to achieve the psychological collapse of societies is well established and based on fear. When one is possessed by fear, his behavior becomes chaotic. To escape this, he tries to hold on to the first thing that makes him feel secure. The rulers of this world operate on this inherent psychological mechanism, by orchestrating catastrophic events. Why wait for a problem to come up, if they can save time by creating it themselves? Needless to mention that they are not interested in resolving the already existing problems, since they contribute to an overall situation of social deterioration. If people show discontent or question their policies, they arm the psychological arsenal of the media, which they utterly control, to remove people's critical thinking. By causing limited or extensive catastrophes at any cost, the leaders of globalization achieve the immediate shift of public opinion in their favor, so that people condescend to their plans. Even though these events are designed with sheer secrecy, those who are responsible for them always sign their works with symbols that most people ignore. Let us mention in brief the symbolic patterns on the American $1 bill, which are reproduced in monumental constructions, such as the Stadium of the Olympic Games in 2012 and relevant logos that sketch the word Zion. Events that happen on dates that are connected are also included, such as the staged terrorist acts of September 11 with the controlled demolition of the towers that functioned as a pretext for the United States to launch a series of destructive wars, to pass constitutional changes that indirectly dissolute the democratic rights of the citizens, and to create a state of terror worldwide. Exactly 10 years earlier, on September 11, 1991, the President of the United States made a public announcement for the need of a new world order. Those who are eager to conduct research will soon discover plenty of relevant information. Behind the mask of the Good Shepherd lies something so sinister and inconceivable to the mind of the layman. The power of a group with covert operations will be used to weave the constitutional, legal, technological and financial web that will capture the whole of humanity. Modern technology enables the surveillance of people from the moment they wake up throughout the day, for example through the use of credit cards, cameras, cell phones, satellites, electronic IDs, electronic chips, and a number of other devices of which we may be unaware. Using these methods, detailed files could be composed on every person on the planet, which a world tyrant could have at his disposal. Evil has unleashed an unprecedented attack not only on Christ, but on humans as well. If we take ourselves for people of faith and altruism, how could we step aside and remain passive? And if we decide to confront evil, how could we achieve it, but with the power of Christ? And Christ does not demand from us superficial acceptance of His word. He wants us to transcend ourselves. He does not ask for employees. He asks for friends who are free. He does not negotiate, he asks for unconditional obedience to His will. He does not seek a place in our souls, but the whole of our soul. He does not ask from us to use maneuvers, so that we satisfy both people and God. He wants us to be unyielding when people become obstacles to our dedication to Him. God gave us everything, this is why He demands everything. The point is not what we receive, but what we are willing to give. Our times press us to dialect with our conscience. Amongst the believers, one finds both those who try to use God as guarantee for the realization of their ambitions, as well as those who are willing even to give their life for God. Jesus Christ and his apostles have warned us of the coming of the Antichrist, they have informed us of the signs that will precede it, they have told us about the devil's intent to deceive us. And they have reassured us that the real life and the resurrection come through the denial of ourselves for the sake of Jesus and the gospel. Indeed, do we consider these things as a burden? Do they frighten us, discomfort us from the convenience of our lives, or distance us from our dream of well-being? Maybe we fail to realize the uniqueness of the historical period we are in. Our times are reflected in the descriptions of the apocalypse. This makes a number of people wonder with insecurity, why should we be the ones to lift the burden of the coming of the Antichrist? Why can't we live a quiet life? Genuine Christian conscience, however, acknowledges that all events in life occur because God allows them to be so. And he does, because he knows how to turn evil into good, thus giving us the chance to forge ourselves through trial, patience, freedom, spirit of martyrdom, and cultivation of love. Divine wisdom and love are included in everything in life, yet it escapes us how this is happening. Who dares say he knows better than God? Elder Paisios was trying to tell us this exact thing, that the coming of the times of the apocalypse are visible on the horizon of our times. We can fool ourselves and expect to walk with security the road most traveled, to organize our life as if nothing is happening, ensure our comfort and enjoyment, our job, our house, our family, our friends, public recognition, in other words, everything that is part of conventional social life. Amidst the current crisis, all this seems more and more unfeasible. This is some kind of divine providence, so that we detach ourselves from material things and turn to those that are of most importance in life. Where your treasure is, there will be your heart too, says the Lord. Matt 6:21. Indeed, what is it that each of us considers to be his treasure? Maybe it is high time we examined our priorities. Besides, Jesus is very clear, for whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the gospel's, the same shall save it. Mark 8:35, Jesus did not come to bind us with the things of this world, he came to rip from our heart our dependence on this world. It is better for someone to cut off his arm or remove his eye, if they are obstacles for the salvation of his soul. Mark 9:43-47. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And Elder Paisios used to tell the truth. The truth he witnessed and experienced with his acute spiritual senses. We may choose to be indifferent to the events around us and wait passively to be integrated into a system that serves globalization, or each of us could set off his own revolution through a confession to the truth of Christ, not so much externally, but with actual spiritual struggle. The truth of Christ is the power that overthrows any anti-God power. By transforming ourselves internally, at the same time we also change the world, because each person is part of the world. Nevertheless, it is not we who will win the battle against the devil, but he who has already done it, and has the power to restore the whole of creation in the divine glory. We do not acknowledge the new age. We acknowledge the new creation, which is Christ himself. Let us be simple and humble, so that we are enlightened by his uncreated grace, and become transformed into sons of light and day. Holy Monastery of Koutloumas, from the book Elder Paisios and the Signs of the Times, Mount Athos 2012. The Pineal Gland Deception. Luciferian Technologies for Accessing God's Creation. The temple equals the human body, such as pineal gland meditation, Kundalini Yoga, DMT, etc., are nothing new. But it makes more sense that the pineal gland was intended for, as you said, death. To use it for any other way is a Luciferian apotheosis deception. The original fall, eat of this apple and become God, etc. Usurping the throne of God through Luciferian techniques is absolutely nothing new. The secret societies have been propagating these techniques and technologies for hundreds of years. Eastern mysticism is nothing other than Hermetic occult doctrine equals Satanism. Often people say, the elite are hiding the third eye from us. They are trying to calcify it with fluoride. They do not want us to access the power of opening out third eye. The pineal gland is the seat of the soul. Well, all of this is untrue. The elite love us to explore our third eye. All they do is teach us how to. Look at all the techniques that the elite are teaching modern culture for pineal gland access: Kundalini meditation, DMT, transcendental meditation, etc. All they do is push third eye awakening because the pineal gland opens portals to the demonic realms. The elite want you to open your pineal gland. The elite want you to open your pineal gland and access all that delicious secret knowledge that will keep you glued to your pursuit of apotheosis, to become godlike from your access to Luciferian secrets. The end result is service to Lucifer and all things Luciferian, sex magic being one ultimate destination. The pineal gland is symbolized by the Satanic Catholic Church by a huge pine cone at the Vatican courtyard, proving that the Vatican is founded upon Egyptian Babylonian occultism. The New Age teaches that you should open your third eye. Access the pineal gland to become enlightened. It is all a hoax. Nobody has ever become enlightened, ever. We are all mere mortals, and we die that way. The choice between Christ or the New Age, we are all the same mortal creatures in the end, none greater than the other. Only God is great. Why did you think Lucifer has gone to all this trouble to confuse you, to make you think Christ is dirt and enlightenment is your salvation? Knowing about the Anunnaki, and the Nephilim, and the Sumerian tablets will gain you nothing. You will merely be one step deeper inside the Luciferian labyrinth of ever-seeking esoteric knowledge and cunning teachings, leading you as such, that we from now on be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine, by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, by which they lie in wait to deceive. Ephesians 4:14. Seeking secret knowledge is not a new game. It is the oldest game. As Luciferian transhumanistic technologies ramp up, there will be a time when you will have to make a choice: Christ or the New Age. One door leads to eternal hell, and the other eternal life. You'll have to figure out which choice leads to which destination. I cannot make that for anyone else. The New Age is the amalgamation of various religious doctrines that all teach you can achieve enlightenment and cosmic consciousness, and even apotheosis with godlike powers through secret esoteric knowledge. This is all Luciferian Hermetic, epistemological occultism. It is the same old Luciferian lie repackaged for a modern world. Why do you think New Agers embrace sex, drugs, and mystical trance music so much? I was a New Age teacher. I taught yoga, trance, astral travel, tarot, astrology, occult doctrine study, meditation, shamanic entheogenic psychedelic rituals, etc. I know what I speak of. It is all Luciferian mystical epistemological Satanism. In the New Age, Christ is just another ascended master, all leading one to embrace the Luciferian Gnostic lie of self-governed apotheosis and think that they are all God. Then you die at 78, and so much for the "you are God" bullshit. Faith in Christ is not a popular thing in pantheistic monadism of the New Age Luciferian Eastern mystical reincarnation mystery school teachings. It just never ends. the New Age is inside everyone's thinking. You get one life, period. You are not enlightened and never will be. I am not enlightened and never will be. We are mortal men, God's creation. Lucifer promises enlightened apotheosis, the oldest lie. I have not once met an enlightened man in all my life. The ones that claim to be even a little enlightened were absolute fools in my eyes. The New Age teaches that sin is an illusion. Lucifer teaches the same. We are all worthless scum before the face of God, full of petty lusts and carnal desires from your fallen nature. Redemption as a gift through Christ is not popular in the New Age, because everyone thinks they are so holy and sinless and godlike. All Luciferian deception. The New Age teaches we are mini-gods. All delusional. To worship yourself is to be New Age. Self is God in the New Age. Cosmic consciousness with the pantheistic oneness is their teaching. They teach that the universe is God which you merge with. All Luciferian doctrine. Christ taught man is mortal and not God, which is patently obvious and self-apparent. In the New Age, man worships the creation instead of the Creator. Hence, New Age quantum mysticism was merely repackaged Babylonian Hermeticism, and sold to New Agers as cosmic consciousness. Nobody has ever become enlightened. It is all Eastern occult fantasy. Christ was not an ascended master. That's a Gnostic Luciferian ruse. You will never become enlightened. You will live and seek secret knowledge, and die with spittle drooling out of your mouth like we all will. Apotheosis, though many lifetimes, is more Easter bullshit, more Gnostic Luciferian New Age nonsense. You get only shot to live. You will grow old and die. I will too. We are God's creation, and that is the end of it. If you find faith in eternal life through the gift of Christ too ridiculous of dogmatic or superficial for you, then don't have anything faith in it. Discard it. You will merely die old age, and that's the end of you. But if you think you are going to become enlightened or saved through multiple lifetimes through attaining secret knowledge, the teachings of the Babylonian secret mystery schools, you are in for a huge letdown at the end of your life. Epistemological apotheosis, those secret knowledge, is the Luciferian lie from the garden. Nobody becomes enlightened. I have never met anyone, you will never meet anyone, and there will be no one. It is a lie. We are mere mortals. We are not gods, nor do we become gods. Gnostic Luciferianism teaches you can become Christ through secret knowledge. No. Wrong. We all die whimpering, hardly a god. The New Age is a repackaging of the ancient Luciferian apotheosis agenda. Nothing more, nothing less. You are appointed but one life. New Age Syncretism. What is New Age religion? New Age religion is not a religion at all, but a vast syncretism, or mixing, of numerous religious and philosophical ideas. This has been going on since the time of Alexander the Great, but was snuffed out under Christianity, and its enforced dogma starting around 325 AD. Alexander's vast empire opened the door for Eastern religion and mysticism to move west, while Greek philosophy and reason moved east. Today the same process continues, but on a global scale, in particular with the Internet. It has some similarities to ancient Gnosticism, adopting both its methods and its individual nature. Most often rejecting reason and science, New Age religion more than anything is emotional, filing in a void left by a secular culture and discontent with traditional religious beliefs. Modern environmentalism could be broadly classified into New Age religion because of its treatment as a pseudo-religion and deification of nature. This is part of the continuing process of syncretism. Madame Helena P. Blavatsky, 1831–1891, co-founder of the Theosophical Society in the 19th century, I see as the grandmother of the New Age movement. New Age religion is anti-science and anti-reason. Blavatsky, in fact, had a stuffed baboon she dressed up as Charles Darwin mocking science. In today's New Age jargon, Madame Helena P. Blavatsky became the main channeler for Theosophical Society. Within a few decades, Theosophical Society stimulated an ever-splintering amalgam of groups and cults. See Madame Blavatsky's Psychological Manipulation Introduction. The New Age movement is in a class by itself. Unlike most formal religions, it has no holy text, central organization, membership, formal clergy, geographic center, dogma, creed, etc. They often use mutually exclusive definitions for some of their terms. The New Age is in fact a free-flowing spiritual movement, a network of believers and practitioners who share somewhat similar beliefs and practices. Their book publishers take the place of a central organization. Seminars, conventions, books and informal groups replace of sermons and religious services. Quoting John Naisbitt, in turbulent times, in times of great change, people head for the two extremes, fundamentalism and personal, spiritual experience. With no membership lists, or even a coherent philosophy or dogma, it is difficult to define or measure the unorganized New Age movement. But in every major US and European city, thousands who seek insight and personal growth cluster around a metaphysical bookstore, a spiritual teacher, or an education center. The New Age is definitely a heterogeneous movement of individuals. Most graft some New Age beliefs onto their regular religious affiliation. Recent surveys of U.S. adults, too, indicate that many Americans hold at least some New Age beliefs. 8% believe in astrology as a method of foretelling the future. 7% believe that crystals are a source of healing or energizing power. 9% believe that tarot cards are a reliable base for life decisions. About 1 in 4 believe in a non-traditional concept of the nature of God, which are often associated with New Age thinking. 11% believe that God is a state of higher consciousness that a person may reach. 8% define God as the total realization of personal, human potential. 3% believe that each person is God. The group of surveys cited above, too, classify religious beliefs into 7 faith groups. Starting with the largest, they are cultural, Christmas and Easter, Christianity, conventional Christianity, New Age practitioner, biblical, fundamentalist, evangelical, Christianity, atheist/agnostic, other, and Jewish. A longitudinal study from 1991 to 1995 shows that New Agers represent a steady 20% of the population, and are consistently the third largest religious group. New Age teachings became popular during the 1970s as a reaction against what some perceived as the failure of Christianity and the failure of secular humanism to provide spiritual and ethical guidance for the future. Its roots are traceable to many sources: astrology, channeling, Hinduism, Gnostic traditions, neo-paganism, spiritualism, theosophy, Wicca, etc. The movement started in England in the 1960s, where many of these elements were well established. Small groups, such as the Findhorn community in Inverness and the Wrekin Trust, formed. The movement quickly became international. Early New Age mileposts in North America were a New Age seminar ran by the Association for Research and Enlightenment, and the establishment of the East-West Journal in 1971. Actress Shirley Maclean is perhaps their most famous current figure. During the 1980s and 90s, the movement came under criticism from a variety of groups. Channeling was ridiculed, seminar and group leaders were criticized for the fortunes that they made from New Agers. Their uncritical belief in the scientific properties of crystals was exposed as groundless. But the movement has become established and become a stable, major force in North American religion during the past generation. As the millennium comes to a close, the New Age is expected to expand, promoted by the social backlash against logic and science. The New Age that does not exist. Major confusion about the New Age has been generated by academics, counter-cult groups, fundamentalist and other evangelical Christians and traditional Muslim groups, etc. Some examples are, many of the above groups have dismissed Tasawwuf, Sufism, as a New Age cult. In reality, Sufism has historically been an established mystical movement within Islam, which is always existing in a state of tension with the more legalistic divisions within Islam. It has no connection with the New Age. Some conservative Christians believe that a massive, underground, highly coordinated New Age organization exists that is infiltrating government, media, schools and churches. No such entity exists. Some conservative Christians do not differentiate among the occult, Satanism, Wicca, other neo-pagan religions. And they seem to regard all as forms of Satanism who perform horrendous criminal acts on children. In fact, the occult, Satanism, neo-pagan religions are very different phenomena, and essentially unrelated. Dr. Carl Raschke, professor of religious studies at the University of Denver, describes New Age practices as the spiritual version of AIDS. It destroys the ability of people to cope and function. He describes it as essentially the marketing end of the political packaging of occultism, a breeding ground for a new American form of fascism. New Age beliefs. A number of fundamental beliefs are held by many New Age followers. Individuals are encouraged to shop for the beliefs and practices that they feel most comfortable with. Monism, all that exists is derived from a single source of divine energy. Pantheism, all that exists is God, God is all that exists. This leads naturally to the concept of the divinity of the individual, that we are all gods. They do not seek God as revealed in a sacred text, or as exists in a remote heaven. They seek God within the self, and throughout the entire universe. Panentheism, God is all that exists. God is at once the entire universe and transcends the universe as well. Reincarnation, after death, we are reborn and live another life as a human. This cycle repeats itself many times. This belief is similar to the concept of transmigration of the soul in Hinduism. Karma, the good and bad deeds that we do adds and subtracts from our accumulated record, are karma. At the end of our life, we are rewarded or punished according to our karma by being reincarnated into either a painful or good new life. This belief is linked to that of reincarnation, and is also derived from Hinduism. An aura is believed to be an energy field radiated by the body. Invisible to most people, it can be detected by some as a shimmering, multicolored field surrounding the body. Those skilled in detecting and interpreting auras can diagnose an individual's state of mind, and their spiritual and physical health. Personal transformation. A profoundly intense mystical experience will lead to the acceptance and use of New Age beliefs and practices. Guided imagery, hypnosis, meditation, and, sometimes, the use of hallucinogenic drugs are useful to bring about and enhance this transformation. Believers hope to develop new potentials within themselves, the ability to heal oneself and others, psychic powers, a new understanding of the workings of the universe, etc. Later, when sufficient numbers of people have achieved these powers, a major spiritual, physical, psychological and cultural planet-wide transformation is expected. Ecological responsibility, a belief in the importance of uniting to preserve the health of the Earth, which is often looked upon as Gaia, Mother Earth, a living entity. Universal religion, since all is God, then only one reality exists, and all religions are simply different paths to that ultimate reality. The universal religion can be visualized as a mountain, with many sadhanas, spiritual paths, to the summit. Some are hard, others easy. There is no one correct path. All paths eventually reach the top. They anticipate that a new universal religion which contains elements of all current faiths will evolve and become generally accepted worldwide. New World Order. As the Age of Aquarius unfolds, a new age will develop. This will be a utopia in which there is world government, an end to wars, disease, hunger, pollution, and poverty. Gender, racial, religious and other forms of discrimination will cease. People's allegiance to their tribe or nation will be replaced by a concern for the entire world and its people. The Age of Aquarius is a reference to the precession of the zodiac. The Earth passes through each of the signs of the zodiac approximately every 24,000 years. Some believe that the Earth entered the constellation Aquarius in the 19th century, so that the present era is the dawning of the Age of Aquarius. Others believe that it will occur at the end of the 20th century. It is interesting to note that the previous constellation changes were, from Aries to Pisces the fish circa 1st century CE. This happened at a time when Christianity was an emerging religion, and many individuals changed from animal sacrifice in the Jewish temple to embracing the teachings of Christianity. The Church's prime symbol at the time was the fish, from Taurus to Aries the ram circa 2000 BCE. This happened at a time when the Jews engaged in widespread ritual sacrifice of sheep and other animals in the temple from Gemini to Taurus the bull circa 4000 BCE. During that sign, worshipping of the golden calf was common in the Middle East. New Age practices. Many practices are common amongst New Agers. A typical practitioner is active in only a few areas, channeling a method similar to that used by spiritists, in which a spirit of a long-dead individual is conjured up. However, while spiritists generally believe that one's soul remains relatively unchanged after death, most channelers believe that the soul evolves to higher planes of existence. They usually try to make contact with a single, spiritually evolved being. That being's consciousness is channeled through the medium and relays guidance and information to the group, through the use of the medium's voice. Channeling has existed since the 1850s, and many groups consider themselves independent of the New Age movement. The popular A Course in Miracles was channeled by Jesus through a New Age psychologist, Dr. Helen Schuckman, over an 8-year period. Crystals are materials which has its molecules arranged in a specific, highly ordered internal pattern. This pattern is reflected in the crystal's external structure, which typically has symmetrical planar surfaces. Many common substances, from salt to sugar, from diamonds to quartz, form crystals. They can be shaped so that they will vibrate at a specific frequency, and are widely used in radio communications and computing devices. New Agers believe that crystals possess healing energy. Meditating, a process of blanking out the mind and releasing oneself from conscious thinking. This is often aided by repetitive chanting of a mantra or focusing on an object. New Age music, a gentle, melodic, inspirational music form involving the human voice, harp, lute, flute, etc. It is used as an aid in healing, massage therapy, and general relaxation. Divination, the use of various techniques to foretell the future, including I Ching, pendulum movements, runes, scrying, tarot cards. Astrology, the belief that the orientation of the planets at the time of one's birth, and the location of that birth predicts the individual's future and personality. Belief in astrology is common amongst New Agers, but definitely not limited to them. Holistic health, this is a collection of healing techniques which have diverged from the traditional medical model. It attempts to cure disorders in mind, body and spirit, and to promote wholeness and balance in the individual. Examples are acupuncture, crystal healing, homeopathy, iridology, massage, various meditation methods, polarity therapy, psychic healing, therapeutic touch, reflexology, etc. Human potential movement, aka emotional growth movement. This is a collection of therapeutic methods involving both individualized and group working, using both mental and physical techniques. The goal is to help individuals to advance spiritually. Examples are Esalen Growth Center programs, EST, Gestalt therapy, primal screen therapy, transactional analysis, transcendental meditation, and yoga. The Canadian Census, 1991, recorded only 1,200 people, 0.005%, who identify their religion as being New Age. However, this in no way indicates the influence of New Age ideas in the country. Many people identify with Christianity and other religions but incorporate many New Age concepts into their faith. Some New Age beliefs. The following are some common though by no means universal beliefs found among New Agers. All humanity, indeed all life, everything in the universe is spiritually interconnected, participating in the same energy. God is one name for this energy. Spiritual beings, e.g. angels, ascended masters, elementals, ghosts, and/or space aliens, exist, and will guide us, if we open ourselves to their guidance. The human mind has deep levels and vast powers, which are capable even of overriding physical reality. You create your own reality. Nevertheless, this is subject to certain spiritual laws, such as the principle of cause and effect, karma. The individual has a purpose here on earth, in the present surroundings, because there is a lesson to learn. The most important lesson is love. Death is not the end. There is only life in different forms. What some refer to as an afterlife does not punish us, but teaches us, perhaps through the mechanisms of reincarnation or near-death experiences. Science and spirituality are ultimately harmonious. New discoveries in science, evolution, quantum mechanics, rightly understood, point to spiritual principles. It shares with many major world religions the idea that intuition, or divine guidance, is a more appropriate guide than rationalism, skepticism, or the scientific method. Western science wrongly neglects such things as parapsychology, meditation, and holistic health. There exists a mystical core within all religions, Eastern and Western. Dogma and religious identity are not so important. The Bible is considered by some, but not all, to be a wise and holy book. Many important truths are found in the Bible, or are referred to only very obliquely. Some say that Jesus was an Essene, or that he traveled to India in his youth to study Eastern religions. Others say that Jesus was a later avatar of Buddha. Feminine forms of spirituality, including feminine images of the divine, such as the female Aeon Sophia in Gnosticism, are viewed as having been subordinated, masked, or obliterated by patriarchal movements that were widely practiced when sacred teachings were first committed to writing. A renaissance of the feminine is particularly appropriate at this time. Ancient civilizations such as Atlantis may truly have existed, leaving behind certain relics and monuments, the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, whose true nature has not been discovered by mainstream historians. There are no coincidences, see synchronicity. Everything around you has spiritual meaning and spiritual lessons to teach you. You are meant to be here and are always exactly where you need to be to learn from what confronts you. The mind has hidden powers and abilities, which have a spiritual significance. Dreams and psychic experiences are ways in which our souls express themselves. Meditation, yoga, tai chi, and other Eastern practices are valuable and worthwhile. The food you eat has an effect on your mind as well as your body. It is generally preferable to eat fresh organic vegetarian food. Ultimately, every interpersonal relationship has the potential to be a helpful experience in terms of our own growth. We learn about ourselves through our relationships with other people by getting to see what we need to work on ourselves, and what strengths we bring to the other party in order to help them in their life. All our relationships are destined to be repeated until they are healed, if necessary, over many lifetimes. As souls seeking wholeness, our goal is eventually to learn to love everyone we come in contact with. An appeal to the language of nature, mathematics, as evidenced by numerology in Kabbalah, Gnosticism etc., to discern the nature of God and or to minimize the discrepancies inherent in this pursuit. Naturally occurring irrational numbers such as phi and pi might indicate a fundamental inability of nature to account for the extant universe and therefore imposes a limit to our corporeal understanding of God, or conversely, may be important clues to the attainment of said understanding. The New Age panopticon of governing assumptions of panopticon is an ideal architectural figure of modern disciplinary power. The panopticon creates a consciousness of permanent visibility as a form of power, where no bars, chains, and heavy locks are necessary for domination anymore. Instead of actual surveillance, the mere threat of surveillance is what disciplines society into behaving according to rules and norms. Wikipedia. Why would I call the New Age a panopticon of governing assumptions? After all, the panopticon is an authoritarian means of imprisonment by use of the mere threat of surveillance and being constantly monitored. But how would the love and light-based, New Age movement with its tolerance for all religions, in an all-embracing syncretic liberalism, be guilty of such a scathing accusation of its fundamental nature and intent? Well, let's take a look at some of the basic assumptions found in the New Age to explore why, judging by its name, the New Age movement ought to involve millenarian claims, perhaps of a glorious future age which is about to begin. As such, it could theoretically be traced back to the time of Atlantean heraldry, Zoroaster, or to biblical apocalypticism. While such expectations are encountered often enough, example, the dawning of the Age of Aquarius, pole shifts, and paradigm shifts, the imminent end of the Mayan calendar, the predominant themes of the New Age are mystical rather than apocalyptic. Hence the widespread interest within this subculture in the mystical traditions within the world's various religions, especially Vedanta, Yoga, Tibetan Buddhism, Zen, Sufism, Taoism, Shamanism, Kabbalah, Gnosticism, and mystical forms of Christianity. Globalization was and still is an important social phenomenon of the 20th and early 21st centuries, with religious syncretism inevitably being one consequence. New Age religious developments are eclectic, hence multifarious. Some synthesize Christian ideas with beliefs involving many gods or goddesses, pantheism, include aliens, reincarnation, or the use of drugs, together with other spiritual beliefs from different parts of the world. Likewise, the movement may incorporate differing beliefs about, or attempts to practice, magic. Though many New Age terms are associated with Eastern religions, they should not be considered as being identical with the concepts and practices of those religions. Ancient traditions such as Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism can hardly be referred to as New Age religions. It just so happens that the New Age movement has adopted many of the ideas of Eastern religions, incorporated them into their own beliefs and practices. The Gnostic approach of experiential insight and revelation of truth may be closest to the New Age methodology of prayers and spirituality. In keeping with a relativist stance, New Agers believe they do not contradict traditional belief systems, but rather some of them say that they are concerned with the ultimate truths contained within those systems, separating these truths from false tradition and dogma. On the other hand, adherents of other religions often claim that the New Age movement has a vague or superficial understanding of these religious concepts, leaving out that which may seem negative or contradict contemporary Western values, and that New Age attempts at religious syncretism are vague and self-contradictory. Some people within the New Age movement claim a particular interest in Buddhism, Hinduism, Sufism, and Taoism, however eclectic or in-depth. Such an interest may be depending arbitrarily upon each individual's pursuit and focus. New Age is syncretic in nature and has roots as a countercultural phenomenon. Thus, New Age adherents tend to emphasize a relativist approach to truth, often referring to the Vedic statement of one truth, but many paths, the mainstay of Hinduism, which idea is also found in the later Zen Buddhist spiritual dictum of many paths, one mountain. This belief is not only an assertion of personal choice in spiritual matters, but also an assertion that truth itself is defined by the individual and his or her experience of it. This relativism is not merely a spiritual relativism but also extends to physical theories. Reality is considered largely from an experiential and subjective mode. Many New Age phenomena are not expected to be repeatable in the scientific sense, since they are presumed to be apparent only to the receptive mind. For example, telepathy may not be achievable by a skeptical mind, since a skeptical mind is not preconditioned to expect the phenomenon to exist. The New Age worldview typically involves a mysticism-based, rather than experiment and theory-based, view of describing and controlling the external world. For example, one might believe that tarot card reading works because of the interconnectedness principle, rather than regarding the success or failure of tarot card reading as evidence of the interconnectedness principle. The various New Age vitalist theories of health and disease provide further examples. Some New Age practices and beliefs could make use of what British anthropologist Sir James George Fraser termed magical thinking in The Golden Bough, 1890. Common examples are the principle that objects once in contact maintain a practical link, or that objects that have similar properties exert an effect on each other. In contrast to the scientific method, the failure of some practice to achieve expected results is not considered as a failure of the underlying theory, but as a lack of knowledge about hidden, extenuating circumstances. This stance has led some skeptics to pronounce the New Age movement to be primarily anti-intellectual in nature. The emphasis on subjective knowledge and experience is a connection between New Age beliefs and postmodernism. The shift to a feeling of control over one's expression of spirituality reflects a trend towards personal responsibility, as well as personal empowerment. Its populist origins help characterize the New Age approach. This emphasizes an individual's choice in spiritual matters, the role of personal intuition and experience over societally sanctioned expert opinion, and an experiential definition of reality. And so, with the New Age, we have a myriad of emotionally based and proven assumptions that are simply accepted by New Agers because of their esoteric lineages and attachment to occult traditions that are mystical in nature. As such, they are assumed to be correct and true, without any real or credible validation other than emotionally charged, anecdotal magical fairy dust logic. The Atlantean New Age Delusion, the seventh planet, Mercury rising. The following is the book description for a book called The Seventh Planet, Mercury Rising, which will give you a good idea of the degree of deception and fantasy that New Age authors are indulging to assist the Jesuit Vatican in their alien Antichrist deception. Note how the entire narrative leads one to accept the alien contact agenda of the wicked Vatican Jesuits. This is the book you and I have been waiting for since authoring the Anunnaki of Nibiru, released August 4, 2013. The issues and questions that this research raised with the readers were carefully studied to locate the link between humanity's South African Genesis account and today. How does one proceed after discovering that modern man was fashioned by the Anunnaki to supplant the labor force they brought to Earth from Nibiru? This knowledge changes all that we have been coerced into believing as the truth. A theme began to emerge given the lessons accessed from sacred writings. The profound nature of the material provided in this book took time to study, understand, process the lessons, and assimilate them into a coherent message. Questions like, if the Anunnaki created mankind, then who created them? The answer takes one back to the source of our reality. Are we evolving physically and consciously towards an archetype used in our biological design? Where are we headed as a species, and to what extent are our genetic creators shaping the outcome? Who are the Dark Lords behind the NWO, and will light prevail? In my quest to find the ascension path out of our prison planet conditions, no map was found. The truth, as it always has been for participants on the stage of life, is a pathless land. Only through deep seeking at a spiritual level could the wisdom be accessed. Profound and timely guidance from the pillars of Atlantis hold the keys to our ascension. The time to lift the veil of oppression, barbarian to mystery school graduate, is here. Portal access to return to the source of all creation exists. Mystery schools run by the first alchemist, Thoth the Atlantean, instructed highly qualified candidates in the ancient science of continuous creation. Some well-known graduates include Plato and Pythagoras. Thoth, also known as Ninjish Zida in the Sumerian cuneiform records, had many names in cultures separated by thousands of years. Also known as names, aka, for him cause great consternation in the Abrahamic religions. Ninjish Zida, Thoth the Atlantean, thrice great Hermes, Yehoshua, biblical Jesus, and Melchizedek are just a few. Thoth was one of the immortals that chose to participate in helping mankind out of his quarantined perception prison. Combining genealogy studies, biblical theology, ancient astronaut theory, geopolitical developments, and a deep scientific understanding of the properties and nature of light led to an unexpected outcome, a profound unveiling intended for my supporters. The message and detailed criteria on how to participate in the Great Year Ascension is presented to the reader in a manner that is easy to understand, given the complex nature of our reality. The unveiling reinvigorated me to write this book, simultaneous to the timing of the great culling plan for WW3. The reader will undoubtedly put the book down and zealously seek to share the wisdom with family and friends, arming them with the knowledge that removes any remaining ideas or fears about the sting of death as we understand it. Overcoming our fear of death is part of the process to embrace the transformation we experience during aging. What if you knew that death was an illusion and conducted your life to achieve the goals that were determined by the Creator of all to lead you to the reflective consciousness that is the source of spacetime and our reality here on the seventh planet? Where Mercury Ninjish Zida's role to raise mankind's consciousness during the ascension window is reaching a crescendo. Join me on this profound life-altering journey, where the reader will encounter the mystical process that leads to the knowledge and reality of immortality if one chooses it. May the soul of the universe be with you and provide unmatched peace and comfort holding thy form through the transition to a new reality. I look forward to meeting you all at the source. It reads like the science fiction script to the Ridley Scott movie, Prometheus. Just like in Scott's overtly occult and satanic alien movie, we see the devoted adherence to the Jesuit brainwashing that mankind comes from ancient alien ancestry, that aliens are mankind's engineers. The author, Gerald Clark, has obviously been sucking deep on NASA's CGI outer space special effects pipe, and has swallowed the entire heliocentric lie completely to be shoving his ancient alien fictional fantasy as reality to the unsuspecting and naive New Age audience. First, he pumped them full of esoteric delusions and a love for all things occult, including the Emerald Tablets, Thoth, Babylonian occultism, Gnostic Luciferianism, as well as the fake planet Nibiru hoax, etc. As preparation for the alien outer space mythology he has repacked from other science fiction fantasy authors. Also, notice how this entire Atlantean fantasy is dependent upon the scientific reality of reincarnation, evolution, and outer space? In order for any of this fantasy to become true, those three unproven assumptions must be proven to be real, and to date, nobody has. The Anunnaki of Nibiru, mankind's forgotten creators, enslavers, saviors, and hidden architects of the New World Order. The Anunnaki of Nibiru, mankind's forgotten creators, enslavers, saviors, and hidden architects of the New World Order is another of Gerald Clark's occult science fiction rants. Proves to be the same fantasy hodgepodge of New Age delusional thinking. A book description about this book. Many historical and scriptural findings not included in the canonical Bible have now come to light. Access to texts such as the Lost Book of Enoch, the Nag Hammadi Gospels, and the Book of Jubilees, among others, is now widely available and, when synthesized and correlated with existing documents like the Bible and Quran, merits rethinking Western civilization's origins and intent. Prepare yourself for a profound belief-challenging journey through ancient Persia, Sumer, Greece, and Atlantis, from Rome to the United States, HQ of the New Atlantis. This book is not like any other in the field. Expect the winged warrior aerial perspective of an army attack helicopter pilot, the BS filter of an electrical engineer, a Western medicine challenging structural integrator, and Southern California didgeridoo player all at the same time. Energy and matter, sound entrainment, slave control design methods using the electromagnetic spectrum, eternal life, gravity, and DMT are addressed herein. U.S. public school history ignores the Sumerians, although they are credited with all aspects of modern civilization, influencing both Egypt and Greece alike. Television series produced by the History Channel, like the Ancient Alien series, is assisting the masses in waking up to the fact that the Anunnaki were not a myth, having left physical documents and artifacts backing up their claims to have created mankind. Described in highly sophisticated language, as recorded by Atrahasis. It was in South Africa where the idea was spawned to create a primitive worker, namely mankind, to operate the gold mines, provide temple-building manpower, and generally serve everyone the ancient astronauts from Nibiru conceived of. Many of the Niburians, referenced in the biblical Genesis as the Elohim, known to the Sumerians as the Anunnaki, were enthroned as gods in Mesopotamia. Perhaps it is fitting for Westerners to look into the religious and historical origins for the kings and demigods of Sumer, the first culture to provide evidence of the cuneiform script language, complete with no antecedent. Not only were mundane records, detailed as they were, kept on clay tablets, tens of thousands of which survive to this day, but the history and direct experience accounts of some of the famed inhabitants, like King Gilgamesh of Uruk. Introduce us to those who from heaven to earth came. The Anunnaki astronauts hailed from a planet, Nibiru, in our own solar system, whose apogee resides in a 3,600 retrograde elliptical orbit beyond Pluto. According to their records, likely using spectroscopy as scientists do today, they located gold on planet Earth. Due to a failing atmosphere on Nibiru, Anu, their king, dispatched his preeminent scientist and firstborn son, Enki, on a space mission to Earth to recover enough gold that could be ionized in a layer of their atmosphere. As a solar radiation shield, Anunnaki gold mines in Africa have been found and carbon dated. Mining operations were occurring at the exact time and location that the genetic Eve study indicates. Womankind's genetic origins are undeniably linked to Enki's gold mining operation. Egyptian Queen Sheba's mines ring a bell? Michael Tellinger followed the Sumerian account to Africa, locating many of the mines, homes and temples used by the primitive workers and gods, our true ancestors. Additional source material and limited genealogy tables are included in the bibliography and appendix for the reader to explore. More exhaustive ones are available by contacting the author. Now consider your place in the unfolding New World Order. Will you choose the Enlilites or Enkites to affiliate with, or do you have a choice? Enjoy this intellectual read. It is mind-bending, pineal gland stimulating, and worth it. And here, again, we see the same mishmash of ancient occult fable to justify man's origins as from some pantheistic outer space source, and that man can ascend to this source through esoteric knowledge. It is New Age Fantasy 101. Also, notice how, once again, this entire Atlantean fantasy is dependent upon the scientific reality of reincarnation, evolution, and outer space, which are unproven assumptions. The New Age of Atlantis and secret societies during the Middle Ages, Theosophist philosophy was housed in Masonry, medieval mysticism, and Rosicrucianism. According to Peter Marshall, the Theosophical Society adopted alchemical and hermetic traditions to build a bridge between science and religion, endeavoring to develop the spiritual powers of humanity. Theosophy evolved to become the nucleus for a universal brotherhood 63, and is a definitive synthesis of all religions. It has declared itself to be the all-encompassing, universal ultra-religion of the future. Theosophy's foundation was originally set in esoteric Buddhism and contained a hierarchy of secret masters, or avatars. Theosophist philosophy is conspicuous, according to the Encyclopedia Americana, among the religious systems of India, China, and Egypt. These adepts, sages, and secret masters are revered as highly evolved men who have acquired divine power, and who endeavor to develop the new man on earth. Blavatsky conducted seances in which she revealed letters from this ascended order of masters, whom she referred to vicariously as the Great White Brotherhood. Evolution of the soul spirit is at the heart of the Theosophist religion. Theosophists believe when the spark of life, the evolving soul, reincarnates into the highest life form in sufficient numbers, humankind will ascend to a higher plane of being. Theosophists further believe the human ethos first took human form on planets other than Earth. The last planet was Mars, and the next planet will be Venus. At the end of this age, Theosophists believe worthy humans will ascend to become the architects of future universes, like Lucifer. Untold numbers have carried the Theosophist torch over the last century, including many powerful dignitaries of our age. The New Age movement of today, according to John Michael Greer, is nothing more than Theosophy plus, drawing all of its inspiration from Theosophy's occultism of the last century. Alice Bailey was a major supporter of the Theosophical Society. Bailey founded the Lucas Trust, originally known as Lucifer's Press, an offshoot of the Theosophical Society designed to publish the teachings from her spirit guides. She also founded the Theosophical Network in 1961, which has established arcane schools and organizations such as World Goodwill, which formed another occultist organization called World Union, all dedicated to implementing world government. Bailey's arcane schools teach occult philosophy received by Bailey from her purported Tibetan spirit guides, Kuthumi and Jwal Kul, to initiate a new group of world servers to assist the masters of the Great White Lodge. The White Lodge in Theosophist and occultic systems is a secret, snake, brotherhood of advanced souls that forms the hidden government of the world. This alleged and extremely powerful organization is further known in occultism to be the Great White Brotherhood. Ka has found that all these groups are directly linked to the World Constitution Parliament Association. http://genesis6conspiracy.com/chapter-73-secret-and-the-new-age-of-Atlantis. The lust for more secret knowledge. Why do people feel the need to search for all these ancient lost biblical texts, the Book of Enoch, the Gnostic Gospels, etc.? The Bible is perfectly sufficient in its message and wisdom for man. I feel as if Luciferian forces are actually coming up with all these additional biblical books. Extra scripture. The game online is to hunt for anything not in the traditional Bible and call it truth. Have you not noticed? The assumption is that the Bible is insufficient and secret knowledge is the cure, which is the Luciferian mystery school teaching. Regardless, this never-ending quest for additional scripture is the very same Luciferian quest for secret knowledge coming out of the Babylonian mystery schools, so proceed with caution. Go down that road, see where it takes you, to yet another secret mystery school book. No end to Luciferian secret knowledge. The morality of the Bible is overlooked in the pursuit of secret knowledge. Lucifer's game. Explore all you want. Oldest game in town. The merging between occultism and modern science. Madame Helena Blavatsky made it clear that the new age of Luciferian occultism is the direction everything is going. And so, we have a whole host of modern interpretations of reality that pretend to be truly spiritual, but are merely repackaging of ancient occultism. And now, everyone talks about spirituality instead of the New Age. But it is the same. Spirituality and science become interchangeable. It's Mystery Babylon revisited, come full circle. All the ancient occult black magic abandoned at the ruins of Babylon has been resurrected as New Age scientism. It is a never-ended enchantment and hypnotic pull. For instance, simulation theory, as is quantum mysticism, and AI digital techno-spirituality are merely more false, synthetic occult fantasies. The Dance of Shiva is the metaphor CERN uses to represent all the quantum particles popping in and out of existence. It ascribes to matter all the reality of a hologram, and a pixelated matrix of information and energy, coming out of another dimension. We see this in psychist David Bohm's holographic universe theory. Alchemical Hermeticism likewise talks about interdimensional connections, as it above so it is below. It's the idea that matter is coming out of another invisible realm. Is this not the Higgs boson idea, where a non-material field gives rise to matter itself? And CERN is addressing all this directly, and leaking it out to the world as science, while at the same time it is exactly parroting ancient Hermetic and Kabbalistic alchemy. Thinly veiled as quantum science, and the partition or veil between ancient occultism and quantum mysticism and simulation theory is so thin at this point that distinguishing one from the other is virtually impossible now. I mean, the Luciferian scientists doing all this have successfully merged the two. We do not know where the scientism ends and where the occultism begins anymore. Simulation theory is just a computer matrix metaphor intended to posit a reconfiguration of reality based upon Egyptian emerald tablet hermeticism. All of this pretends to be spiritual, as though everything coming out of ancient Hermetic satanic Babylonian Egypt is somehow wonderfully enlightened and true. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Emerald Tablets were satanic Luciferianism back when they were written, and they are the same now. So now we have all these simulation matrix models coming out of New Age satanic Luciferianism, and a lot of it is really being derived from DMT, ayahuasca, and otherwise, dimethyltryptamine hallucinogens. It's a shamanistic autocracy. David Icke was a huge proponent of the matrix simulation reality theory, that we are living in a kind of high-resolution, holographic computer simulation, which our brains decode from information algorithms, theoretically being generated by archons, a Gnostic Luciferian ideology. Again, we see a very similar analog in Icke's matrix theory coming from physicist David Bohm and his holographic universe theory. You see, they are all merely rehashed Luciferian hermetic. And the underlying theme is the same as that Papa cult get-rich-quick scheme called The Secret. The Secret taught that you merely have to align your emotions with what you desire, and the universe would provide it for you. Yet, all these approaches are Luciferian in nature, and lead to nothing but the labyrinth of unquenchable desire that Satanism is infamous for. Too much is never enough. Ultimately, all these perspectives about reality are oriented around some selfishly pretentious money-making scheme. If you could just manifest that car, you would be happy. Then you get the car, and you want a house. Because hey man, this shit works, I must be a god. And gods deserve more wealth, property, and prosperity, etc. This is the sales pitch of Luciferianism. It's all very materialistic, but sold as New Age spirituality. See, that is the Luciferian part. Instead of seeking God or gods, will it all about using the impersonal pantheistic universe, a kind of personal quantum probabilistic casino for you to play with. After all, it is all Maya and illusory anyway, just a matrix-based, entangled simulation, so it is up to you to shape your destiny and decode things in order to reconfigure a malleable reality, and make it work for you. Again, all this is merely alchemical magic masquerading as New Age spirituality and spiritual economics. In 1937, Think and Grow Rich, by Napoleon Hill, was promoted as a personal development and self-improvement book. Hill wrote that he was inspired by a suggestion from business magnate and later philanthropist Andrew Carnegie. Dale Carnegie had written How to Win Friends and Influence People, a classic amongst the upwardly mobile think and grow rich variety. And Norman Vincent Peale, the Christian minister whose book, The Power of Positive Thinking, was a pillar of American self-help culture during the 1950s and beyond. All of these men and these books were singularly concerned with making a person liked by more people and subsequently, more magnetically able to attract resources, friends, and wealth, and be seen as a powerful person with charisma. It was all a secular anti-Christian, New Age crusade from the beginning, pretending to be spiritual, and was actually the precursor to more satanic Luciferian works like The Secret. And yet we have in Matthew 19, Then Jesus said to his disciples, Truly I tell you, it is difficult for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. And of course, we have all these New Age interpretations of that passage that say, oh, that was the fake Jesus, or Jesus really meant the poor in spirit there. Just whatever it takes to reframe everything to mean that God wants you to have cash flow. See, this is all Luciferianism to seek wealth in this world, to live it up, to really dig your heels in and be the big powerful person. Whereas, the poor person generally begins to realize that all he has is God instead of money. And so, he has less of that unquenchable monkey on his back, always trying to control things and manipulate people and events to get even more rich and get all the Facebook likes. The underlying theme to all of this is material wealth is somehow equated with God favoring you, if not directly falling into Lucifer's good graces as Freemason. And so, this matrix, artificial simulation model of reality is really nothing more than rehashed greedy mystery Babylonian Satanism to seduce modern minds into a relationship with the occult though New Age pantheism. The universal glue between all of these occult-based models, simulation theory, quantum mysticism, Hermeticism, Kabbalah, AI digital techno-spirituality, is a blatant pantheistic monadism at that point. The modern initiate shall have been brainwashed by the enduring and integrated artifice of occult doctrine, artfully disguised as science, to believe only in material synchronism, a kind of pantheistic monadism, where the unity of matter is the God of the universe. And the matrix is a kind simulation reality of archon-driven holographic illusion for you to decode and cash in with, if possible. And if you fail this life at it, you get all these Hindu reincarnation cycles to keep trying until you master the material world and rise as a glorious, materially successful king, if possible. Again, every bit of all of this is just more repackaged Luciferian materialistic pantheism, quantum mysticism, and ascension mysticism. Quantum mysticism and ascension mysticism make no sense without reincarnation and evolutionary fantasy, to allow enough time for the universal consciousness fantasy to occur. Hence, quantum mysticism was an occult fantasy framework which had to be adopted by mainstream science as a real science to push it into the New Ager's mind as real. It worked. Mystical experience. The much sought after and revered mystical experience of New Age occultism has nothing to do with anything except anchoring and trapping your mind in a delusional pantheistic quantum monadism. Quantum entanglement, quantum superposition, synchronicity, etc. are just quantum pantheistic universal consciousness called the sax. Modern science was a Trojan horse for the advancement of ancient occultism. Science, under the guise of physics, astrophysics, and astronomy, became the Trojan horse to advance Babylonian mystery school Hermetic occultism forward as a plausible metaphysics, which eventually led to the ideas of Darwinism, a form of secular evolutionary theory, based upon atheistic materialism. Secular evolutionary theory, subsequently, led to the idea of New Age spiritual evolution, outer space, heliocentrism, alien ancestors, and the inevitability for ancient alien contact. With this new scientific paradigm, biblical enclosed cosmology, and the idea of a creator and a plan for mankind's salvation from his sinful nature was systematically shattered. It was an agenda all along. Modern science was actually founded upon non-Christian, alchemical, and occult Babylonian mystery school teachings, which sought to crush biblical Christianity and supplant it with a New Age ascension theology, which included outer space, and apotheosis, though secret knowledge and universal consciousness as the new goal of mankind. Christian salvation was destroyed through this process of introducing occult-based science into the world. This occult-based science is our current modern science, which I call scientism. The significant thing to understand here, as these occult Freemasonic secret societies fabricated the fake evolutionary theory using our Freemasonic educational system to push it. But the ultimate aim all along was to later push a metaphysical New Age spiritual evolutionary doctrine. In order to increase the believability of evolutionary theory, the Freemasons needed to create a long succession of deceptions. Creating ancient dinosaurs was one of the deceptions necessary to inject more time scale into their evolutionary story. With more time, it was more plausible to believe why nobody has ever really proven alien life exists. In other words, the difficulty of alien life to easily arrive at our doorstep would make more sense if there were billions of light years in the standard model. Additionally, vast stellar distances also meant vast epochs and eons of time for the light from stars to arrive at our eyes. This hoax was the perfect way for the Freemasons to inject billions and billions of light years into their evolutionary theory fantasy to make it more plausibly for the random mutational mechanisms of their natural selection theory to occur. And so, dinosaurs were a perfect hoax to create all this, which set the stage for the mythical reincarnation delusion to be accepted by New Agers. The dinosaur hoax, keeping the evolutionary myth alive while the Smithsonian is 100% fake. There is not one real fossil there, plaster mock-ups. They openly confess that. And if you ask to see the real fossil storage room, they will not allow you. It's Freemasonic territory. Never has a complete skeletal dinosaur structure of just one dinosaur ever been found. The few bones they did claim to be from dinosaurs have only ever been examined by the finders, whoever those pretend scientists, charlatans were. There is actually zero fossil evidence of dinosaurs, just fantasy science fiction stories about dinosaurs from Freemasonic halls. They invented the dinosaur hoax to help give more legitimacy to the equally fiction evolutionary theory they had created, to give more legitimacy to the heliocentric fantasy they created, to give more legitimacy to the Big Bang cosmology fantasy they created, to give more legitimacy to the gravity fantasy they created, to give more legitimacy to the evolving outer space fantasy they created, to give more legitimacy to the ancient aliens fantasy they created, to destroy the ideas of God and Christianity. Welcome to the history our Freemasonic Luciferian educational system concealed from us. So, you see, it has been a long road of occult deceptions from biblical Christianity to Freemasonic cosmic consciousness and the brain-dead, New Age of Aquarius. Now we witness a gauntlet of brainwashed New Agers, all drugged up on pretentious love and light as they do as thou wilt, thirsty to preach the Freemasonic Hermetic occult gospel of accession into universal consciousness and merging with a quantum mysticism pantheistic universe, with or without Elon Musk's neural lace. And all the while, they berate anyone who interferes with their quest for high consciousness vibrations. If you don't agree with them and condemn their path in any way, they will accuse you of lowering their vibration and make it all your fault. Pretty enlightened, right? Cosmic consciousness and ancient alien ancestry is nothing more than Babylonian occult fantasy repackaged as authentic empirical science. In essence, these secret societies hijacked physics, astrophysics, astronomy, and a science in general, and injected their own occult mysticism into it as a way of capturing the entire world inside their Luciferian satanic alien fantasy religion. Additionally, Luciferianism involves the Lucifer, the angel of light, and so there is a conspicuous preoccupation our occult-based modern science to deify light. This is why we see much emphasis on light optics, photonic research, particle energy research, light's supposed dual nature as a particle and a wave, the heliocentric model, worshipping the sun equals light, light years, the speed of light, and as much focus upon light in physics as possible. In the deification of Lucifer. It also makes sense what we see so much concurrent emphasis upon light in the occult Luciferian New Age, where Luciferian doctrines are taught as occult secret knowledge. Every New Ager gush about love and light. There are light workers in the New Age. They talk of the light body, being enlightened, the spectrum of light at rainbow gatherings, and entering the age of light, the Luciferian light, the light of pure consciousness, and the pure doctrine of the light of Lucifer. There are light healers and light paths. Then, there are the occult-based, Illuminati, with their illuminated ones, and the occult naturalistic atheistic Enlightenment movement. Everything is about, hypocritically, about love and light in the New Age. And nobody even hints at the dark occult and wicked origins or agenda of the progenitors of the New Age, the elitist eugenics and depopulation agendas of the real New Age elite to eliminate all those who do now worship the pure doctrine of Lucifer. That part is either overlooked or unknown to the blind spiritual slaves lost in the occult echo chamber of New Age doctrine, a hermetic ritual and practice. Love and light is a greeting New Agers give to each other to symbolize they are peaceful and loving people. They have little understanding that this greeting was given to them by occult high masters, who are indoctrinating the entire world into a Luciferian cult, where we all must pay devout submission and homage to the angel of light, Lucifer, at all times. Lucifer always promises love and light to all who study the secret Babylonian mystery school teachings, but they end up lost in a self-destructive labyrinth of doubt, and delusion, confusion, and immorality, in the end, erroneously seeking salvation through their own works and cunning. The dark art of deception. Why dinosaurs are a hoax. The ancient Romans built roads across Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, during which time they excavated enormous quantities of sedimentary rock. They also built extensive ramparts, stadiums, amphitheaters, aqueducts, and other structures of considerable size, all of which involved extracting large amounts of soil and rubble from the earth. But never once did they record the discovery of a dinosaur fossil, or the preserved remains of an animal skeleton similar to a dinosaur or giant reptile. The Greeks, Persians and Egyptians also built great cities and, in doing so, quarried millions of tons of sedimentary stone and displaced great quantities of subsoil. Yet, these advanced civilizations left no record of dinosaur finds. Both Aristotle and Pliny the Elder, men of great intellectual ability, made a detailed study of the natural world, and were constantly inquiring after fresh information about foreign lands from travelers and explorers. Both took a great interest in unusual phenomena, botanical, zoological, geological, celestial, and so forth, that might shed further light on their scientific inquiries. Had any dinosaur skeletons been found anywhere in the known world at that time, these men would have been keenly interested in the details. But their extant writings make no reference to large animal fossils. Dinosaurs were only discovered in the 19th century. In fact, until the mid-19th century, the possible existence, at some time in history, of giant dinosaur-like creatures had not even been suggested. Myths and legends abounded, of course, but the exotic creatures depicted in these stories were, in general, exaggerated hybrids of existing fauna. From time to time a new species was discovered and stories about a fabulous new land would circulate, but in the entire literature of ancient civilizations we find no consistent and discernible reference to creatures, natural creatures, whether living or fossilized, akin to what zoologists today call dinosaurs. Should we be surprised by this? For some reason this is not a question that modern students of biology seem to ask. The separation of knowledge into discrete branches by our universities and colleges has led to a marked inability to frame and pursue questions of this kind. One of thousands of open-pit mines around the world. Dinosaur bones are never found in any of them. Yes, we should be greatly surprised. The reason is very simple. If dinosaurs existed on the Earth for millions of years, then they should have left a record so extravagant and so extensive that it would be virtually impossible to excavate any part of the Earth and not find some evidence of their fossilized remains. The ancient Romans, Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Sumerians should have accumulated great quantities of largely intact dinosaur skeletons. And as they built the Great Wall in 200 BC, the Chinese should have unearthed tens of thousands of impressive femurs and jawbones, great domed skulls, and enormous fossilized rib cages. But they didn't. No one found anything. 1,000,000 years is a very, very long time. Yet zoologists tell us that dinosaurs roamed the earth for 165 million years. Just imagine for a moment the mountain of sturdy bones that such a staggering population would have produced. If only one animal in 1,000,000 left a fossilized skeleton, and the population density was a mere 10 individuals per square mile, then there should be several large, as yet undiscovered dinosaur fossils within a mile of your home, plus dozens of smaller specimens. Even though these assumptions are highly conservative, they point to the obvious fact that fossilized dinosaur remains should be extremely plentiful over most of the Earth. Why then are they only ever found by experts and only in remote locations? Why are there so few specimens in museums around the world? And why do so many of these feeble specimens consist of just a few bones? Despite the multiplicity of missing parts, entire animals, including their environment, are reconstructed from very little fossilized material. The artist has taken over from the scientist. Anything he chooses to sketch is accepted as reality, and absurd conclusions are drawn, literally, from non-existent evidence. Outrageous claims. In our earlier paper on the great hoax known as evolution, we showed how bone fragments from pigs and primates were used to construct new species of hominid. In their determination to disprove the Bible and postulate a greatly inflated age for the Earth, these scientists were prepared to make the most outrageous claims based on nothing but their imagination, their unbounded arrogance, and their intense hatred of Christianity. In 1922, H. F. Osborn, a world-famous expert on fossils, see photo, declared, on the basis of the tooth shown above, that a new species of hominid had been discovered, dubbed Nebraska Man. An artist's impression of what this man looked like was published widely in the press in both America and Europe, see above. The fossil turned out to be the tooth of a peccary, a type of pig, see photo, and an official retraction was published in 1927. Osborn also described and named the dino. There was one major difficulty with this ingenious scam. If the world had been populated for 165 million years by a staggering variety of exotic reptilian creatures, then one would surely expect to find great numbers still in existence today. Since there are obviously no dinosaurs anywhere on Earth today, the Masonic tricksters behind this hoax needed a plausible way to explain their disappearance. Accordingly, it was claimed that the entire population of dinosaurs on Earth, thousands of millions of individuals, were suddenly wiped out in a major catastrophic event. The tricksters also took advantage of the need to postulate such an event to reinforce the false idea of outer space, another important element in the great end-time deception. They claimed that a huge asteroid collided with the Earth about 65 million years ago, and caused such a sharp fall in atmospheric temperature that the unfortunate creatures, being cold-blooded animals, were unable to survive. Only very small, warm-blooded creatures, the early mammals, were able to endure the cold. Science fiction: a giant asteroid strikes the Earth, another fictitious detail in the great Masonic hoax. Outer space is a myth, giant asteroids do not exist, and dinosaurs were not wiped out 65 million years ago. As we noted in earlier papers, the Babylonian elite who control this world like their lies to interconnect. Good lies should sound plausible, and really good lies should seem like scientific revelations packed with explanatory power. Just look at the number and variety of lies that are exploited and reinforced in this fantastic scenario: an incredibly ancient Earth lie, spinning in space lie. Is struck by a huge asteroid lie that kills off all the dinosaurs on the planet lie, in a major extinction event lie, fortunately enough tiny mammalian creatures survived to evolve, into the diversity of animal life forms, including man, that we see today. High school propaganda. This is presented as science in our schools and colleges, but it is complete nonsense. The Earth is both flat and stationary. There is no such region as outer space. There are no asteroids. The Earth is only a few thousand years old. Dinosaurs never existed, and mammals never evolved. In short, the Earth and its history are exactly as described in the Bible. This counterfeit reality can be kept alive only by constant positive reinforcement, just like the propaganda fed to the benighted population of a communist state. Every kindergarten has a globe, a model dinosaur, and a picture of the solar system. Television programs are saturated with similar images, as are movies and comic books. In addition, the world media give regular news reports and updates on miscellaneous non-existent phenomena such as images from the Martian surface, transmissions for a space probe as it travels past Neptune, or the electromagnetic effects of the latest solar flare. We are constantly reading about newly discovered planets, black holes, and water on the moon. The entire universe, it seems, is bubbling with strange cosmic phenomena, and yet the only evidence we have for any of this is what NASA tells us. The myth machine NASA stands with Hollywood and Disneyland as one of the three greatest producers of Babylonian propaganda on Earth. However, while the public are dimly aware that both Hollywood and Disneyland are working entirely in the realm of fantasy, they are convinced that NASA deals only with scientific reality. This means the lies it tells are unusually potent. Did you know that 3 men dressed only in nylon pajamas traveled to the moon in an aluminum can in 1969? Of course, they did because NASA told us so. And 2 of them got into another aluminum can and descended onto the lunar surface. Of course, they did because NASA told us so. And they suffered no harm from cosmic rays, scorching heat or freezing temperatures because their magic pajamas protected them. Of course, they did because NASA told us so. It would come as a great shock to most people if they knew that the moon is not a massive globe located 240,000 miles away, but a relatively small disk about 30 miles or so in diameter, and that it travels daily in a circular path about 4,000 miles directly above the Earth. How did the architects behind the cunning NASA deception know that they would be able to fool the world for so long? Well, one reason was the success they already had in getting mankind to believe, first, in a rotating spherical Earth, then in a prehistoric Earth of great antiquity, and, later, in the existence of giant reptiles called dinosaurs. They offered no tangible evidence for the first 2 lies, and just a few pathetic museum exhibits to back up the last. They even got the world to believe that 2 atomic bombs had destroyed the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, when in reality these unfortunate cities were destroyed by intensive firebombing, just like 70 other Japanese cities. The original dinosaur. The word dinosaur was derived from 2 Greek words meaning terrible and reptile. They were given this name by their inventor, the English paleontologist, Sir Richard Owen in 1842. 2 other Englishmen, Gideon Mantell and William Buckland, had previously, and independently, come across large fossilized bones which they had been unable to associate with any known animal species. Mantell believed the Earth may have been inhabited at some time in the distant past by some unusually large reptiles, but it was Owen who took the unwarranted step of asserting that this hypothesis was a proven scientific fact. To his credit, Buckland understood that the worldwide flood described in Genesis would have caused a major dislocation and redistribution of animal carcasses, making it difficult to draw any hard conclusions as to which fossils belonged to which species. The iguana and the crocodile provided Richard Owen with the basic prototype for his dinosaurs. As the 19th century progressed and British scholars pushed more and more for explanations of natural phenomena that disproved the Bible, the flood was forgotten and unquantifiably long periods of time became the norm in geology, paleontology, and astronomy. The great advantage with epochs spanning millions of years was the scope they gave for postulating new theories without ever having to actually prove anything. Whatever the experts agreed among themselves, no matter how absurd, became the accepted scientific position. It also happened that most of the experts, a cozy group of connected individuals, were Anglicans who had graduated from Oxford and Cambridge. Richard Owen, inventor of the dinosaur. Fossil fraud. Another problem, right from the time fossil collecting became popular in England, was the temptation to commit fraud. A good specimen could attract a high price on the open market. Basic questions regarding provenance and authenticity were set aside in the race to discover something new and make a name for oneself. For example, there was no way to establish whether a specimen was genuine, or if the fossil had been fabricated and buried in a location where it was sure to be discovered by enthusiastic fossilists. Lyme Regis in Dorset became famous across Europe as a source of major finds, though the experts were at a loss to explain how, over millions of years, so many prime specimens had managed to expire beside the same small village in southern England. Even a brief inspection of the annals of fossil hunting and fossil reconstruction will reveal how easily it lent itself to fraud. The scientists always seemed to find what they wanted to find. Fraudulent finds could be arranged quite easily, and another dinosaur species, another proof of evolution, and an ancient Earth, could be added to the shelves of the Natural History Museum in London. Oddly enough, apart from occasional finds by fossil hunters in France, Germany, and the United States, the numbers recorded outside England were abysmally low. England had Mary Anning, a simple woman who roamed the beaches of Lyme Regis, and made spectacular finds from time to time, but for some reason no other nation on Earth had someone with her very peculiar gift for lifting rocks and finding prehistoric monsters. What exactly is a fossil? It is commonly thought that a fossil is a bone fragment preserved in a casing of rock, but this is a misconception. A fossil is a bone-shaped piece of rock whose contours have been defined, almost imperceptibly, by the shape of the bone buried in the sediment from which the rock was formed. Fossils are found only in sedimentary rock. There is no actual bone remaining. Every one of its cells has been calcified or mineralized by groundwater over a long period of time. Thus, there is no DNA in a fossil, despite the claims made by science fiction writers. If that is the case, then how is it possible to distinguish the fossil from the rock? That is a very good question. Seemingly one needs a trained eye to detect where the rock ends and the fossil begins. For some reason, the only people who have this skill are paleontologists. But what about the well-delineated fossils that we see in some museum specimens? Those which are genuine were formed in the flood about 4,300 years ago when animal carcasses were carried off in great quantities by torrential ocean currents and funneled into large repositories of mud and biomass. Over time this material was compressed under its own weight, and the embalmed bone fragments were calcified. The same cannot be said of dinosaurs. By definition they must have been entombed in a rock formation for at least 65 million years and subjected over all that time to immense compression. It would be impossible for any organic substance to retain its structural integrity in these circumstances over such a long period of time. This means that all of the large dinosaur fossils on display in museums today are fake. Reasons why dinosaurs are a hoax. In light of all this, we can conclude that dinosaurs are a hoax for the following reasons. 1. The group of scientists who claim to have discovered them were almost all from the same community, English Oxbridge Anglicans, who, through their avowed Unitarianism and deism, were strongly biased in favor of any theory of the natural world that disproved the Bible. 2. The fossils they claimed to have found should have been so plentiful, and so widely distributed that earlier civilizations should have discovered thousands of largely intact specimens and recognized that they did not derive from existing fauna. 3. The existence of fossils necessitated a theory of evolution in order to explain the emergence of today's animal species, notably the Mammalia class. However, since the theory of evolution is itself a hoax, there is no way of explaining how today's animal species came into existence. 4. The fossil record itself is proof that evolution does not occur since, if it did, the record should be heavily populated with transitional forms, but these have not been found. The fabricators could have made transitional fossils to supplement the final forms, but presumably the hoax was challenging enough without adding this further layer of complexity. 5. Most dinosaur species are speculative reconstructions based on bone fragments only. Fully intact dinosaur fossils are largely unknown. A contiguous assortment of bones is often ascribed arbitrarily to the same animal. 6. Fraud was widespread at the time dinosaur fossils were first discovered, and has been a feature of this science ever since. Many specimens have been accepted as authentic, and continue to be treated as authentic, when virtually nothing is known about their provenance, and no scientifically convincing methodology has been used to verify their origin. 7. The dating techniques that are used to determine the age of a fossil are phony. A fossil is taken to be as old as the rock strata in which it is found, while the respective rock strata in turn are dated by reference to the age of the fossils normally found among them. This is circular reasoning. 8. Many of the dinosaur species that scientists claim to have existed, and on which considerable research has been conducted, are physiologically impossible. When dinosaurs were first proposed, in the 1840s, the science of animal physiology was in its infancy. The fossil fabricators did not realize just how preposterous their creations actually were. In their eagerness to come up with truly strange animals, they designed a creature which simply could not have existed. Here is just a short list of the glaring anatomical anomalies which prove that dinosaurs are works of fiction. Many are so oddly shaped, with most of their body weight distributed at the upper end, that they could not have maintained their balance while in motion. Many were so large that their bones and ligaments would have been unable to support their weight. Many would have needed enormously large hearts to pump the blood needed to supply their huge volume of tissue with oxygen. Relative to its overall size, no land-dwelling species today has a heart of that magnitude. Creatures of such enormous size would have needed a very efficient mechanism for losing excess heat, such as large flaps or cooling appendages. Most of the dinosaur species proposed by paleontologists lack such a mechanism. Many species were so large that the cranial capacity needed to ensure efficient locomotion, especially under stress, was greater than the capacity of their fossilized skulls. Most of the dinosaur species proposed by paleontologists are supposed to be herbivores, subsisting entirely on vegetable matter, but the reptilian physiology of these alleged species conflicts with this assumption. Very few reptile species today are herbivores. The notable exceptions are iguanas and tortoises. All the rest, crocodiles, alligators, caimans, monitors, geckos, and hundreds of species of lizard and snake, live on a diet of small ruminants, birds, fish, rodents, insects, eggs, and worms. 9. The vast majority of dinosaur exhibits in museums today are official replicas. The fossils themselves are too valuable to leave on public display, their curators claim, so professional fabrication companies are employed to make exact copies. This peculiar practice enables museums to avoid close inspection of the original fossils by experts with the necessary forensic skills to expose the fraud. Many of the early fossil specimens would have been fairly amateurish by modern standards, probably consisting of materials, such as bone fiber, resin, cement and plaster, whose constituents could be analyzed by a spectrometer or equivalent devices. These early fossils are now in storage for safekeeping, and may be accessed only by qualified personnel. A Diplodocus at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History, Pittsburgh, discovered in 1899, and on display since 1907. The skeleton was 60% intact when it was found. This exotic creature was invented at a time when such an incredibly long neck was thought to be possible, both in terms of its physiology and in terms of its impact on the animal's balance. For these reasons alone, we know that Diplodocus never existed. It was fabricated by Carnegie's agents and buried in an obscure location where it just happened to be found. 10. If fossilization is a naturally occurring, universal process, without which the fossil record could not have accumulated, then one would have expected a far greater variety of animals to feature in the record. The early fossil fabricators did not pay enough attention to this question, and allowed a fossil archive to become established which, inexplicably, excluded birds. The only way around this problem, once the anomaly was recognized, was to insist that birds evolved after the dinosaurs had disappeared. But what did they evolve from? The fabricators were now in a tight spot and felt obliged to suggest that birds evolved from the last of the dinosaurs, just before the alleged worldwide extinction event 65 million years ago. This explanation was an embarrassment for all concerned, so efforts were made to discover a transitional fossil, one which exhibited features common to both dinosaurs and birds. Eventually a fossil, the so-called Archaeoraptor, was discovered in northeastern China that expressed perfectly the crossover characteristics they were looking for, having the bone structure of a primitive bird but the teeth and tail of a small terrestrial dinosaur. National Geographic announced their discovery with great satisfaction in November 1999, but hard questions were asked in this instance and, within months, the hoax was uncovered. Analysis of X-rays of the specimen revealed that it was made up of 3 layers pasted together to produce a work of great commercial value. National Geographic was forced to apologize. The Archaeoraptor fossil, which the National Geographic claimed in 1999, was conclusive evidence that birds evolved from dinosaurs. The fossil was later shown to be a hoax. 11. Geological ages play a key role in this elaborate hoax. Evolution needs staggering amounts of time to produce by purely random means the biological adaptations that enhance the ability of a species to survive. In order to lend credence to this hypothesis, geologists claim to be able to discern the imprint of vast eons of time in the Earth's crust. Rock strata possessing certain structural and chemical characteristics are assigned an age based on the fossils found among them. Similar rock strata in other parts of the world are then deemed to have been laid down during the same geological epoch. These epochs and their quaint subdivisions are then given elegant or impressive names to make them seem a little more credible: Precambrian, Quaternary, Pleistocene, Jurassic, Permian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, and so forth. But they are all imaginary. 12. The dinosaur hoax was carried out by the same clique, British Luciferians, Freemasons, Unitarians and Deists, all of whom hate Christianity and are determined to destroy it, that also devised a host of other lies to discredit the Book of Genesis. They claim that the Earth is a spinning globe, when in reality it is both flat and stationary, that the Earth is billions of years old, when it is only a few thousand years old, that the universe began with a Big Bang, where nothing became something. And this something then expanded and cooled to produce everything, that all life evolved from lifeless chemical constituents, and that the Earth is located in a solar system at the periphery of a vast, dark, meaningless cosmos. More science fiction: a so-called black hole sucks in the light around it because its gravitational pull is so strong. This is the kind of hypothetical nonsense that masquerades as science today. They also teach that, in terms of magnitude, the Sun is 333,333 times larger than the Earth, an amazing Masonic coincidence, and 93 million miles away. When in reality it is moving along a circular path a few thousand miles above the Earth, and is less than 40 miles in diameter, that explosive thermonuclear devices exist. When in reality the subatomic chain reaction needed to produce nuclear fission is simply impossible, and the threat of nuclear war is nothing but a hoax to engender mass fear and feed geopolitical tensions, and they exploit the chicanery of relativity theory to concoct all kinds of absurd cosmic phenomena, such as black holes and white dwarfs, when no such phenomena exist. To this we can add the entire gamut of related technological marvels such as space travel, moon landings, and satellites orbiting the Earth, all of which are fraudulent. They are also world leaders in perpetuating the myth of man-made global warming and in implementing the wicked transgender agenda. In this context, it is easy to see why dinosaurs, and the fantastic world in which they were supposed to exist, are a fabrication. They were invented to convince mankind that the biblical model of the Earth is false, and that we live on a spheroidal satellite of the Sun which is spinning on its axis and traveling through space at 18.5 miles a second, or 66,666 miles an hour, another Masonic coincidence. By the way, the Earth supposedly tilts on its axis at an angle of 23.4 degrees or, if measured against the plane of the Earth's path, 66.6 degrees. This is Satan's alternative reality, where the Earth is portrayed as a miserable speck at the edge of the universe and man is nothing more than an insignificant chemical accident in the dark, freezing depths of space. Illuminati insider Henry Fairfield Osborn was the son of a prominent railroad tycoon. He invented both the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Velociraptor, see above. Both featured in dramatic scenes in Spielberg's movie Jurassic Park, 1993. Neither of these creatures ever existed, they are all part of the Great Deception. Satan's model requires mankind to believe in a universe that doesn't actually exist, a cosmic emptiness millions of light years across and billions of years old. It is by any reckoning a twisted, macabre conception, designed to demoralize humanity and provide a plausible cosmic theater from which superintelligent alien visitors will one day emerge. The Reformation and its aftermath. It is surprising how many of the decisions that shaped the entire political and financial structure of the world were made in Britain or with her close participation. She cooperated closely with the United States in the reorganization of Europe after 2 world wars and the carve-up of the Ottoman Empire. It is also surprising how many of the decisions and discoveries that affect our perception of the world, in scientific terms, also originated in Britain. She can also take credit for a long string of technological innovations, plus the worldwide transformation achieved through the Industrial Revolution. Britain has also been a world leader and trendsetter in literature, music and popular culture, and a major influence on the formation of the legal and administrative institutions in many other countries, including the United States. However, Britain has also been the principal source, or a major player in the dinosaur hoax, the nuclear bomb hoax, the evolution hoax, the ancient Earth hoax, the satellite and space travel hoax, the global warming hoax, the central banking scam, and the ongoing suppression of any information that would show that the world is both flat and stationary. A key part of this suppression is an international treaty forbidding any nation from approaching the Antarctic, including the non-existent South Pole, without first securing UN approval. The Earth as it is in reality. 16. In light of this, we need to understand why Britain has played such a central role in both shaping and deceiving the modern world for nearly 1,000 years. Between 500 and 1500 AD, the servants of Rome completely suppressed the Bible in most parts of Europe. Absolute political power was concentrated in the hands of a small group of Luciferian families. Subject to certain limits, they could exploit, imprison, torture and execute whomever they chose. By the year 1500 these families were developing the technology that would enable them to extend their political influence to all parts of the world, including India and China. Within 2 or 3 centuries they could have expected to exercise centralized control over the entire Earth. But in 1517 disaster struck. The Reformation began and the Bible was suddenly accessible on a scale never previously known. We rightly give credit to Luther, Calvin, Huss, Zwingli, Knox, Tyndale and many other courageous individuals for the extraordinary work they did in opposing Rome and her false religious system. Nevertheless, the real power of the Reformation derived from one simple fact: the Word of God was now available to the common man. The fruit of this was abundantly evident in the sacrifice of the martyrs. Hundreds of thousands of Christians across Europe stood firm against the sword of Rome. The liberties we enjoy today were won at a terrible price, the blood of these faithful believers. Sadly, the professing church today shows little appreciation for all that these wonderful men and women achieved on our behalf. The martyrdom of Antipas in Pergamum. In the wake of the Reformation, Satan needed a way to re-establish his hold over mankind. He began with the foundation of the Jesuit order, which was granted papal recognition in 1540. The Jesuits' ultimate goal was the destruction of biblical Christianity and the creation of a new world order, a centralized system of political control over all nations. By the start of the 20th century, most of the churches established on foot of the Reformation had been fatally infiltrated by their agents. They also succeeded in introducing a number of skeptical philosophies and schools of thought across Europe and America which greatly weakened public confidence in the completeness, accuracy and sufficiency of the Bible. 17. Satan's headquarters. We rightly regard Rome as the main center on earth of pagan duplicity and intrigue, but the complete picture has some additional detail that we need to consider. Jesus told us in the book of Revelation, around 95 AD, that Satan had established his throne in Pergamos. I know thy works, and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is, and thou holdest fast my name, and hast not denied my faith, even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you, where Satan dwelleth. Revelation 2:13. Our Lord is telling us that Satan has a base on earth from which he operates. It is important that we understand this. The faithful martyr Antipas, to whom Jesus referred, is believed to have been burned alive inside a brazen bull by an angry mob. The bull represented the Egyptian god Apis. Satan's base or headquarters was initially in Babylon, but it was later relocated to Pergamos, modern Bergama, in western Turkey, close to the locus of two major empires, the Roman and the Greek. When the gospel began to spread across the ancient world, the ruling Luciferian families in Europe selected Rome as their main center for controlling and disseminating the false version of Christianity known as the Roman Catholic faith. In doing so they transferred to the Pope the pagan title of Pontifex Maximus, which implied that he was the official head of all religions on earth. The Pope is still known today as the Pontifex Maximus, a clear indication that the false prophet of the Book of Revelation will hold the same office. The word pontiff derives from the Latin word pontifex, meaning bridge. Rome had become, and remains to this day, Satan's main base of operations on Earth. The Reformation, however, caused immense disruption across Europe and made it necessary for the elite Luciferian families to establish a second base of operations, a Protestant counterpart to Catholic Rome. That base was London. This move seems to have been brought about through a careful transfer of power and wealth via Venice, Vienna, Frankfurt, and Amsterdam. The final step is known today as the Glorious Revolution of 1688, when William III, of the House of Orange, landed at the English port of Brixham, marched on London, and was installed as the new monarch by an influential group of politicians and businessmen. Technically it was an invasion, but the entire operation was so skillfully managed that the associated military conflicts took place in Ireland, and not in Britain, notably the Battle of the Boyne of 1690. In our previous study, Babylonian London, Nimrod, and the Secret War Against God, we outlined the way London was redesigned after the Great Fire of 1666 to honor, through its monuments and architecture, the gods of Babylon. From an esoteric perspective, the city is a temple from which the power of Lucifer is projected to the four corners of the world. Not long after William was installed, the English introduced a nationwide network of occult lodges known as Freemasonry to promote the Babylonian religion. This network also served as a secret system of surveillance and control. Anyone of standing in the community was expected to join and take a binding oath to obey the worshipful master. Since the head of the lodge, the so-called worshipful master, was in turn bound by an oath to a more senior member of the Masonic hierarchy, the oath taken by a new member locked him into a lifelong covenant with Lucifer, the capstone on the pyramid of power. Reconstruction of the Pergamum altar in the Pergamum Museum in Berlin, using material excavated from the actual site. The Babylonian cult of Freemasonry was used to infiltrate and direct the Anglican Church in England, Scotland, and Ireland. The British also used it to secretly control the colonies and other satellite states. This explains why Freemasons continue to dominate the main institutions of power in the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and countless other countries across the world. The other major mechanism of control that the English introduced was central banking. The Bank of England was founded in 1694, very soon after William III conquered Britain. As a privately owned institution, it allowed a small group of senior financiers to wield considerable power and influence from behind closed doors, free from public scrutiny, and to concentrate the main wealth-generating enterprises in the hands of insiders. This has since been extended to virtually every country in the world, and has enabled a small clique of insiders, working in concert, to completely dominate international finance and, through that, the world political system. The same clique that controls Britain also controls the US and most other countries. They are not necessarily British, but comprise representatives from a network of closely connected generational Luciferian families that has wielded immense power on the world stage since the days of Pergamos. Insofar as it has a center of operations, a place from which its worldwide reach is coordinated and financed, that center is London. Exhibit at the Creation Museum, Kentucky. How can a Christian institution put these fictional creatures on display and still claim it is teaching the truth of God's Word? The dinosaur hoax. In the context of all this, the dinosaur hoax may seem more like a malicious prank carried out by a group of schoolboys than a vital component in a worldwide program of deception. Why fabricate, bury, and then find the fossilized remains of creatures that never existed? And, having found them, why put them on display at great expense in scientific institutions across the world? These questions are easily answered if one understands the bigger picture, but they are sure to confound anyone who continues to think of paleontology as little more than an arcane discipline dedicated to collecting and classifying cold hard facts long buried in the earth. Satan is one of the most powerful and most gifted beings ever created, but he is locked in a titanic struggle for his own survival. So too are the millions of fallen angels who serve him. He will use every form of deception and every trick he can think of to lure mankind further from God's holy word. Toward this end he has conjured up an alternative reality for mankind, a remarkably cunning piece of fiction that conflicts in countless ways with biblical truth. He has lured the masses into believing his phony scientific reality and rejecting the account given in Scripture, which tells us how the world actually is. So many elements have been added to this false reality, reinforced endlessly through television and movies, that few today seem able or willing to question it. But Christians who believe in God's word ought to question it. They should take to heart the great warning that Jesus gave to every believer in his Olivet Discourse when he spoke of the end time: "Take heed that no man deceive you." Matthew 24:4. Some would argue that Jesus was referring to impostors who will pose as Christ, and, broadly speaking, they are right. But impostors, like all deceivers, need a way to carry out their deception. The further a person is removed from biblical truth, which describes the world as it actually is, and believes instead in Satan's false reality, the more susceptible he is to further deception. The agents of Satan know that their chances of success are far greater, by many orders of magnitude, if mankind has already been tricked into believing in remote Earth-like planets populated by highly evolved life forms. That life on Earth was seeded by superintelligent beings from a distant galaxy, or a higher dimension, and that science, technology, and creative imagination are the key to salvation. Unassuming centers of deception. One of the first great centers of deception was the Natural History Museum in Kensington, London, which opened in 1881. Its founder was Richard Owen, who invented the myth of the dinosaur. As a reward he was made a Knight of the Order of the Bath, one of the highest and most distinguished orders of British chivalry. Diplodocus at the Natural History Museum in London. The so-called Diplodocus in the entrance hall has impressed millions of visitors since it was first installed in 1905. I remember well my own excitement when I went to see it in 1978. I remember also my great disappointment when I failed to find even one shred of evidence that would convince me it was genuine. 21 Even then I was troubled by the lack of scientific authenticity surrounding the whole study of dinosaurs and fossils. The version at the museum is a replica of one supposedly discovered in Wyoming, which was reconstructed by experts at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh in 1898. The funding for this expensive exercise was provided by the Scottish multimillionaire, Andrew Carnegie, one of the Illuminati kingpins of that era. The replica in London was not the only one shipped from Pittsburgh. In all 10 were delivered to museums around the world, including Paris, Berlin, Vienna, and Moscow. In other words, not one of these museums stocked a genuine fossilized Diplodocus, but only a copy of one reconstructed by experts. The new exhibits were widely publicized in newspapers across Europe, thereby reinforcing in the popular imagination the idea that dinosaurs were real. Thousands of visitors sojourned annually to see the huge exotic creature which had allegedly been preserved in the earth for 140 million years. It is doubtful whether any of them realized that the whole thing was a hoax. Dinosaur fabrication. Most dinosaur fossils have been found by just a handful of professionals, nearly all in a few select locations around the world, such as Argentina and Utah. When a promising rock fragment is found, often weighing several tons, it is shipped back to a specialist museum where a team of experts chisel away at it for months until a fossil finally emerges. The resulting fossil is usually indistinguishable from the rock in which it was encased. The so-called fossil may comprise no more than a single bone, but from such trivial evidence a complete dinosaur is constructed. Indeed, from time to time, an entirely new species is unveiled to the world. Such is the science of paleontology. Dinosaur Factory in Zhejiang City, Sichuan, China. 22. The fossilized dinosaur skeletons on pages 23 and 24 below were all fabricated by the same factory in Sichuan. These, and more like them, are shipped to museums and exhibition centers all over the world. As far as the public is concerned, they are real. Even if we are told that the exhibit is a replica, we are asked to believe it is a replica of something that is genuine. But it isn't. Compare them with the 4 exhibits on show in museums in America and Europe shown on page 25. Given that the Sichuan replicas are destined for museums around the world, we can assume the 4 shown on page 25 were also made in China. Scientific fraud. Most schoolchildren are conditioned to believe that, while science may be dull and repetitive, it always deals with actual data, and that its findings are truthful. Alas, this is far from being the case. The temptation to compile imaginary data to support a particular theory can be too strong for many objective scientists. Whistleblowers have revealed that the pharmaceutical industry routinely modifies trial results to secure official approval for a new drug. In such instances, the motivation is profit, but other factors, political or professional, may also provide an incentive. Following a scientific symposium in 2015, Dr. Richard Horton, then editor-in-chief of The Lancet, the prestigious medical journal, made the following observation in a startling editorial piece: "A lot of what is published is incorrect." I'm not allowed to say who made this remark, because we were asked to observe Chatham House rules. We were also asked not to take photographs of slides. Why the paranoid concern for secrecy and non-attribution? Because this symposium, on the reproducibility and reliability of biomedical research, touched on one of the most sensitive issues in science today: the idea that something has gone fundamentally wrong with one of our greatest human creations. The case against science is straightforward. Much of the scientific literature, perhaps half, may simply be untrue. Afflicted by studies with small sample sizes, tiny effects, invalid exploratory analyses, and flagrant conflicts of interest, together with an obsession for pursuing fashionable trends of dubious importance, science has taken a turn towards darkness. As one participant put it, poor methods get results. The apparent endemicity of bad research behavior is alarming. In their quest for telling a compelling story, scientists too often sculpt data to fit their preferred theory of the world. Or they retrofit hypotheses to fit their data. And individual scientists, including their most senior leaders, do little to alter a research culture that occasionally veers close to misconduct. 23, 24, 25 location of exhibits on this page: top to bottom Natural History Museum, New York City Museum of Comparative Zoology, Harvard University Journey Museum, Rapid City, South Dakota Museum of Natural Sciences. Brussels. 26. He is saying that something has gone fundamentally wrong with scientific research, that as much as half of the papers purporting to be scientific are actually bogus, and that science itself has taken a turn toward darkness. These are certainly strong words from someone who has a close familiarity with the inner workings of the scientific establishment. When a person of Dr. Horton's standing makes such a chilling declaration in a major scientific journal, we can be sure the malaise afflicts many other branches of science, and not just medicine. Dr. Horton is not alone. Dr. Marcia Angel, longtime editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, Another prestigious peer-reviewed medical journal made a similar claim. It is simply no longer possible to believe much of the clinical research that is published, or to rely on the judgment of trusted physicians or authoritative medical guidelines. I take no pleasure in this conclusion, which I reached slowly and reluctantly over my 2 decades as an editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. In light of these startling admissions, it is easier to understand why certain branches of science were hijacked long ago for political purposes. Evolution is one of these. So too are paleontology and astronomy. Foucault's pendulum. The French scientist, Léon Foucault, 1819–1868, was responsible for 2 classic examples of scientific experiments, both fraudulent, that were intended to have a direct bearing on how we perceive the world around us. The first was his famous pendulum, 220 feet long, which swung beneath the central dome of the Pantheon in Paris. Huge crowds came to watch as the sphere traced out a complete circle in the course of the day, allegedly because the Earth was rotating beneath it. Of course, as proof of the Earth's rotation, it was completely bogus, since, even if the Earth did rotate, the pendulum would trace out a circle at the north and south poles only. Foucault had obviously installed a mechanism in the pivot, out of public view, which caused the pendulum to make a circle every 24 hours. 27 Foucault's pendulum, as it was known, was installed in many other cities across Europe and attracted a great deal of public attention. It was a clever way of convincing the masses that, contrary to the cosmology of the Bible, the Earth was a rotating sphere. Foucault was made a member of the Royal Society in London, a great distinction for a Frenchman. This may have been a reward for his pendulum hoax. He was also responsible for another, less well-known, hoax. It too was intended to prove that the Earth is a rotating sphere. While conducting experiments with a gyroscope, see graphic below, he found a way to keep the rotor spinning for several hours without interfering with its operation. This unusual device displays what scientists call rigidity of space. This means that, once it is set in motion, with the central wheel or rotor spinning at high speed, it will continue to maintain exactly same attitude or orientation in absolute space even when the device as a whole is carried about the room. Foucault claimed that, if the frame of the gyroscope was fixed in the same location, the spinning rotor would turn very slowly over a period of several hours in response to the rotation of the Earth, thereby maintaining the same attitude in relation to absolute space. He even claimed to have proven this experimentally. This would certainly be a strong proof that the Earth was rotating, were the gyroscope actually doing what Foucault had claimed. But it wasn't. A few skeptical scientists tried to duplicate his results, and found that the gyroscope did not turn in response to the supposed rotation of the Earth. Foucault had been lying. So, while Foucault in France was concocting clever ways to deceive the public into believing that the Earth was a rotating sphere, Richard Owen in England was preparing museum exhibits that would convince the public that the Earth was millions of years old. A few cunning individuals, with the necessary funding and institutional backing, can deceive an awful lot of people. 28 CO8 Clugio 8. In the same way that a stage magician employs illusion and misdirection to deceive his audience, the agents of Satan have for centuries been implementing on the world stage a set of cleverly interconnected lies to mislead and deceive mankind. The world is run by a small group of highly intelligent, extremely wealthy individuals who are more devious and deceitful than would seem humanly possible. They work closely with their infernal master in the supernatural realm to implement his schemes and draw mankind completely under his spell. Christians must start thinking far more seriously about the world they live in. Do they see it as God described it in His Word, or do they see it through the distorting lens that Satan is using to lead humanity astray and open a path for the Antichrist? They seem to have forgotten that the children of wickedness are as busy today as they were in ancient times, that they hate the righteous, that they take pleasure in deception, that they devise dark schemes behind closed doors, and that they worship a God who loathes the Lord God of the Bible. Christians need to reflect deeply and prayerfully on the words of Jesus, "Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do." He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. John 8:44, take note. Their spiritual father is both a liar and a murderer. As his principal agents, they are consummate liars and masters of deception. And as murderers they routinely use their immense powers of persuasion, yet more lies, to control nations, foment strife, start wars, and kill millions of innocent people. It is this sinister clique, the children of wickedness, 1 Chronicles 17:9, who invented the great lies, dinosaurs, evolution, outer space, moon landings, a spherical earth, and all the rest, that are leading the nations ever closer to destruction, for there is no faithfulness in their mouth, their inward part is very wickedness, their throat is an open sepulchre, they flatter with their tongue. Psalm 5:9. Reasons for the dinosaur hoax to enumerate. There are at least TWO really good reasons for the Freemasons to fabricate the dinosaur deception. 1. To make the Creator seem powerless to save his creation, mankind, in the face of whatever type extinction level event supposedly wiped out the dinosaurs. Such a constant extinction level threat would indicate man's tenuous insignificance, a mere creature like the dinosaur, who could easily be wiped away by the impersonal, chaotic, and mechanistic God of the epistemological Masonic cartel, the cold impersonal, heartless, lethal, pantheistic universe. 2. Often scientism priests claim that a massive asteroid that hit the Earth some astronomically distant time in the past and wiped out everything. This is a clever ruse to make the Earth appear older than it really is, which serves to give more credibility their unproven theory of evolution. Dinosaurs are a hoax. To this day, no one has ever excavated a complete dinosaur skeleton. Hence, the various species of dinosaurs are all artists' imaginations. Before the 1800s nobody had ever heard of a dinosaur, nor had anyone throughout the ages discovered a single dinosaur fossil. This includes every single culture from around world, from Native Americans to ancient Egyptians. The prehistoric monsters seen in museum exhibits are plaster casts. Real dinosaur bones are only allowed to be seen by a special group of government-appointed paleontologists. The whole dinosaur industry is propaganda created as a way to validate Darwin's false theory of evolution. The big stick myth, nuclear hoax making up the H-bomb, what the myth was for and what they did. I'm taking the liberty of reposting a comment made by first-class skeptic. If we assume A-bombs never worked, why go on to invent H-bombs too? Well, it had occurred to me that perhaps Groves and the others realized that they had gone too far in promoting their imaginary atomic bomb as a wonderful weapon. The general public began thinking up a lot of good uses for it. During Vietnam, people said, why don't they just drop the bomb on them? And even during the Iraq invasion, people said, why don't they just nuke them? It may have surprised the Manhattan Group that white Christians didn't have any reservations about obliterating non-white, non-Christians. And why be afraid of a weapon that only you possessed? Realizing that the public might start demanding the use of the atomic bomb, which of course couldn't be realized because it didn't exist, they had to think up reasons not to use the bomb. So I can imagine a four-prong method. 1. Promote this radiation stuff that drifted with the wind, so that an atomic war could never be localized, but affected everyone around Earth. 2. Promote the brotherhood of man in all the Christian churches, so that white Christians would have some reservations about bombing someone halfway around the world. I don't think this has worked so well, really. 3. Leak the plans for the imaginary weapon to the USSR and other places. Develop mutually assured destruction. So, the weapon isn't yours alone anymore. 4. Juice the weapons up to such a size, and say there are so many of them, and talk about how many times over the Earth could be destroyed, thus making nuclear war unthinkable. Very ingenious point, worth repeating. At the time, late 50s/early 60s, Bertrand Russell was saying something like, "Modern science has made it inevitable that all must live or all must die." This seems an odd claim, since hardly any countries were supposed to have the things. But if there's huge destruction and radiation, and moreover if shelters are stated to be more or less impractical, then neighbors and other countries get harmed too. Also, it made it necessary to have leaks to the Russians, i.e. Jews controlling the Soviet Union, which of course is the sort of thing Jews do habitually on autopilot. It also made it necessary to oppose Senator Joseph McCarthy and generally agitate in favor of supposed spies. If the issue really had been that serious, it's hard to imagine anyone being lax about it. Similar thing with AIDS, of course. Russell, apologies to Americans, I'm a sort of fan of his, but I think his impact in the USA was less than here, is now known to have been fed information from British official sources, and it's hard to know how much of it was Russell giving his own views, and Russell trimming to e.g. suit his view of world government. The info to him must have been rather secret. Dennis Healy says in his autobiography that he visited Russell to quiz him on nuclear issues, but wasn't impressed, suggesting various branches were doing their own things. Just like many childhood fantasies promoted by the state, I used to believe in the atomic bomb. Then I grew up. I realized that every official pronouncement of the state must be held as being highly suspicious. Here are some reasons why I question the very existence of nuclear bombs. Supporting evidence for points below will be covered later. Trinity film documentation shows the building of a tower like the supposed nuclear bomb tower, but with TNT. Building of the TNT tower was purportedly for comparing a nuclear blast to a conventional explosion. This is claimed to be the largest ever conventional blast. Considering that many of the Manhattan Project scientists doubted that nuclear bomb technology could work at all, the rush to produce a highly theoretical technology could have easily been faked, with the Army passing off the TNT detonation as the nuclear one. If the nuclear bomb technology were impossible, it is entirely plausible for such a scenario to exist. At least one of the highest scientists was excluded from examining the Trinity blast, a blast which was conducted at night, with observers not needing to know the actual distance, and which had characteristics they could not verify as being different from a huge conventional blast. The geopolitical claims and implications of nuclear weapons are myths. Critical examinations of the technical specifications and technical hurdles makes the production of nuclear bombs unlikely. The technical hurdles are made exponentially more difficult as a result of proposed miniaturization of nukes even to the size of grapefruit. The over-the-top claims of an artificial element that can have all the amazing and improbable properties of plutonium, making it excellent for producing complicated bombs, is consistent of the creation of an elaborate fiction. The apocalyptic nature of the exaggerated claims of nuclear weapons, and the threat of creating a nuclear winter calls into serious question the very existence of nuclear weapons. This is evidence that the nuclear narratives are more characteristic of psyops rather than of reality. The improbable properties of plutonium for the production of nuclear bombs also calls into question its purported use in nuclear-powered space probes. Where is all the lead shielding that would be required to protect workers and components of these space probes, which incidentally would also make it too heavy to launch? The claim that the Soviet Union and the United States were avowed enemies during the Cold War is a myth. No credible evidence exists that there has ever been such a device as an intercontinental ballistic missile of Soviet origin. No credible evidence exists that the Soviets had any quantity of nuclear weapons as claimed by the US government. No unedited film footage exists of an American ICBM being launched on one continent and arriving on another continent. The intense race for the bomb has intense political motives for forgery. The dimensions and weights of the bombs are not consistent with photos showing bombs being suspended or transported without expected heavy-duty hardware. Film footage of the supposed nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are edited and cannot be verified by chain of custody or chain of events. Many of the proposed human effects of these nuclear bombings have not been independently verified, but have been under strict military control. The purported nuclear bomb areas were under very strict control by US military, so that independent scientific verification of nuclear phenomena have not been made. Museum artifacts at the Hiroshima Museum contain features easily forged with claims not independently verified. Photographs of Hiroshima match the characteristics of conventional firebombing when compared to cities like Tokyo. Hiroshima lacks any characteristics that would be unique to acclaimed nuclear bombing. Movie footage of purported nuclear bomb detonations commonly show visual effects consistent with special effects, and overlay of different exposures. Movies are often Hollywood-style with frequent splicing of unrelated footage put together as one event. For instance, ubiquitous cuts between explosions, audience reactions, and instrumentation. This with the raw archival footage? The extreme fear-mongering during the Cold War is itself suspect. It took a sharp turn from the constant paranoia of mutually assured destruction, to paranoia after the Cold War that Soviet scientists were selling nuclear bomb components to terrorists, yet this never led to any of these feared nuclear attacks. The lack of any nuclear detonations at the hands of enemy nations or terrorists, even accidentally, supports the notion that nukes do not exist. Claims of extreme danger of the materials associated with making nuclear weapons and the maintenance of nuclear power plants has been brought into question by a nuclear expert who would swim in pools of water used in nuclear power plants without any ill effect. Color footage of supposed nuclear test detonations are also inconsistent with the temperatures purported to be involved. With temperatures identical to that of the sun, we shouldn't be seeing dirty orange fire and black smoke, which is more characteristic of things like TNT or napalm. The idea that mushroom clouds are unique to nuclear blasts is also a complete myth. In fact, you can create a mushroom cloud explosion in your backyard with common materials. I like these controversial topics, and I hope many of these ideas are discussed on this immutable blockchain history. PSYOPs are just an extension of propaganda, so it's important to question everything, however uncomfortable it may be. Although my energy is focused elsewhere, I think this blockchain would be a great place to discuss and write about any and all the controversial ideas that are out there. It would make for good late-night reading. That's what a censorship-resistant blockchain and free speech is all about, isn't it? Jesse Ventura once said, "Popular speech doesn't need protection, it's unpopular speech that needs protection." I agree with his sentiments. Thanks so much for your input. I would like everyone to consider what the nuclear hoax implies. Really, this would be the mother of all state hoaxes of the 20th century. Consider that the nuclear bomb was impossible to make. The science was not there. The theories were incorrect. The genius of geniuses were fabrications. Not even $1,000 million could produce the impossible a weapon of apocalyptic proportions that produces the heat of 10,000 suns. Give me a break. The bomb never made anyone surrender. It never won a war. It did not deter wars. It did not stop communism. The communist never has a nuclear threat. The Cold War was a fantasy. The military-industrial complex which was sustained to counter the Soviet nuclear threat was a big lie. The massive secret infrastructure to counter the Soviet nuclear threat was a big lie. The space race based on superior technology is in question as well. Excuse me, but the whole rationale for building the massive state super-complex after World War II is a complete fraud. And all the nuclear paranoia promoted by the state is downright evil. Even now the rhetoric that states blurt out on mass media about this or that power trying to obtain nuclear weapons is a complete charade. I sleep better. I feel relieved. There is no doomsday weapon. There never has been. We've been had. Now we can really start to live and be free. Nuclear hoax notes below. Hiroshima was fire-bombed, there never was an atomic bomb. It's all a hoax that cost U.S. taxpayers $20 to $40 billion annual for the charade, upgrading the fake nukes. Silos, storage, manufacturing, distribution, all fake nukes. Why do governments surround us with lies? To retain their power. Truth disposes dictators. Bank of Japan building at Riho-Dori Street, Kamayacho, Naka-ku, Hiroshima, 2013, was built 1936 and located almost below the alleged atomic bomb explosion 1945. It survived the bombing without serious damages, a clear evidence that no atomic bomb was used, only napalm carpet bombing. Our worldview affects what we can see and consider. You can review and confirm this. We have to know and act in truth. If we avoid establishing truth, then the world's rich bankers/media/government will continue to destroy our world, our freedom, our reality. On the A-bomb on Hiroshima, the evidence is that it was just firebombed like Tokyo. Was there any radiation after the bombing? The streetcars of Hiroshima were up and running 3 days after the bombing. The area was photographed by people walking around on foot, no radiation? Wood buildings were destroyed, but the masonry buildings remained. Jacob Thorin, his last name is not pronounced like you might think, comes on to talk about an odd duck who raged all over the JREF board about the impossibility of building a nuclear, fission and fusion, bomb. Just can't happen. Didn't work in 1945. Won't work today. It's just a money grab, folks. Atomic bombs do not work. Nuclear bomb won't work, folks. Summary: atomic bombs do not work. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not destroyed by atomic bombs in 1945. The Japanese towns with their simple wood/paper houses were destroyed by napalm carpet bombings. The atomic bombs were just U.S. propaganda of false information to impress the Soviet Union. But Stalin wasn't fooled. He invented/faked his own atomic bomb 1949. The 69-years-old hoax from August 6, 1945, is still working, kept going strong by physicists that cannot get any better jobs than lying for their governments, the only real job many physicists can get, apart from being a school teacher. Iran is trying for 30 years to fake their Islamic atomic bomb that Stalin did in 4 years. The International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and its boss Yukiya Amano are part of the hoax. Just ask them about it. The following documentary explores the truth about nuclear energy and the surprisingly abundant evidence that nuclear weapons are a hoax. Many of the nuclear explosion videos we have all seen and presumed real are shown to be complete fakes using model trees, houses and cars exploding on a set. The destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not the result of one large explosion as advertised, but rather the result of a firebombing campaign comparable to Tokyo's firebombed remains. Hiroshima and Nagasaki also never experienced anything like the hundreds or thousands of years of radiation predicted by nuclear scientists. In fact, vegetation began growing within a month after the bombing, and the Japanese people began rebuilding almost immediately. Some nuclear physicists even claim nuclear weaponry fraudulent based solely on the technical impossibilities of fission material not to be incinerated before triggering the necessary chain reaction. Top nuclear physicist Galen Windsor explains how nuclear power plants are essentially just steam plants and nothing but the most expensive and effective way to boil water. He completely blows the lid off the idea of nuclear meltdown or nuclear waste, and even eats a good portion of live radioactive waste on camera, which he claims to have been doing for years. His professional opinion is that fear of nuclear radiation has been greatly exaggerated to scare people, and so a few powerful organizations can maintain total control of the world's most valuable energy resource. The A-bomb hoax was created by two sick and powerful men in the 1940s, U.S. President F.D. Roosevelt and USSR dictator J. Stalin. Media assisted to back up the lies. The simple people were made to believe that compressing two pieces of metal together allowed one single neutron to fission one metal atom to start an A-bomb explosion that happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan August 1945, killing children and women. Compressed metal pieces and neutrons cannot explode, but it is against the law to say so, and media and universities support this law. So you have to learn about it at http://hiwako.tripod.com/bomb.htm9. Nuclear arms are very safe and secure. They cannot harm anything. But it is illegal to say so. Have you heard about Trofim Lysenko? He was the inventor of pseudoscience around 1930. Stalin loved him. Ever heard about Stalin? A mass murderer that together with Hitler started WW2 by attacking East Poland and Finland 1939, and the Baltic States 1940, and who U.S. President Roosevelt liked a lot. Stalin could keep East Poland and the Baltic States after WW2. Ever heard about Roosevelt? He created the A-bomb. With a little help from friends. Atomic bombs were and are just propaganda. There is no evidence that they worked 1945 or later. The atomic bomb was invented pseudo-scientific style by an American, Robert O. Lysenko, a cousin of Trofim, but assisted by A. Einstein and encouraged by Roosevelt. The atomic bombs were actually invented by science fiction writer H.G. Wells already 1913, nearly 30 years before U.S. President Roosevelt started the Manhattan Project. Wells' The World Set Free described cities around the world being devastated by what he called atomic bombs. Wells predicted not only the mushroom cloud we associate with atomic bombs, but their lasting radiation as well. Few who had ventured into these areas of destruction and survived attempted any repetition of their experiences. There are stories of puffs of luminous, radioactive vapor drifting sometimes scores of miles from the bomb center and killing and scorching all they overtook. B. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were typical chemical firestorm sites like Tokyo, Dresden, Hamburg, ground zero brick concrete steel stayed up. Even their flagpoles etc., radioactive junk could have been dropped with chemicals. C. Most Japan houses were wood so burned. D. Media hides witnesses who saw multiple bombers, etc. Nuke bomb terror has earned trillions for the cabal since 1945, and since 1960s has been major tool of Israeli terror against Arabs in the world. 1967 and 1973 wars. 1945, USA chemically bombs Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like Tokyo, Dresden, Hamburg, also dumping illness-inducing radioactive items. Media and Japanese witnesses who saw plane fleets, told to shut up. Nuke story sold by adding chemical blast mushroom clouds in film and photos. USA has nuclear bombs. 1949 Soviet Union accepts deal for Russian elites to get wealthy by playing along with Cold War and global nuclear terror. Commie Russia has the bomb. 1952 UK Brits and London Financial Centre doesn't want to feel second class as Anglo Empire dominates world. UK has the bomb. 1960 France chafes not to be second class to roast beef eating Brits. Accepts deal to become nuclear if they pretend to be the ones giving Israel nuclear technology. France and De Gaulle have the bomb. 1964 China gets upgraded to Major League to help justify escalating military spending. Commie China has the bomb now. 1966 Israel gets to join the club as per earlier deal with France in time to terrorize and intimidate Arabs. In 1967 and 1973 wars, Jews have the bomb and Jews are ready to Samson option everybody. Later confirmed by brave whistleblower Vanunu to MI6 London Times. 1974, India takes deal to stop being so non-aligned and side more with big powers, insulting India's own heritage by calling their bomb program Smiling Buddha. India now has the bomb. 1979, South Africa's white apartheid government gets to play act in compensation for all their abuse in Western media, but agrees in advance to dismantle any bombs before Mandela or any black government can find out the scam. Joins with Israel and Taiwan in bomb test. White racist South Africa has the bomb ready to kill black people, showing anyone can get a bomb. But bombs all taken apart and shipped away before Mandela takes over. 1998, Pakistan is central player in new Western anti-Muslim theme and revving up war on terror. And Pakistan finally gets to upgrade to par with old rival India. Pakistani Muslims have the bomb and Osama, or terrorists might get a hold of it, plus Pakistan sells bombs to Saudi Arabia for extra bonus. 2006, North Korea, always making deals for latest consumer products for ruling family and elite, gets to upgrade to nuclear club. Crazy North Korea has the bomb. The treason of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg was probably part of the US show, and they were not executed but given new identities. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 was also a total fake, with both Khrushchev and Kennedy cynically aware that they were engaged in a bogus argument about non-existent A-bombs. They had, however, just a little earlier decided to start the fake space race with Cosmos clown Gagarin. 1961 flying around the Earth in less than 120 minutes. In the USA, it is against the law to tell the truth about the A-bomb. The significance of the atomic bomb for military purposes is clear according to U.S. Atomic Energy Act of 1946, Public Law 585, 79th Congress. That really foolish piece of shit, i.e. the U.S. Atomic Energy Act of 1946, and its revisions, charges the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, and later the U.S. Department of Energy, DOE, with regulating restricted data wherever it appears and wherever it comes from, i.e. control of information. In plain language, censorship. The Restricted Data Clause of the U.S. Atomic Energy Act specifies that all nuclear weapons-related information is to be considered classified unless explicitly declassified, and makes no distinction about whether said information was created in a laboratory by a government scientist or anywhere else in the world by private citizens. Major Alexander P. de Seversky, who 1945 inspected the bombed towns of Japan, testified, "In Hiroshima, I was prepared for radically different sights. But, to my surprise, Hiroshima looked exactly like all the other burned-out cities in Japan. There was a familiar pink blot, about 2 miles in diameter. It was dotted with charred trees and telephone poles. Only one of the city's 20 bridges was down. Hiroshima's clusters of modern buildings in the downtown section stood upright. It was obvious that the blast could not have been so powerful as we had been led to believe. It was extensive blast rather than intensive. I had heard of buildings instantly consumed by unprecedented heat. Yet here I saw the building structurally intact, and what is more, topped by undamaged flag poles, lightning rods, painted railings, air raid precaution signs and other comparatively fragile objects. At the T-bridge, the aiming point for the atomic bomb, I looked for the bald spot where everything presumably had been vaporized in the twinkling of an eye. It wasn't there or anywhere else. I could find no traces of unusual phenomena." Ms. Madeline R. Creedon, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of Atomic War for Global Strategic Affairs, whatever that can be? Propaganda? Suggested October 30, 2013 that Madeline R. Creedon asked Congress for $10 billion to upgrade non-working scrap and plenty 1960s electronics. A key component of the life extension program is the replacement of an expensive parachute system with a newly designed tail assembly. She wants $10 billion to upgrade a program that never worked. Propaganda. The A-bomb weighed about 2 tons? 4,400 kilograms, but only had 61 kilograms or 100 pounds. Of explosive uranium? INTL. Bankers via Fed. Reserve/got control of money worldwide. They can pay anyone to lie, do evil, for diverse purposes without worrying about the cost-effectiveness. Free money from bankers generates huge problems: immorality, evil, greed, etc. What bankers want is more money and more power. So how do these ruling powers get people, you and me, to submit to their will? They threaten people with injury, loss, property/money, or jail. The elites control the laws, courts, attorneys and judges, legislators too. With their unlimited money, in a poker game, you can bluff. If you do it well, you can win money. So, from NASA we see, if you can't do something, then just fake it. Fake moon landings. It is always easier to fake than to do. From Germany WW2, we see the bigger the lie, the more believable it is. People think, surely something so big, so widely known, it must be true. So, in the 1940s, it seemed that nuclear or atomic reactions were possible to release huge energy. Ted's jest, so they spent incredible money. You could have just gone to Germany and Japan and bought all their homes, cars and factories, for less than the cost to bomb them. The government wanted to have the ultimate weapon to threaten other counties and people to submit to us. So, the U.S. government poured money into Manhattan Project, How to Make a Bomb, Oak Ridge 10, Uranium-235, and Hanford Wash. Plutonium, How to Make or Concentrate the Volatile Nuclear Materials. The illusion was Germany might build the bomb first, so US government wasted incredible sums spending to pursue developing the bomb. They employed 500,000 people who did not understand what they were doing. US government was desperate to build the bomb. They built huge factories at Oak Ridge, 1/2 mile long and 1,000 feet wide, 2 million square foot. Yet they did not yet even know how the factory would work. Lots of emergency money spent without much control, working on the fear and urgency tactic. War, loans, expenditures in emergencies are great for bankers' profits. As scientists realized they could not make a workable bomb, they involved 1,000s of soldiers to witness test etc., so that they'd pass the story on by word of mouth, to their nieces, friends, associates, etc. They saw the fake test explosions. Fakes were huge piles of TNT exploded and viewed from 20 miles away. Who would know it was not nuclear? Then, because this was national security, they label everything as secret or even radioactive to keep away prying eyes. Government forbid people from talking to each other. Isolate all knowledge, progress, developments. National security. Secret, secret, secret. Nuclear bombs are a hoax, they never did not will work. They are huge budget expenditure to promote the illusion that they are possible, prepared and abundant. They induce fear to you and me, to our own countrymen as well as to our supposed enemies. Military is a self-fulfilling fantasy. Where we once spent on real hardware, planes, tanks, guns, ammunitions, now we spend extreme amounts to just keep the illusion up that we are mighty, and have nuclear weapons in abundance. Nuclear weapons do not deter war, destroying cities do not end wars. Wars are the result of psychopaths running our countries. What value is war? It kills millions, destroys property and costs millions to repay and to rebuild. Only the war profiteers get benefit, while the millions of our countrymen die. The world is whatever you want to make it. I think it is best to learn truth, then stand on it. Many people are living tied to lies which can only bring pain, suffering, loss. Letting others, authorities, tell you what is true is giving your fate to psychopath, evil, cruel criminals. The great jet fuel hoax, free energy is real. It's a recent discovery that passenger airplanes do not carry much fuel, technological achievement being hidden from public eyes. You won't believe this. I've never really thought about this before, but how could aluminum airplane wing hold 250 tons in an Airbus A380, for example? There is no way those wings could hold that heavy, right? An Abrams tank weighs between 50 to 60 tons depending on armor package. Do you honestly think each wing could hold 2 Abrams tanks? Even one of these tanks would shear that wing clean off. Some thin aluminum structures and pop rivets is not going to hold in a tank. There is only one conclusion. You may have noticed exhaust coming from the rear of the plane when you looked out the window in the gate area. It is from the auxiliary power unit, APU, fueled with kerosene, which is like a mini jet engine, usually located in the back of the plane, containing a compressor needed to start jet engines. Once started, main engines run without propellant. Free energy must be already existing. That's right, these planes have been able to fly on free energy for a long time, and they've kept that secret from us. The molecular path to shamanism, Francis Crick and the double helix delusion geneticists, James Watson and Francis Crick, a molecular biologist, biophysicist, and neuroscientist by trade, conducted no DNA experiments of their own, according to the U.S. National Library of Medicine. And yet in 1953 they discovered the DNA molecule known as the double helix by drawing upon the experimental results of others and relying on brilliant intuition, persistence, and luck. But there is a missing ingredient here. As the story goes, Francis Crick burst through the front door of his Cambridge home spouting barely legible gibberish to his then-wife about two spirals twisting in opposite directions from one another. Being herself somewhat of an artist, she put vision to paper, and like Walt Disney with Mickey Mouse, the coiling double helix was promptly born. To celebrate, the couple met up with research partner James Watson, and the trio drunk themselves silly at a local pub. It should be noted that Crick was a devoted fan of author Aldous Huxley. He famously threw nude parties throughout the 1950s and 60s. But most importantly of all, Crick was a devoted connoisseur of LSD. What Francis Crick essentially discovered, ironically enough, is the caduceus, the staff carried by Hermes Trismegistus throughout ancient Greek mythology. One might immediately recognize the caduceus should he have observed a pair of two intertwined snakes imprinted on ambulances and medical buildings across the world. Though one needn't only look there. The twin serpents of the double helix seem to show up frequently throughout the annals of science, from the subatomic scale to the motions of celestial mechanics, and even the coils of entire galaxies. There's simply no escaping the ancient serpent. In Mutants and Mystics, science fiction, superhero comics, and the paranormal, author Jeffrey J. Kripal doesn't mince his words when writing on the oversaturation of the caduceus. It is at once the double helix scepter of the DNA molecule, the phallic serpent who brought sex and death into the world, and the myth of the Garden of Eden, and a sign of the Kundalini. The two spiraled currents of energy that are likened to a serpent as they spark and spike up, down, and around the central channel of the spinal column in Tantric Yoga. Most of all though, the caduceus is the staff of Hermes, the ancient Greek god of language and, later, occult philosophy, alchemy, and Western magic. The staff of Hermes has been a favorite for British comic book writer Alan Moore, who openly advertises the arts in its many varying forms to be deeply rooted in occultism. His comic book series Promethea, 1999 to 2005, was a cauldron for occult philosophy, Jewish mysticism, the tarot, tantric yoga, psychedelia, sex magic, and infamous spheres of the Kabbalah. Regarding his use of the caduceus, Moore explains, magic, after all, is ruled by Hermes, his symbol, this caduceus, its double helix serpents representing mankind's evolution. They wind apart, and then recombine, progressing towards their ultimate synthesis towards winged blazing godhead. Yet Crick's double helix discovery ventures even further back than the Olympian who supplied Hermeticism to Western civilization. To this the snake-worshipping Chaldeans deserve due credit. Writes A. L. Frothingham in Babylonian Origin of Hermes the Snake God, and of the Caduceus, 1916. The Proto-Hermes was always a snake god, and before the era of complete anthropomorphism he was thought of in snake form. But it is an essential element of his function that he was not a single snake, for the great single earth snake was the mother goddess, but the double snake, male and female, the most prolific form of copulation in the animal kingdom. But let's not forget, the Egyptians also had a part in Crick's discovery. Did Pharaoh not wear a cobra on his crown as a symbol of the divine word and third eye, the pineal gland by which true hidden knowledge might be discovered to the devoted initiate? In his book, The Secret in the Bible, author Tony Bushby suggests the capstone of the Great Pyramid was once a clear crystal or glass that produced a visible beacon of light from its apex. He writes, whenever a light is shone down into a glass pyramid in exact scale or proportion as the Great Pyramid, a rainbow serpent is created. The light provides a type of force or energy that, in turn, creates the vertical spiral of light, a serpent upraised, invisible in rock, but visible in a clear substance. That is what the ancient Egyptian priesthood meant when they said, "A serpent lies coiled in the Great Pyramid." Bushby's conclusion is as you might now suspect. The rainbow serpent, directly referenced by the priesthood, was a double helix-like representing Francis Crick's strand of DNA. Every continent seems to have a role in ancient serpent worship. Claude Levi-Strauss writes of the Aztecs, "In Aztec, the word Codal means both serpent and twin. The name Quetzalcoatl can thus be interpreted either as plumed serpent or magnificent twin." Throughout shamanic religions from Australia to Tibet and Eastern Asia, back into Egypt again. Throughout Africa and finally North and South America, visions of spiral ladders or braided ropes cannot be overlooked either. Authors Mircea Eliade, Willard R. Trask and Wendy Doniger write in Shamanism, archaic techniques of ecstasy, the symbolism of the rope, like that of the ladder, necessarily implies communication between sky and earth. It is by means of a rope or a ladder, as too by a vine, a bridge, a chain of Arnya, etc., that the gods descend to earth and men go up to the sky. In 1961, anthropologist Michael Harner journeyed to the Peruvian Amazon rainforest to study the shamanistic religion of the Canibo Indians. Here he encountered a world of true hallucination. Upon finally ingesting the hallucinogenic substance, and according to his own account, giant reptilian creatures resting at the lowest depths of his brain began to project a series of scenes and images before his eyes. Says Harner, "First they showed me the planet Earth as it was eons ago, before there was any life on it. I saw an ocean, barren land, and a bright blue sky. Then black specks dropped from the sky by the hundreds and landed in front of me on the barren landscape. I could see the specks were actually large, shiny, black creatures with stubby pterodactyl-like wings and huge whale-like bodies. They explained to me in a kind of thought language that they were fleeing from something out in space. They had come to the planet Earth to escape their enemy. The creatures then showed me how they had created life on the planet in order to hide within the multitudinous forms and thus disguise their presence. Before me, the magnificence of plant and animal creation and speciation, hundreds of millions of years of activity, took place on a scale, and with a vividness impossible to describe. I learned that the dragon-like creatures were thus inside all forms of life, including man. Here comes the crucial part of Harner's testimony to the drug. In retrospect, one could say they were almost like DNA, although at that time, 1961, I knew nothing of DNA. Author Jeremy Narby also testifies to this bizarre double helix knowledge among the shamans of the Peruvian rainforest when he writes, by ritually ingesting mind-altering plant mixtures. Peruvian Amazon shamans take their consciousness down to the molecular level and gain access to biomolecular information. Elsewhere he states, the first, plant, contains a hallucinogenic substance, dimethyltryptamine, which also seems to be secreted by the human brain, but this hallucinogen has no effect when swallowed, because a stomach enzyme called monoamine oxidase blocks it. The second plant, however, contains several substances that inactivate this precise stomach enzyme, allowing the hallucinogen to reach the brain. So here are people without electron microscopes who choose, among some 80,000 Amazonian plant species, the leaves of a bush containing a hallucinogenic brain hormone, which they combine with a vine containing substances that inactivate an enzyme of the digestive tract, which would otherwise block the hallucinogenic effect. And they do this to modify their consciousness. It is as if they knew about the molecular properties of plants and the art of combining them, and when one asks them how they know these things, they say their knowledge comes directly from hallucinogenic plants. Most remarkably, what they gain access to is the DNA strand itself. which appears to be conscious and capable of bestowing real knowledge about botany, medicine, culture, and life itself. Nature is minded. Hence the ladders and snakes seen in the shamanic visions, and the cosmic serpent creation myths found around the world. See, this is what irks me about modern scientists: their shameless denial. I had the opportunity to sit down for breakfast with Answers in Genesis astronomer Danny Faulkner last week, a butting of heads which I am grateful for and will fondly remember, and at any rate. When I brought up the role Hermeticism and the mystery schools had in the shaping of Western philosophy and the sciences, he immediately quipped, "No. No. No. You have it backwards. Science came first and then the occult twisted and contorted it." And yet, in light of what I've written and so much more which I left out, I can only conclude the U.S. National Library of Medicine is mocking us when it writes, "The double helix has not only reshaped biology, it has become a cultural icon, represented in sculpture, visual art, jewelry, and toys." The double snake helix. Wherever it is found, from the staff of Hermes to the capstone of Egypt's Great Pyramid, and not to be overlooked, India's Kundalini is a conscious entity, if the occult has a say in it. And yet I cannot deny much has been accomplished through genetic studies. Just consider this: NASA has accomplished much as well. Many technological advances have been pushed through their pipeline and sold to the highest bidder, yet they will not show us a real photo of Earth. Like NASA's planet, why do we have so many CG photos of the double helix? Have doctors believed Crick and his contemporaries on blind faith, or have countless others observed a 3D double helix through the microscope? The simplest web search delivers smoke and mirrors. CG, 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 and yet more CG. Until only a few years ago, we never once had an actual photo of Crick's double helix, and if you pay attention to the two pillars they've photographed, it looks stunningly Masonic. Ladder, coiling twin snakes, two pillars. Why couldn't they photograph Crick's discovery back in any other decade of the 20th century? Perhaps we really do have a coiling double helix. Maybe it's all part of the enmity between the serpent and the woman. But one thing my studies into the blind faith demanded of scientism has taught me: if it originates with esoteric learning, the occult, or the mysteries, then I'm probably looking at wishful thinking on their part. Let us not forget, and thanks for reminding me, Francis Crick was not a fan of the serpent's great competitor, the religion of Christianity. Being ever so disdainful towards the gospel which promised to crush the head of the beguiler, he once quoted, "I do not respect Christian beliefs. I think they are ridiculous. If we could get rid of them, we could more easily get down to the serious problem of trying to find out what the world is all about." Crick later joked, "Christianity may be okay between consenting adults in private, but should not be taught to young children." The man who most certainly explored the doors of perception with LSD and other narcotics would rather indoctrinate our children with a coiling double helix. Crick was pushing occultism and Freemasonry for the uninitiated. How about DNA? Is it another occult hoax? Previously I wrote about the occult connections of the Copernican heliocentric model and the Big Bang. I've seen and heard others discuss them previously, but there's one thing I haven't seen questioned, at least not much, that is DNA. We've all seen cartoon images of the double helix of DNA. Or as the U.S. National Library of Medicine website writes, the double helix has not only reshaped biology, it has become a cultural icon, represented in sculpture, visual art, jewelry, and toys. It's commonly understood that the DNA double helix resembles the ancient symbol of the caduceus with intertwined twin serpents around a pole with wings. The symbol is called the staff of Hermes, the Greek god. It is associated with astrology and alchemy. It is also associated with medicine, but according to Wikipedia that is an incorrect use. The rod of Asclepius, a Greek god of healing, has only one serpent around a pole and no wings, is what they should be using. This obvious similarity between the DNA and the caduceus suggests one of three things. It's a coincidence, the ancients somehow knew about DNA, or modern science purposefully inserted this occult symbol of a pagan god into our minds as being part of our very flesh. I don't think it is a coincidence. Discovery of DNA. James Watson and Francis Crick discovered the DNA in the 50s. The U.S. National Library of Medicine website, interestingly, writes as follows: drawing on the experimental results of others, they conducted no DNA experiments of their own. Taking advantage of their complementary scientific backgrounds in physics and X-ray crystallography, Crick, and viral and bacterial genetics, Watson, and relying on their brilliant intuition, persistence, and luck. The two showed that DNA had a structure sufficiently complex, and yet elegantly simple enough to be the master molecule of life. They didn't conduct their own experiments, but they managed to discover the double helix structure. Moreover, it's commonly known that Francis Crick was inspired by LSD to make his great discovery. It sounds more like something an artist or a weird religious person would do, get an epiphany by doing drugs. That's hardly the scientific method. Cracked.com even mentions that Crick was a fan of Aldous Huxley's, a well-known, or well-alleged transhumanist globalist mastermind, Doors of Perception. The phrase double helix is interesting too. According to the online etymology dictionary, a helix is a spiral thing. It comes from the Greek helix, genitive helikos, a word used of anything in a spiral shape, an armlet, a curl of hair, the tendril of a vine, a serpent's coil. A serpent's coil, you say? The DNA resembles the coiled twin serpents of the caduceus. Notice a pattern yet? The enmity with the serpent seed. Things like these make me go, maybe the Bible was right all along. Genesis 3:15 states, "And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel." Maybe God intended humans to have a single helix DNA. But because of the serpent's genetic involvement, now we have double, seed of the woman and seed of the serpent. Another thing is that the DNA is sometimes called a ladder, and is associated with Jacob's ladder. The ladder is also a part of Masonic iconography. Perhaps they knew something, or perhaps they wanted to insert their occult beliefs into our biology. The person in the center in the picture below is holding a key. The Cracked.com article writes, LSD. Yes, when not discovering the key to life, and winning the Nobel Prize for it, Crick spent the 50s and 60s throwing all-night parties famous for featuring that era's favorite party favors, LSD and nudity. DNA is the key to life. Looks like Crick just was pushing Freemasonry for the uninitiated. Referring to the caduceus, or staff of Hermes, Wikipedia writes, "It is said the wand would wake the sleeping and send the awake to sleep. If applied to the dying, their death was gentle. If applied to the dead, they returned to life. It basically reverses things. I wonder if the staff could turn men into women and vice versa. Freedom into slavery? Victims into aggressors? If we take the wand to refer to modern science, it has certainly put many rational people to sleep by convincing their spiritual beliefs are nonsense. And it has awakened people who lack reason to acknowledge we cannot explain the existence of the world and life itself without some sort of creator to think themselves rational. What does DNA look like? I suppose I had always assumed that Crick and Watson managed to look at human tissue samples with a powerful microscope and saw DNA, or something to that extent. Now it does not seem like that was the case. I tried to find pictures of DNA on the internet, but much like pictures of outer space from NASA, they are cartoons or CGI images. For example, KSB.TV has this image, and a 4-second video showing the DNA double helix. At first, I thought it might be actual video of DNA taken through a microscope, but it says it's computer-generated. The New Scientist website has an article from 2012 titled DNA Imaged with Electron Microscope for the First Time. So DNA was discovered 60 years ago, but that was the first time it was imaged? So all of the scientists and medical students who were taught in universities that DNA is shaped like that were just basically told to take their word for it. Or they were able to see at microscopes themselves, but they just couldn't take photographs of DNA prior to 2012. Conclusion: I find the DNA double helix hokey as heck. I am not saying it's definitely a hoax, but I am highly skeptical. I do think that modern science has a real understanding of genes. I do think GMO manipulation is real, and supposedly DNA tests can reveal whether two people are related and so on. I don't think that it is all fake. The makeup of the DNA though, looking allegedly like the caduceus, I think is an occult hoax. Just the lack of pictorial evidence, and these occult themes, drugs, references to Aldous Huxley, around the concept of the DNA suggest that it is not science, but religion. Much like outer space, it seems that the inner space too, is a fabrication of talented sci-fi authors masquerading as scientists. I should give credit where it's due. The reason I wrote these last 3 articles was partially inspired by videos by YouTube channel The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. He has said some of the arguments in his videos I've used here, but I cannot link to any specific video since I don't recall what he said and where. Just check out his channel if you haven't done so already. Death by mathematics. Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Nikola Tesla: in the 20th century, physics underwent a transformation. No one would deny that. But normally the transformation is credited to relativity and quantum mechanics. And normally the transformation is seen as a great advance. In this paper, I will argue the opposite. The transformation was due more to a transformation in mathematics, and that transformation has been almost wholly deleterious. This transformation due to mathematics began in the 19th century, but it did not engulf physics until the 20th century. In the 19th century the stage was set. We had several abstract mathematical fields that reached fruition, including a math based on action variables and principles, a math based on curved space, a math based on matrices, a math based on tensors, a math based on I, and a math based on infinities. As I have shown, 19th century mathematics inherited many unsolved problems from the past, including problems from Euclid and Newton. It made no progress in solving these problems, because it did not recognize them as problems. It had already given up on foundational questions as metaphysics, and it preferred instead to create more and more abstract systems. The more abstract the mathematical system became, the more successful it could be in avoiding foundational questions. The clearest example of this is the field of applied mathematics, based on action variables. For the last 100 years we have heard an ever-increasing level of praise of action variables, culminating in the propaganda of Feynman. But action variables are just an abstraction of Newtonian variables. By abstraction, I mean that they do not add clarity, they cloak unclarity. Newtonian variables were never very rigorously defined, but action variables are very good at hiding Newtonian variables. Action variables do not replace Newtonian variables, as some appear to think. Action variables contain Newtonian variables. Action variables restate Newtonian variables in what is considered to be a more efficient form. But action variables are utterly dependent on Newtonian variables. If it were discovered that Newtonian variables were false, action variables would be too by definition. The action concept developed directly out of Newtonian mechanics, and action assumes the absolute validity of Newtonian mechanics. Action does not transcend Newton in any conceivable way, it only compresses his method. Just as velocity is a compression of distance in time, the Lagrangian is a compression of kinetic and potential energy. Each compression is a mathematical abstraction, because the individual variables are no longer expressed singly. They often do not appear in the equations at all. They are included only as parts of greater variables. From an engineering standpoint, this is a real advance. As long as the greater variables express the changes of the individual variables in the right way, abstract systems like this can save a lot of time. But from a theoretical standpoint, abstract mathematics can be a great danger. Since the individual variables are no longer in the equations, it becomes much more difficult to see when they are being misused. Abstract mathematics must assume that all its original assumptions are applying with each new application, and with many new applications this may not be so. If time and distance are not behaving in normal ways, then the equations have no way of correcting for that, since they don't have any way to express it. The equations rely on original definitions and assignments, and modern mathematicians and physicists do not usually bother to check to be sure that all these definitions and assignments hold for each new application. They don't do this for two reasons. 1. They often don't know what the original definitions and assignments were. The mathematical systems are taught as abstract systems, where foundations are considered to be movable. In the case of the Lagrangian, for instance, we are taught that the variables are general coordinates that we can apply to almost anything. Well, this is true to only a limited degree, and the limits have been ignored. 2. Definitions and variable assignments are considered to be metaphysical, and therefore beneath the notice of mathematicians and scientists. Modern scientists cannot be bothered to look at foundational questions, since math is only the equations themselves. If you have mastered the manipulations, you have mastered the math, they think. To be very clear, it is not action variables I object to. What I object to is their misuse. They are misused when they are applied to systems that do not match the time and distance assignments they were created for. I also object to the implied superiority of action variables. They are very efficient in some uses. But because they are abstract, they are prone to misuse. In this way they are actually inferior. They are inferior because they are less transparent than Newtonian variables. Newtonian variables are not always transparent either, but action variables are always less transparent. Action variables are the first cloaking of physics. And in some cases this cloaking is not an accident. Action variables and the math surrounding action is not always used to generate efficient solutions in familiar situations. It is now often used to blanket over holes in theory or math. Like many other mathematical systems, it is now used to mask purposeful fudges. Added February 2011, I have finally unwound the whole idea of action, via the Lagrangian, showing why it fails as mechanics. Go here to read how Lagrange pushed his math to match celestial mechanics, but failed to include the charge field. The next mathematical system that invaded physics is that of Gauss and Riemann, invading through the door of general relativity. This was really the first major invasion, and the most important. Up until then, physicists had been wary of allowing mathematicians to define their fields, especially with the new abstract systems. The action principle had not yet invaded physics on a full scale, and would not until the arrival of quantum mechanics. Einstein himself was very wary of abstract math, purposely avoiding it until 1912. Put simply, he did not trust it. But in that year he discovered Gauss and called on his friend Grossman to help him with the math. A couple of years later Einstein was hired in Berlin, and there he got even better help, from Hilbert and Klein, no less. Einstein had asked the wolf in at the front door. I don't think it is an accident or coincidence that the first thing the wolf tried to do is take over the house. Hilbert, after schooling Einstein on all the latest techniques, tried to beat Einstein to the punch by publishing the theory of general relativity 2 weeks before him. He didn't succeed in this dastardly trick, but amazingly history has not held it against him. Einstein quickly forgave him, and now Hilbert is treated as the greatest mathematician of the 20th century. But to me, this incident perfectly presaged the way the 20th century would go. The mathematics department, invited to consult, would see its opportunity to steal the show, and it has since stolen the show. Someone like Feynman could throw barbs at the math department, but this was only misdirection. The top mathematicians could look back over their shoulder in feigned opposition, only because they had already taken over the physics department. Feynman was not smirking at mathematics, he was smirking at mathematicians who were too narrow to cross over and become famous, like he had. It was as if to say, we now own physics, the queen of the sciences, and the modern kingmaker, and you guys prefer to argue over trivialities like Fermat. That will never win you a Nobel Prize or a trip to the White House. Einstein's success with the tensor calculus called all the present demons out of the closet, invited them all into the kitchen, and gave them control of the fire. He showed the road to fame, and the first stop on that road was enlisting a new abstract mathematics. That has been the road ever since, and it defines the current low road of string theory, which had planned to all opposition with a math so great and so abstract there was no beginning or end to it. Its plan is not moving as planned. Quantum mechanics was the first to learn this lesson though, and Heisenberg was the greatest student. Heisenberg understood first and best how to use mathematics to impress and cow the audience. He also understood first and best how to use mathematics as a tool of propaganda. A math of proper abstraction and complexity could be used to hide all error, to divert all effort, to deflect all criticism. It could be used like a very heavy, very highly decorated quilt, covering the bedbugs beneath. This new abstract math would come not with a foundation, but with a manifesto. It did not have axioms, it had public relations. It was not sold with an explanation, but with an interpretation, and this interpretation was to be accepted on authority. The takeover in the 20th century was very quick once it began. The mathematician Minkowski reworked special relativity before the presses had even cooled on Einstein's paper, expressing the field in complex and abstract terms. This reworking was completely unnecessary, but it was accepted just as fast as it was offered. The novelty of it was enough to complete the sale, although the price was steep indeed. The problem with Minkowski's math is the same as the math of action. The danger is all in the loss of transparent variables. Again, I have nothing against complex math as long as it is used with discretion and complete honesty. But Minkowski fails miserably on both counts, as I have shown. The symmetry is a manufactured symmetry, and the loss of the time variable has been disastrous. The subtle errors in Einstein's math were immediately cloaked under an abstract math, and that abstract math was in no way more elegant than the simple algebra of Einstein's original paper. Einstein's paper was dense, but that was Einstein's fault, not the algebra. Minkowski's unstated axioms were not only unstated and unnecessary, they were false. The time dimension does not travel orthogonally to the other three, and this is not a metaphysical subtlety. It is a physical and mathematical fact, easily proved. Even Einstein called Minkowski's math superfluous erudition. He was only half right. Minkowski's math was certainly superfluous, but it was false pedantry, not erudition. It was scientism and superficial. Even this unnecessary abstraction and obstruction was not enough to satisfy. Another level was soon added by the tensor calculus, a blanket 10 times as heavy as the blanket of Minkowski. Although I have shown that general relativity can be expressed with Newtonian variables, a Euclidean field, and high school algebra, the worthies of the time preferred to express it with an undefined curved field and a hatful of unwieldy tensors. In his previous mood, Einstein had said, once you start calculating, with abstract mathematics, you shit yourself up before you know it. But suddenly, in 1912, he developed a fondness for this mess. Perhaps he saw darkly what Heisenberg would see very clearly: the 20th century would have a love affair with shit. The century proved this in every field, from art to math to science to war to politics to entertainment to sex. The century loved nothing so much as watching someone foul himself in public, as long as that someone could sell the spectacle as a transcendent event. Once again, a Gaussian field and tensors and all that has followed can be made to work. In some situations it is actually useful. I am not arguing that these fields or manipulations are necessarily false. What I am arguing is that physics doesn't need them. The physical field is not that complex. We have invented maths that are much more complex than we need, and we have gotten lost in their mazes. The problem with the math of general relativity is that it cloaks the mechanics involved. It is too abstract by several degrees. This means that although Einstein sometimes found a way to get the right answer with all this math, he just as often got the wrong answer. The math is so difficult that almost no one can sort through it and tell when the answer is right and when it is wrong. Even worse is the fact that the opacity of the math makes it impossible to unify it with any other math. The primary events are buried so deep and are so poorly defined that there is no hope of expressing them with the mathematical tools available or isolating them so that they can be located in other fields. The mathematical manipulations become the primary events, and the mathematical field becomes reality. The math ends up usurping the mechanics. See my paper on non-Euclidean fields for more on this. This opacity causes another problem. Because the primary variables are buried under so many abstract layers, they cannot be studied when problems arise. Later repairs cannot be done at ground level, they have to be done in endmath that adds complexity. In QED this endmath is called renormalization. In GR it is called other things, but in either case it leads to an endless scholasticism, and an endless and unsightly tinkering. It ends up providing physics with equations that are post-dictive instead of predictive. Every new experiment requires a new fix, and each new fix is pasted over all the others. You then end up with what we have, a physical math that is burdened with so many fields and operators and manipulations and names that it makes medieval biblical exegesis look like a cakewalk. And it leads to the absurd situation of having physicists, who invoke Occam's razor, and the beauty of simplicity offer us a proliferation of fields and manipulations that is truly mind-numbing. When I see a string theorist invoke Occam's razor, I can't help feeling queasy. It is like Fox News invoking honesty in reportage. Next came quantum mechanics. Heisenberg saw Einstein's success with the matrices and voila! The matrix moved to QM, making it even more famous than GR. But this time we got a confluence of new abstract mathematics, the turn of the screw. It was feared the matrix would not be enough to wow the world, and so the matrix was joined by the Hamiltonian and Hilbert space and Hermitian operators and eigenvalues and so on. It was never explained why quanta could not travel in Euclidean spaces under transparent variables, just as it was never explained why gravity required tensors. It was never explained because no one needed an explanation. All were quite satisfied to have new things to do. The new math was the main draw. It gave the theory a required ballast and made everyone look smart. What was there not to like? Well, there was the fact that everything was based on probabilities, that the mechanics was contradictory and unfathomable, that many insoluble paradoxes were created, and that the math required an infinite renormalization that was basically hocus pocus. But I mean, other than that, what was not to like? If we could just learn to accept that nature no longer made sense, we would be just fine. After all, the math was big enough to make up for everything. What was nature next to a math that could fill blackboards? For a full critique of the math of QED, gauge theory, see my paper on the weak interaction. As David Politzer, Nobel laureate and inventor of asymptotic freedom put it, English is just what we use to fill in between the equations, asterisk, which may explain why the equations have gotten ever longer and the English ever more tenuous and fleeting. Theory must be stated in English. We have no theory, therefore we need no English. Equations will do. And now that QED is perfect, we graduate to the even bigger blackboard that is string theory. Since a huge unfathomable math was so successful in QED, string theory naturally developed an even huger and more unfathomable math, one with exponentially more paradoxes and contradictions, and ad hoc fixes. If QED requires an infinite renormalization, string theory requires a trans-infinite renormalization. Since QED so successfully ignored mechanics, string theory ignores it even more thoroughly. QED had to state out loud that it was going to ignore mechanics, as a matter of some sort of principle, we are not sure what principle. But string theory goes to the next level of ignorance, which is ignoring that mechanics exists or ever did exist. Like Mephistopheles, the string theorist can call up any entity he likes, just by a simple conjuring. He doesn't need an axiom, or a proof, or even a definition. All he needs is a need. Science is now defined by desire more than anything else. I desire a 10-dimensional donut with spikes like a pufferfish, and a gauge theory in the shape of a wombat sitting in the corner smoking a cigar. Therefore the universe and this computer model must supply me with one. Oh, and all this exists beneath the Planck limit. Except for the cigar, which disappears in the presence of a scanning microscope. Yes, modern physics has become a neo-scholasticism. It is the avoidance of real questions in the pursuit of trivial methodology. It is the memorization of an endless list of names and manipulations in lieu of understanding mechanics. It is the setting up in some black data hole, and extemporizing on an endless string of ever more ridiculous hypotheses, instead of looking at known physical problems closer at hand. It is the knee-jerk invocation of authority, and the explicit squelching of dissent. It is the hiding behind tall gates and a million gatekeepers, and euphemizing it as peer review. It is the institutionalized acceptance of censorship, and the creation of dogma. Grand masters like Feynman say, "Shut up and calculate." And everyone finds this amusing. No one finds it a clear instance of fascism and oppression. An internet search on against Feynman or Feynman was wrong or disagree with Feynman turns up nothing. The field is monolithic. It is completely controlled and one-dimensional. All discussion has been purged from the standard model, and all debate has been marginalized. Any non-standard opinion must be from a crank, and blacklisting is widespread. Publishing is also controlled, both in academia and in the mainstream. Einstein already found science publishing too controlled for his taste in the 30s, refusing to work with physical review. What would he think now? Can anyone imagine his early papers getting published in the current atmosphere? If you are an insider at a major university, you can publish anything, the more absurd the better. You can say anything without fear of contradiction or analysis, since science most wants right now to be creative, and it thinks, like modern art, that absurdity is the most creative thing possible. The paradox is the highest distinction, the contradiction the surest sign of elevation. The contemporary physics paper has become like Dubuffel's La Lunette Farcie, a purposeful mockery of all convention, a nothing packaged as a something. Soon the physicist may be expected to follow Duchamp, publishing a toilet seat as a TOE. Contrary to what we are told, contemporary physics is not booming. It is not very near to omniscience, it is not the crown jewel of anything. In fact, it is near death. It has been damaged by any number of things, only a few of which I have mentioned by name here. But the prime murderer has been abstract mathematics. Physics has succumbed to a suffocation. It is the victim of a strangulation. It is in a not-so-shallow grave, and piled on top of it like dirt are 1,000 fields and operators and variables and names and spaces and terms and eigenvalues and dimensions and criteria and functions and coordinates and conjugates and bases and bijective maps and automorphism groups and abelian gauge fields and Dirac spinors and Feynman diagrams, and so on ad nauseum. The only way the grave could be any deeper and darker, in fact, is if we allowed deconstruction to dump its transfinite dictionary of onanic terms on top of this one. The only road out of this grave is to start digging in the upwards direction, clearing away all this schist. The sort of math that physics requires is a math of rigorous definitions and transparent variables, with as little abstraction as possible. We don't need spaces of infinite dimensions, since we don't have infinite physical dimensions. We don't need abstract operators, we need direct representation of motions and entities. Taking the advice of Thoreau, we must simplify, simplify, simplify. That is our only hope of a unified field, and a mechanical explanation of the universe. Violating the conservation of matter and energy conservation is not a law of the universe. Energy conservation is not a law of the universe. It is a rule of convention that requires the definition of potential energy. The real law of physics is the work/energy theorem, which says that if you do work, it will have a similar effect as introducing the same amount of kinetic energy. One cannot object to the fact that potential energy, or rest mass energy, by itself, violates energy conservation. Its entire purpose for existing is to restore conservation of energy. That isn't its flaw, it's its purpose. New theory about dark energy breaks law of conservation of energy, conservation of momentum. Dark energy, not to be confused with dark matter, is the stuff that lets scientists know the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate. Although it's estimated to contribute to 68.3% of the total energy in the observable universe, dark energy never actually been directly measured or observed. A lot of the hypotheses that prop up its role in the expansion of the universe are still subject to scrutiny. And so, it goes that a trio of scientists thinks dark energy actually upends the law of conservation of energy. Total energy in the universe gradually disappears over time. The observation that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate, based on the measurement of brightness emitted by starlight as it moves outward toward the edges of an ever-growing universe, helps support the idea of a cosmological constant that dark energy is a pressure endemic to the vacuum of space. But calculations under quantum mechanics suggests that vacuum should fluctuate, and Einstein's general relativity suggests those fluctuations would produce enough energy to, well, annihilate the universe itself. So, the cosmological constant needs to exist, but it needs be small, and that's a big mystery plaguing physicists today. Researchers at Aix-Marseille University in France, and the National Autonomous University of Mexico in Mexico City think they have an explanation that reconciles this problem. Based off an alternative model of general relativity called unimodular gravity, energy doesn't need to be conserved. This violation basically sets the value of cosmological constant. The energy that disappears from the universe changes the constant itself. In the model, dark energy is something that keeps track of how much energy and momentum has been lost over the history of the universe. Alejandro Perez of Aix-Marseille University, one of the members of the research, told Science. There are two ways the researchers might be able to prove this. One is through a theory known as continuous spontaneous localization, which says that a subatomic particle can be in two places at once, which is sort of impossible, but larger objects like a house cannot, which is even more impossible. CSL also violates the conservation of energy, so it could be a framework under which the new dark energy theory also holds true. Unfortunately, we're still completely operating under abstract theory. There is no way at all to test this right now, and it's totally unclear how we might ever be able to test this new idea. But if we find a way one day, and it turns out to be true, be ready to say a speedy farewell to all the laws of physics you know and hold dear. The collapse of the law of conservation of energy would have extreme ramifications for pretty much everything we know about how the universe works. The conservation of matter can be violated. The conservation of matter can be violated is not any kind of law at all. It is nothing but a set of assumptions used for theoretical purposes by scientists playing with numbers, nothing more than that. Even Wikipedia admits that the concept of mass conservation is widely used in many fields such as chemistry, mechanics, and fluid dynamics. Historically, mass conservation was discovered in chemical reactions independently by Mikhail Lomonosov and later rediscovered by Antoine Lavoisier in the late 18th century. The formulation of this law was of crucial importance in the progress from alchemy to the modern natural science of chemistry. The conservation of mass only holds approximately, and is considered part of a series of assumptions coming from classical mechanics. The law has to be modified to comply with the laws of quantum mechanics and special relativity under the principle of mass-energy equivalence, which states that energy and mass form one conserved quantity. For very energetic systems, the conservation of mass only is shown not to hold, as is the case in nuclear reactions and particle-antiparticle annihilation in particle physics. Mass is also not generally conserved in open systems. Such is the case when various forms of energy and matter are allowed into or out of the system. However, unless radioactivity or nuclear reactions are involved, the amount of energy escaping or entering such systems as heat, mechanical work, or electromagnetic radiation is usually too small to be measured as a decrease in system mass. For systems where large gravitational fields are involved, general relativity has to be taken into account, where mass energy conservation becomes a more complex concept, subject to different definitions. And neither mass nor energy is as strictly and simply conserved as is the case in special relativity. Wikipedia. Hence, the very idea that the conservation of matter cannot be violated does not even apply outer space, anyway. Just more scientism gibberish from Vatican Jesuit brainwashing. In special theory of relativity, certain types of matter may be created or destroyed, but in all of these processes, the mass and energy associated with such matter remains unchanged in quantity. In other words, matter is created and destroyed in Einsteinian physics. But the information content, associated quantity, remains constant, as I have been saying all along. The information content remains constant and eternal all the time, but matter is created and destroyed continually. Sean Carroll, energy is not conserved in general relativity. I've been meaning to link to this post at the AR14 blog, which is a great source of quirky and interesting new papers. In this case, they are pointing to a speculative, but interesting paper by Martin Pearl and Holger Mueller, which suggests an experimental search for gradients in dark energy by way of atom interferometry. But I'm unable to get past this part of the blog post. The notion of dark energy is peculiar, even by cosmological standards. Cosmologists have foisted the idea upon us to explain the apparent accelerating expansion of the universe. They say that this acceleration is caused by energy that fills space at a density of 10 to 10 joules per cubic meter. What's strange about this idea is that as space expands, so too does the amount of energy. If you've spotted the flaw in this argument, you're not alone. Forgetting the law of conservation of energy is no small oversight. I like to think that, if I were not a professional cosmologist, I would still find it hard to believe that hundreds of cosmologists around the world have latched on to an idea that violates a bedrock principle of physics, simply because they forgot it. If the idea of dark energy were in conflict with some other much more fundamental principle, I suspect the theory would be a lot less popular. But many people have just this reaction. It's clear that cosmologists have not done a very good job of spreading the word about something that's been well understood since at least the 1920s. Energy is not conserved in general relativity. With caveats to be explained below. The point is pretty simple. Back when you thought energy was conserved, there was a reason why you thought that, namely time translation invariance. A fancy way of saying the background on which particles and forces evolve, as well as the dynamical rules governing their motions, are fixed, not changing with time. But in general relativity, that's simply no longer true. Einstein tells us that space and time are dynamical, and in particular that they can evolve with time. When the space through which particles move is changing, the total energy of those particles is not conserved. It's not that all hell has broken loose, it's just that we're considering a more general context than was necessary under Newtonian rules. There is still a single important equation, which is indeed often called energy-momentum conservation. It looks like this: \nabla_\mu t caret \mu nu equals 0. The details aren't important. But the meaning of this equation is straightforward enough. Energy and momentum evolve in a precisely specified way in response to the behavior of spacetime around them. If that spacetime is standing completely still, the total energy is constant. If it's evolving, the energy changes in a completely unambiguous way. In the case of dark energy, that evolution is pretty simple. The density of vacuum energy in empty space is absolute constant, even as the volume of a region of space, moving along with galaxies and other particles, grows as the universe expands. So, the total energy, density times volume, goes up. This bothers some people, but it's nothing newfangled that has been pushed in our face by the idea of dark energy. It's just as true for radiation particles like photons that move at or near the speed of light. The thing about photons is that they redshift, losing energy as space expands. If we keep track of a certain fixed number of photons, the number stays constant while the energy per photon decreases, so the total energy decreases. A decrease in energy is just as much a violation of energy conservation as an increase in energy, but it doesn't seem to bother people as much. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how bothersome it is. Of course, it's a crystal clear prediction of general relativity, and one that has been experimentally verified. The success of Big Bang nucleosynthesis depends on the fact that we understand how fast the universe was expanding in the first 3 minutes, which in turn depends on how fast the energy density is changing. And that energy density is almost all radiation, so the fact that energy is not conserved in an expanding universe is absolutely central to getting the predictions of primordial nucleosynthesis correct. Some of us have even explored the very tight constraints on other possibilities. Having said all that, it would be irresponsible of me not to mention that plenty of experts in cosmology or GR would not put it in these terms. We all agree on the science, there are just divergent views on what words to attach to the science. In particular, a lot of folks would want to say, energy is conserved in general relativity, it's just that you have to include the energy of the gravitational field along with the energy of matter and radiation and so on. Which seems pretty sensible at face value. There's nothing incorrect about that way of thinking about it. It's a choice that one can make or not, as long as you're clear on what your definitions are. I personally think it's better to forget about the so-called energy of the gravitational field and just admit that energy is not conserved, for 2 reasons. First, unlike with ordinary matter fields, there is no such thing as the density of gravitational energy. The thing you would like to define as the energy associated with the curvature of spacetime is not uniquely defined at every point in space. So, the best you can rigorously do is define the energy of the whole universe all at once, rather than talking about the energy of each separate piece. You can sometimes talk approximately about the energy of different pieces, by imagining that they are isolated from the rest of the universe. Even if you can define such a quantity, it's much less useful than the notion of energy we have for matter fields. The second reason is that the entire point of this exercise is to explain what's going on in GR to people who aren't familiar with the mathematical details of the theory. All of the experts agree on what's happening. This is an issue of translation, not of physics. And in my experience, saying there's energy in the gravitational field, but it's negative, so it exactly cancels the energy you think is being gained in the matter fields does not actually increase anyone's understanding, it just quiets them down. Whereas if you say, in general relativity spacetime can give energy to matter, or absorb it from matter, so that the total energy simply isn't conserved, they might be surprised, but I think most people do actually gain some understanding thereby. Energy isn't conserved, it changes because spacetime does. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? The conservation of energy can be violated. Is the law of conservation of energy violated for a short or long period of time, and can it be experimentally observed? In classical mechanics, in the sense of non-quantum physics, there is no mechanism to allow for non-conservation for energy. Since classical mechanics is pretty exact for macroscopic objects, there is never any macroscopic violation of conservation of energy. However, for small enough quantum systems, we have the Heisenberg uncertainty relation. The relation states delta Ex delta equals h/4, which means that the uncertainty in energy times the uncertainty in time is greater than some very small number. Interpreted correctly, This means that it is possible to violate conservation of energy given you do it for a very short time. In other words, it is possible to borrow energy E from nowhere given you return it in a time period T, where T is given by Th/E. This borrowing of energy is so small that again by the uncertainty principle, it can never be directly observed. In other words, violation of conservation of energy can occur if and only if the violation cannot be observed due to the uncertainty principle. However, there are indirect effects. One simple example could be the nuclear force. The longest-range part of the nuclear force is mediated by exchange of pions, similar to the electromagnetic force being mediated by photons. However, these pions are virtual, meaning that they cannot be detected. They are just produced out of nowhere just like energy. The amount of energy you need to create a virtual pion is E equals mc2, where m is the mass of the pion, and c is the speed of light. Now, how long can we borrow this much energy? By our previous argument, the time will be Th/mc2. If this virtual pion moves as fast as possible, it will move at the speed of light. Then the distance it can travel is d equals cth/mc. Of course, after traveling that distance, it would have to be absorbed by another particle, and thus mediate the force. Therefore, d is the approximate range of the force. The amazing thing is, this gives a pretty good value for the range of the nuclear force. To sum it up, yes, conservation of energy can be violated, but nature makes sure it is always within the limits of uncertainty. In other words, the energy must be returned, and the books set straight pretty quickly. But the fact that it can be violated is important, and although it can never be observed directly, it does have important consequences. Yasar Safkan, Ph.D., software engineer, GVZ, Istanbul, Turkey. The old Newtonian model of conservation of energy was dead and gone long ago. General relativistic violation of the conservation of energy law, although not commonly known. Under certain general relativistic conditions, the conservation of energy law, first law of thermodynamics, can be and is violated. According to Gödel's proof, all mathematical models are imperfect, and none ever will be absolute. Any law of nature is actually a model having very wide validity, but still subject to Gödel's demonstration. It can still be violated in certain circumstances and for appropriate classes of phenomena, per Gödel's proof. Yet that violation cannot be proved by the model containing that law of nature itself as an integral part. Quoting Devlin, Gödel's theorem says that in any axiomatic mathematical system that is sufficiently rich to do elementary arithmetic, there will be some statements that are true, but cannot be proved from the axioms. In technical terminology, the axiom system must be incomplete. As an example, we explain the little-known violation of the conservation of energy law, the first law of thermodynamics, under certain general relativity conditions. So long as the killing vector symmetry holds, the energy conservation law is applicable, and is not violated, even under general relativity. However, when the killing vector symmetry is violated by sufficiently strong general relativity situations in a system, then the conservation of energy law fails for that system under those conditions. 1.0. The problem. There is a real problem in understanding very violent physical phenomena, such as violent weather phenomena to include tornadoes, their vortices, accompanying physical phenomena, etc. that suggest violation of energy conservation. Though little known, conservation of energy can indeed be violated, but only in a general relativistic situation where the killing vector symmetry is violated. 1.1. Factors bearing on the problem. Scientists become very dogmatic with respect to a model that has very general application, once it is raised to the law of nature regime. As Tolstoy stated, "I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth if it be such as would oblige them to admit the falsity of conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven, thread by thread, into the fabric of their lives." Quoting Nobelist Josephson, "I call it pathological disbelief." The statement, even if it were true, I wouldn't believe it, seems to sum up this attitude. It is like a religious creed where you have to conform to the correct position. With respect to the conservation of energy law in electromagnetism, the main problem is that we are usually tied to the very archaic and flawed old 1880s and 1890s CEM/EE model. See my article Errors and Omissions in the CEM/EE model, listing some of the major falsities in that model, most of which have been pointed out by eminent scientists, but have not been corrected. 1.2 How the dogma is hidden. Here are some interesting quotes and references on the violation of the conservation of energy law, first law of thermodynamics, itself, that may be of interest to the reader. One understands that, once the conservation of energy law is violated by a sufficiently wildly changing general relativistic situation, this means that all observable things such as inertia, momentum, force developed by change of momentum, etc., can change dramatically and very wildly also. In short, the conservation of most observable physical attributes such as energy, mass, and momentum simply can fail. Since a usual law of nature is just a very useful and widely applicable model, then Gödel's 1931 proof applies. So, there will always be some situations, perhaps very esoteric, that do violate that law of nature. Good physicists are aware of the fact that all we really know is our models, never the thing in itself. Most electrical engineers do not normally realize that they always assume and are taught a special relativity situation, with a fixed frame, even if rotated. In extreme cases, nature can hit a system with substantial general relativistic effects, at least momentarily. In that case, even the ordinary conservation of energy law, first law of thermodynamics, can be and is sometimes violated, contrary to popular engineering beliefs. This is obscurely known in physics but is seldom taught or mentioned. E.g., quoting Hawking, "All we ever know is our models, but never the reality that may or may not exist behind the models and casts its shadow upon us who are embedded inside it. We imagine and intuit, then point the finger and wait to see which suspect for truth turns and runs. Our models may get closer and closer, but we will never reach direct perception of reality's thing in itself." Again quoting Hawking, "Some people will be very disappointed if there is not an ultimate theory that can be formulated as a finite number of principles. I used to belong to that camp, but I have changed my mind. I am now glad our search for understanding will never come to an end, and we will always have the challenge of new discovery." 2.0 Discussion 2.1 How violation of the conservation of energy law arises. Quoting Hilbert, "Shortly after Einstein's general relativity model was published, I assert that for the general theory of relativity, i.e., in the case of general invariance of the Hamiltonian function, energy equations, corresponding to the energy equations in orthogonally invariant theories, do not exist at all. I could even take this circumstance as the characteristic feature of the general theory of relativity." Quoting Logyanov and Loskatov, in formulating the equivalence principle, Einstein actually abandoned the idea of the gravitational field as a Faraday-Maxwell field. And this is reflected in the pseudotensorial characterization of the gravitational field that he introduced. Hilbert was the first to draw attention to the consequences of this. Unfortunately, Hilbert was evidently not understood by his contemporaries, since neither Einstein himself nor other physicists recognized the fact that in general relativity conservation laws for energy, momentum, and angular momentum are in principle impossible. Quoting the eminent physicist Roger Penrose, "We seem to have lost those most crucial conservation laws of physics, the laws of conservation of energy and momentum." Penrose then adds the killing symmetry arbitrarily, to get conservation again, when the killing vector applies and gravity is separated. These conservation laws hold only in a spacetime for which there is the appropriate symmetry, given by the killing vector. These considerations do not really help us in understanding what the fate of the conservation laws will be when gravity itself becomes an active player. We still have not regained our missing conservation laws of energy and momentum when gravity enters the picture. This awkward-seeming fact has, since the early days of general relativity, evoked some of the strongest objections to that theory and reasons for unease with it, as expressed by numerous physicists over the years. In fact, Einstein's theory takes account of energy-momentum conservation in a rather sophisticated way, at least in those circumstances where such a conservation law is most needed. Whatever energy there is in the gravitational field itself is to be excluded from having any representation. From Penrose's statement, "The solution accepted by many general relativists is to arbitrarily toss out the gravity and gravitational energy density of spacetime in a given troublesome case, and the problem of non-conservation of energy and momentum then vanishes. In short, separate the spacetime itself from the fields, and there is no problem." The CEM/EE model does this by assuming a flat spacetime and an inert vacuum. It always assumes a special relativistic situation. However, avoiding the problem itself is not solving the problem. Einstein himself pointed out that there is no spacetime separate from fields. Quoting Einstein, "There is no such thing as an empty space, i.e., a space without field." Spacetime does not claim existence on its own, but only as a structural quality of the field. 2.2 An experimental example of apparent violation of energy conservation. We note that there are such apparent violations already contained in physics, including experimental violations. An explanation of these apparent violations can indeed be given, if one finds a sufficiently well-behaved general relativity mechanism. The tremendous extra spacetime curvature and oscillation effects due to dynamics of the normally non-diverged giant heaviside curled energy flow component is one such mechanism. In certain cases it can be sufficiently well behaved to provide extra energy directly from the dynamics of the oscillating curvature of spacetime itself. As our example, a general relativistic effect already proven since 1967, including in experiments done every year in optical physics in all major universities, is the negative resonance absorption of the medium, NRAM effect. The effect experimentally yields 18 times as much output pointing flow from a specific self-resonating charged medium, as is in the pointing energy flow being input to the medium. Considering the neglected and unaccounted giant heaviside curled EM energy flow always accompanying every pointing EM energy flow but arbitrarily neglected since Lorentz arbitrarily discarded it in 1900, the gravity effect is always at least of importance, particularly when a. significant, b. well-behaved, and c. synchronized coherently with input energy variations. Appropriate reference citations are given in the Provisional Patent Application, PPA, listed shortly, and available on www.chenier.org. For a proposed means of using and adapting the proven NRAM effect to rather completely and quickly solve the world energy crisis, see Thomas E. Bearden and Kenneth D. More, increasing the coefficient of performance of electromagnetic power systems by extracting and using excess EM energy from the heaviside energy flow component. This is a provisional patent application, PPA October 2005, and is now released into public domain and freely given away to the peoples of the world. 2.3. Another observed example of failure of energy conservation. Another failure of Newton's law of gravitation is met in galaxies in their outer reaches. Quoting New Scientist on dark matter, a law of nature is one of those concepts that slips through your fingers the more you try to grasp it. The most that can be said about a physical law is that it is a hypothesis that has been confirmed by experiments so many times that it becomes universally accepted. There is nothing natural about it, however. It is a wholly human construct. Yet still we balk when somebody tries to revoke one. That is what is happening to the inverse square law at the heart of Newton's law of gravitation. This relationship fails for stars at the outer reaches of galaxies, whose orbits suggest some extra pull towards the galactic center. It was to explain this discrepancy that dark matter was conjured up, but with dark matter still elusive, another potential solution is looking increasingly attractive: change the law. Feynman pointed out in 1964 that we really do not have a definition of energy. Quoting Feynman, "It is important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. We must always remember that spacetime itself is highly energetic, and in a modern view, we may take spacetime itself as identically energy. In which case any change in spacetime, either curvature or torsion, is a change in energy, thus capable of interacting with matter." Quoting Wheeler, "Curved empty space is a dynamic entity, as competent to store and carry energy as are ordinary elastic materials and electromagnetic waves." Finally, in general relativity there are no energy momentum conservation laws for a system consisting of matter and the gravitational field. 3.0 Conclusion. Our final comment is that, when spacetime curvature, twisting, or other dynamics goes into wild general relativistic changes, the energy density in a given tiny piece of space can also be wildly changing by huge orders of magnitude. In short, in just the right set of such changes, momentary correlation provides that a straw in such a region of warped space can momentarily have so much energy and momentum that it easily penetrates a telephone pole or a brick. To the straw, because of its momentary giant energy density and momentum, the brick's energy density is like soft butter. Multiply connected spacetime effects such as teleportation are also available and sometimes occur. Certainly, over the years, straws driven into telephone poles and bricks have indeed been observed in the aftermath of violent tornadoes. The above brief and informal explanations of permissible violation of the conservation of energy law, and also of conservation laws of momentum etc., may be of help in eventually understanding such odd phenomenology from tornadic and other violent events and conditions. In such cases, the phenomenology does not have to obey normal CEM/EE concepts and conservation laws, at least for sporadic moments in external observer time. Kurt Gödel. Überformel unentscheidbar Sätze der Principia Mathematica und Verwundersystem, on formally indeterminable propositions of the Principia Mathematica and related systems. Monatschrift für Mathematik und Physik, Volume 38, 1931. Keith Devlin, Kurt Gödel Separating Truth from Proof in Mathematics, Science, Volume 298, December 6. 2002 p. 1899. Count Lev Nikolaevich, commonly referred as Leo Tolstoy. Famed Russian novelist, philosopher, and moralist. Brian Josephson, quoted in Alison George, "Take nobody's word for it," New Scientist, December 9. 2006, p. 56. As given by George Zabrowski, The Holdouts, Nature, Vol. 408, December 14, 2000, p. 775. Stephen Hawking, posted on his website in early 2004. David Hilbert, Göttingen Nachrichten, Vol. 4, 1917, p. 21. A. Logunov and U. M. Loskatov, Non-Uniqueness of the Predictions of the General Theory of Relativity, SOV. J. Part. Nokl. 18, 3, May-June 1987, p. 179. Roger Penrose, The Road to Reality, Alfred A. Knopf, New York, 2005, p. 457 to 458. Albert Einstein, Relativity, The Special and General Theory, translated by Robert W. Lawson, Henry Holt, New York, 1920. By positive absorption of energy occurring in a mass system, we mean that energy enters the system from outside, and is absorbed, turned into a different form of energy in the system. By negative absorption of energy occurring in a mass system, one refers to energy being emitted by the system and radiated outside it and away from it. In short, negative absorption is a mind-numbing phrase deliberately employed by the optical physicists to prevent saying excess emission. Thus, the phrase implies that the medium is emitting more, in NRAM, some 18 times as much, pointing energy as the pointing energy flow the operator is inputting to the system to be absorbed by it. In short, the NRAM phrase is a clever way of hiding what is an apparent violation of the conservation of energy law itself. Editorial, Breaking the Laws, New Scientist, April 29, 2006, p. 5. Richard P. Feynman, Robert B. Layton and Matthew Sands, The Feynman Lectures on Physics, Addison Wesley, Reading, Massachusetts, Vol. 1, 1964, p. 4-2. John A. Wheeler and Seymour Tilson, The Dynamics of Spacetime, International Science and Technology, December 1963, p. 62. A. Vlasov and V. I. Denisov. Einstein's formula for gravitational radiation is not a consequence of the general theory of relativity. Theoretical and Mathematical Physics, 53, 3, June 1983, p. 1208-1216. Translated from Teoretikeskiya I Matematikaskaya Fizika, 53, 3, December 1982, p. 406-418 in Russian. The quotation is from p. 1208. Chapter 9. Layers of execution. Chemtrails. In passing, I want to note that the long-standing implementation of chemtrails will help to facilitate steps 2 through 4. Chemtrails consisting of strontium, barium, and aluminum create a world more electromagnetically alive in conjunction with the 5G grid. It will serve as worldwide sky screen for the massive space show in the sky, two-way electronic thought control, and supernatural manifestations using secret technology stages of the four-pronged attack of Project Blue Beam. 5G Grid Skynet. What you need to know about 5G Death Towers. 5G towers have 300-foot spoke copper wheels that span out underground aimed at altering Earth's natural frequency. Working in conjunction with space fence above atop of Sky Dome, which is a city atop in the firmament, Atlantis, which is run by Tesla free energy, while below we are charged for electricity. During the antediluvian age, Atlantis ran on a higher frequency level, to which is why 5G, Fifth Age, Age of Aquarius, the golden age of Saturn/Satan, is being implemented. They are terraforming the planet, plane, to accommodate Atlantis, and its occupants, Apollyon the Destroyer with its accompanying squadron of demonic filth. They are looking to reverse the polarity, which will make humanity and animals very sick, to which humanity will be seeking alternative medicinal measures to cure their sickness caused by 5G radiation. The NWO Beast system will introduce a cure where one can become as gods, transhumanism. This where they will claim sickness as a thing of the past. Once you accept the mark of the beast showing your allegiance to Satan, your DNA will change from double-strand DNA to that of a triple helix, turning you into a machine and your consciousness uploaded to Satan's one hive mind, Skynet, which is housed in Atlantis above in firmament. Thus Satan being called the Prince of the Air. God dwells in the hearts of man, not within a machine, hence if you take the mark of the beast you will completely sever any relationship you may have had with God, thus terminating any chances of salvation. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for Jesus' sake shall find it. World Online, smart dust in billions of nanomicrochips, hundreds and hundreds of billions of nanomicrochips, from pill bottles, to plant water, to the air you breathe. That is the smart city 5G grid being constructed under our noses as I write this. It will be ubiquitous. It will be monolithic. It will be the final chapter in human freedom. Project Bluebeam and Ridley Scott's Prometheus Bringer of Fire, Light. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory that claims that NASA is attempting to implement a new age religion with the Antichrist at its head and start a new world order via a technologically simulated second coming. Wikipedia. For the purposes of this book, it is not necessary to go into Project Bluebeam in great depth. In a nutshell, it is supposed to unfold in 4 steps. The 4 steps of Project Bluebeam. Step 1. The breakdown of all archaeological knowledge. Step 2. The massive space show in the sky. Step 3. Two-way electronic thought control. Step 4. Supernatural manifestations using secret technology. Having said that, the step that I want to highlight here is Step 1. Step 1. The breakdown of all archaeological knowledge. Step 1 requires the breakdown of all archaeological knowledge. This will apparently be accomplished by faking earthquakes at precise locations around the planet. Fake new discoveries at these locations will finally explain to all people the error of all fundamental religious doctrines, specifically Christian and Muslim doctrines. Rational wiki. For the ancient alien hypothesis to work, you need outer space. All of it hinges in this idea. After all, how can you have the planet Nibiru, ancient aliens, space battles, Anunnaki, etc., if there is not outer space to speak of? Now if archaeological digs started to unearth ancient tablets that proved we came from ancient aliens, beyond a shadow of a doubt, then they would have their foundation for their alien deception. All of Christianity would free fall into a Vatican Jesuit Luciferian interpretation of the Bible, where anything goes, ancient alien reptilian hybrids, Jesuit-fostered Copernican heliocentrism, alien space Jesus as Lord, ancient alien DNA, and the return of an AI-based ancient alien Messiah as our God, the source of human life. Yeah, I know it sounds like the plot to Ridley Scott's Prometheus, doesn't it? Well, that is because it is. Jesuit Vatican infiltrated Hollywood embedded their little AI ancient alien Antichrist deception deep inside the film, Prometheus, with the help of 33 Degree Freemason, alien sci-fi horror franchise, movie maker master, Ridley Scott. The entire film revolved around an AI messiah figure, David, who evidently was seeding humanity with alien DNA to push the next stage in evolution for mankind. Prometheus, ancient Sumerian engineer star map tablet in Ridley Scott's Prometheus film, a small square carved tablet used. This tablet is briefly seen during the briefing scene, which is held by Dr. Shaw, Numi Rapace, and Dr. Holloway, Logan Marshall Green, where they explain the origin of the star map. The star map is shown to be the same throughout multiple historical instances from archaeological digs, which apparently uncovered tablets with identical alien contact iconography. Of course, this is merely Project Blue Beam, Step 1, the breakdown of all archaeological knowledge, embedded inside this occult Luciferian film. The movie, Prometheus, is simply a vehicle to promote the Luciferian alien deception. Subsequently, Dr. Shaw and Dr. Holloway go on to say that in over 6 different cultures, who had no geographical access or physical contact with one another, all exhibit hieroglyphs and tablets that show ancient aliens assisted ancient mankind. This serves as evidence of ancient aliens and ancient alien creators, or the engineers, as they call them in the movie, and leads them to mount the expedition to find the planet LV-223. The star map tablet is shown in the sequence to be Sumerian in origin, dating from 3590 BCE, and features heavily in the showcase. It is as though Chris H. Hardy Ph.D., Zechariah Sitchin, David Icke, and Eric von Daniken all got a movie made to push their ancient alien agenda, and a particularly big bonus for David Icke and his alien-reptilian hybrid theory, obviously, since the Alien franchise has that Satanist, H.R. Geiger's alien art, which makes one wonder, once again, if they are all simply feeding from the same ancient alien chimera occultism, after all. Conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones, nailed the movie's occult meaning. The InfoWars founder has made foreboding predictions about Ridley Scott's latest chapter. If taken as speculative fan fiction, it weirdly elevates the movie-watching experience. Just 6 days after the first teaser trailer for Alien Covenant hit YouTube, Alex Jones made a video titled "The Real Secrets of Alien Covenant Leaked." In it, the InfoWars founder urgently reveals that Ridley Scott's new Alien movie is nothing more than a revelation of the elite's agenda to kill off humanity. It's pretty clear Alex Jones is a huge fan of Ridley Scott. He did a similar bout of unhinged theorizing in a video from 2012 about Prometheus. In that video he basically reaches the same conclusion: the movie is nothing more than a revelation of the method revealing the deepest secrets of the Illuminati mystery religion. Even though he made his video 3 months before Prometheus came out. He was almost spot on about how the film tied into conspiracy theories surrounding a group of alien deities known as the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki theory posits that celestial deities visited Earth thousands of years ago from distant planets and genetically engineered human life. That's also more or less the opening scene to Ridley Scott's 2012 film Prometheus. Understanding the Anunnaki is key to understanding how Jones sees the Alien prequels. He believes Prometheus and Alien Covenant present themes that are at the core of Western secret societies. In other words, he takes that first scene in Prometheus as a depiction of reality rather than a work of fiction. No matter what you think of Jones, his strange predictions only elevate the Alien Covenant viewing experience. Somehow, he nails the major themes better than most reviews for the film. Should go without saying, but major spoilers from here on out. The plot of Alien Covenant, according to Alex Jones really does seem to believe the Alien prequels are depicting reality, and that off-world aliens are controlling knowledge on planet Earth. Everything from Darwin's theory of evolution to the discovery of DNA was given to us by the Anunnaki, so the theory goes. He rationalizes all this by citing a hypothesis known as panspermia, which argues that the organic building blocks of life originated in space. It's a very hard to discover evidence for this hypothesis, which means it's also really hard to disprove. It's also a fairly common sci-fi trope. Even Star Trek suggested life on Earth came from elsewhere. Alien Covenant follows the crew of the USCSS Covenant, a 22nd century spaceship carrying 2,000 colonists, as they descend to an unknown, Earth-like planet. They land on the planet to investigate a distress beacon. There, they stumble on strange fungal spores that gestate inside hosts, turning them into pre-evolved xenomorphs. After discovering this, the survivors of the Covenant take refuge inside a dead alien metropolis piled with the corpses of humanoids who failed to accept the new world order enacted upon them by the social engineers. The crew of the USCSS Covenant. Notice James Franco in the center. He's the first to be claimed by the social engineers. Courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Prediction number 1. Humanity's demise by our own creations. Jones predicted that the social engineers who rule planet Earth were making Alien Covenant as a clear communication of the tenets of panspermia. He's not wrong. The theme of the new film extends the Prometheus line of thinking. Within the first moments of his life, the android David, Michael Fassbender, reprising his role from Prometheus, asks his human creator the question, "Who created you?" The question lingers in the air unanswered, setting the whole film in motion. This scene sets up David's turn later in the film as he dumps as a mysterious molecule over an entire alien metropolis, teased in this short video, effectively creating the genetic building blocks for xenomorphs you know. H.R. Geiger's iconic monster from every previous entry of the Alien franchise. Jones predicted this almost perfectly in December when he said the film was about the plan to turn the entire planet into a petri dish of life. Consider yourself warned that artificial intelligence will be our undoing, yet another sci-fi trope. To Jones, this is clearly depicted through the character of David. He tells us that the android is merely social engineer Ridley Scott's revelation of the method of our demise. Jones tells us that even Scott's original Alien film was a way to condition us to this terrible fate that androids will eventually murder us all. That said, Lance Henriksen's android from James Cameron's Aliens was a good guy, though a bit creepy. The synthetic character of Ash, Ian Holm, in the original Alien was just the first step in conditioning human to our inevitable doom at the hands of the android, just as grass bends to the wind. Prediction number 2, people will mutate. Jones predicted that the bizarre new planet in Alien Covenant is actually a giant test tube merging creature. In bizarre new forms. Jones tells us the planet will become a hotbed of mutagens that will embrace the human form with a lot of ugliness. But honestly, this is clearly outlined in the trailer for the film, and is the basis for the entire franchise. Sloppy work, Alex Jones. Just lazy. Prediction number 3, Alien Covenant depicts the deepest covenants of the human race. Jones' research went deeper though. He tells us that the ideas we see in Alien Covenant are the deepest covenants of the human race. Although it seems that Jones is merely playing off the name of the film. He understands alien as a promise made to the people of the Word. A promise of understanding the origins of our celestial overlords. This prediction really only comes true if you see the film as a historically accurate work of fiction, which is not advisable. Jones posits that the new film isn't just about biological takeover, but offers a real insight into what the social engineers of the world are currently building. By watching the film, you're confronted with this knowledge, so you have the opportunity to resist it in the real world. Prediction number 4, faith will not survive the New World Order. About midway through his December video, Jones segues his predictions into the idea of ascension from this level of faith and existence. He leaves it vague enough to apply to any character in horror movies like Alien, who die out of sheer ignorance. In the film we can see this come true through Captain Orum's, Billy Crudup, religious faith. He becomes a sacrificial lamb to the first face-hugger of the film because he refuses to believe the chilling covenants of alien life. Michael Fassbender as David. Courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Prediction number 5. There will be a messianic character or scene after making strange and sweeping references to Jesus and Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy as half-humanoid creatures designed to shepherd us into this new world. Jones declares there will be a Messiah character or scene in Alien. Covenant. Somehow, he's right again. David's role in Alien, Covenant is pretty similar to Christ. The new film hinges on the reveal that the android has become somewhat of a genetic carpenter. There's literally a scene in the film where David has a baby xenomorph mimic him as he does his best Jesus on the cross imitation. Jones' predictions were weirdly accurate up until his second video. Jones made a second video about Alien, Covenant titled Exclusive, Secrets of Alien Covenant film leaked, but it's pretty much more of the same. In it, Jones tells viewers that he's simply putting on his sociologist/anthropologist hat to show us that director Ridley Scott believes aliens are real and will probably destroy us all. While that's a true quote from Scott, Jones treats this as simply another revelation of the method of our demise. Prediction number 6. Xenomorphs are based on human-animal chimeras. Jones cites this article about human-animal chimeras as the basis for the xenomorphs. He's not wrong that there are similarities. Although this assumption doesn't really account for how the xenomorph has existed in film for 40 years, and that this article is from 2017. He also rambles on about everything from the Super Hadron Collider, pocket calculators, and the technological singularity before he ends up at human-animal hybrids again. Prediction number 7. Human ignorance will lead to our demise. Alex Jones sees the plot of Alien, Covenant as a distinction between the creator and the created, but he's incorrect. The film concludes with the idea that humans are really neatly made gods themselves. He assumes that we will be undone by our own creations in an effort to advance further. Knowledge drives Ridley's conclusion, where Jones believes it's ignorance that causes our ultimate fate. Scott presents our undoing as one of hubris. That even our creations are more human than they believe. This is made clear when David recites Percy Bysshe Shelley's Ozymandias and incorrectly attributes the epic poem to another author. The charred corpses outside the alien metropolis remind viewers about the follies of science and present us with the opportunity to see things coming. Conclusion: Alex Jones is making it up as he goes along. In reality, Jones is right about the film, just not in the way he thinks. He's right about the whole thing being an allegory for our creations consuming us, but he's very wrong to assume anything in the film is actually a reflection of reality. Still, it's insane to think that the shouting, chili-obsessed conspiracy theorist could tell us more about the themes of a summer blockbuster than most reviews. So, heed Alex Jones' warning. Alien, Covenant provides a disturbing look into the future of humanity and our forthcoming demise. If you see these complex truths in the cinema this weekend, you'll have the opportunity to accept your fate when they inevitably come true in the near future. You've been warned. This article originally appeared on Vice US. Zach Thompson, the Luciferian History Channel's Ancient Aliens. Additionally, just like Hollywood Satanist, Ridley Scott's movie, Prometheus, is Luciferian brainwashing, so was the television series, Ancient Aliens. Wikipedia says, Ancient Aliens is an American television series that premiered on April 20, 2010, on the History Channel. Produced by Prometheus Entertainment in a documentary style, the program presents hypotheses of ancient astronauts and proposes that historical texts, archaeology, and legends contain evidence of past human extraterrestrial contact. The show has been criticized for presenting pseudoscience and pseudo-history. Wikipedia, did you catch that? Produced by Prometheus Entertainment. So, you see, the agenda is monolithic. These are not coincidences. Prometheus is a cult iconography for Lucifer, the bringer of fire, light. It is embedded in film, lore, myth, and science by Luciferian occultists to signal to each other the great work of ages to complete their new world order, which is nothing other than the ancient Hermetic alchemical agenda, going back to Mystery Babylon and beyond. To ascend by satanic apotheosis through genetic technologies and science, including AI, the Internet, and the digital reconfiguring of reality itself, to become God. This plot exactly aligns with this whole alien AI Antichrist Messiah deception that the Vatican is striving to get pull off, using Project Bluebeam as archaeological proof that ancient aliens seeded mankind into existence with alien DNA. And with that fake proof, they will mesh the cumulative layers of deceptions that the Vatican has woven together into the digital panopticon surveillance, the beast system. The panopticon is a type of institutional building and a system of control designed by the English philosopher and social theorist Jeremy Bentham in the late 18th century. The scheme of the design is to allow all inmates of an institution to be observed, opticon, by a single watchman without the inmates being able to tell whether or not they are being watched. Although it is physically impossible for the single watchman to observe all the inmates' cells at once, the fact that the inmates cannot know when they are being watched means that they are motivated to act as though they are being watched at all times. Thus, they are effectively compelled to regulate their own behavior. The name may also allude to the many-eyed giant Panoptes in Greek mythology, some of whose eyes were always awake, making him a highly effective watchman. Wikipedia. The threefold occult doctrine dissemination process in the dissemination of occult doctrine. We first see the ancient occult doctrines coming from Freemasonic occult doctrine nurseries of Hermetic and Kabbalistic secret knowledge. And then we see this occult doctrine become translated and repackaged as science fiction Hollywood, such as Freemason director Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, Babylon 9, Contact, Star Wars, Lost in Space, the Alien movie franchise, Marvel Studios films, Blade Runner, iRobot, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and any number of sci-fi, Jesuit and Freemason-financed and supported films to spread the credibility, legitimacy, and possibility of these occult doctrines as true. Thirdly, these repacked occult doctrines are further repackaged as actual science and the puppets of scientism like Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, Michio Kaku, etc. Explain them to the masses as if they are real scientific principles proven through real empirical scientific method. Chapter 10. One deception to rule them all. The apotheosis of man, a singular satanic spiderweb woven to capture mankind's imagination. The Jesuit alien deception involves creating the high possibility for alien life to exist in the collective mind of mankind. The following are some of the deceptions and events that have been employed to facilitate this final great deception of mankind. 1. Copernican heliocentrism. 2. Big Bang cosmology. 3. Evolutionary theory. 4. The theory of gravity. 5. The concealment of the flat Earth. 6. The destruction of Christianity. 7. The creation of quantum mystical pantheism. 8. Hollywood's creation of science fiction outer space. 9. Freemason, Gene Roddenberry. With his Star Trek mythos. 10. Freemason affiliate, George Lucas. With his Star Wars mythos. 11. NASA's reinforcement of science fiction outer space. 12. The ancient alien ancestors hoax. 13. Fake UFOs. 14. AI as a real threat to mankind. 15. Quantum mysticism with interdimensional worlds. 16. The biblical telling of a second coming. 17. Trump's creation of a space force. 18. The Tesla Roadster in CGI fake space. 19. The landing on Mars hoax of December 2019. 20. Transhumanism. 21, Nanosynthetic Biology. 22, Synthetic Biology. 23, Mind Uploading. 24, Robotics. 25, Cybernetic Enhancements. 26, Augmented Reality. 27, Virtual Reality. 28, Genetic Manipulation. 29, Genetic Engineering. 30, Smart Dust Nano Microchips in the skies. In the land, in the water, in our bloodstream, the entire world online to serve a singular AI. Borg Intelligence. 31, Programmable Matter. 32, the reconfiguration of reality itself through digital virtual programming. 33, Holographic Field Enrichment in Construction. 34, the promise to heal the world through technology, but depopulation and mass genocide will precede all this, where only the elite will be allowed to inhabit this healed world. 35, the New Age Occultic Ascension Theology. 36, Terrorism, and the Need of a Savior. 37, the Vatican Church's full endorsement of Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory, and the possibility of alien life. 38, the emergence of superstar astrophysicists to promote heliocentrism. A vast hostile cosmos, and the possibility of alien life, e.g. Carl Sagan, Frank Drake, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku. 39, Tomorrowland. New Age drug, sex, and electronic dance music. Trance mind control. 40, and the list goes on. They all dovetail together to create the final granddaddy deception of the all-time. The one deception to rule them all. The one deception to rule them all is nothing other than the apotheosis of man. To become God, through occult knowledge coming from alleged alien contact, and mediated and parceled out through the conduit of artificial intelligence. The future we face is where doctors are computer technicians instead of physicians. Of course, the deception is that this apotheosis will be for all mankind. It will not. It was always intended for only the Luciferian elite to ascend into godhood, while the rest of mankind exists as their slaves or exterminated. Let's examine this idea more closely. Antichrist and the alien threat. Our society is deteriorating, and Bible-believing Christians are ill-prepared to face that deterioration. The moral bankruptcy of our society is well documented. Fewer and fewer people understand why we have become morally bankrupt. However, when we look at society through the eyes of God, through the Bible, we can easily see why we are facing the unprecedented troubles today. This study of America through the eyes of God is what we will always do. Try to hear. Stay with us for some eye-opening truths. On December 28, 1991, we aired a program entitled The 6-Step Attitudinal Change Plan, Part 2. On this program we showed again what the 6-step attitudinal change plan was, how it is working effectively, and several instances of its use. One of those instances is the phenomenon of UFOs and aliens. Today, we will be updating you on recent shocking and illuminating developments. To give this program balance, we will be repeating some of our original material. However, this is not bad because we know from your letters that many of our regular listeners started listening after December 28th. Stand by for news that is far more shocking than any fiction, but oh, so very true and biblical. This news will seem shocking and crazy as unsaved people felt Noah was when he was building his boat for 120 years. That crazy. The drumbeat continues to roll toward ever higher levels on the theme of UFOs and aliens among us. This theme has been prevalent in New Age literature for many years, and has developed into an article of religious faith for many people who have been caught in the lie of the New Age. However, this theme is now becoming ever more prevalent in the mainstream media of TV and movies. Consider a few of the instances of TV shows and movies which have carried the alien theme: Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Star Trek E.T., Alf Mork and Mindy, Star Wars Trilogy, Starman, Battlestar Galactica, Space 1999. TV UFO documentaries abound, including Unsolved Mysteries CBS movie, Intruders, 2-part series in May 1992. Let us pause our examination of this UFO/alien phenomenon for a few moments as we examine the time frame in which we are living, and the applicable biblical framework. We have already demonstrated that we are living in the last days of time, the time which will see the appearance of Antichrist, the Great Tribulation, and the second return of Jesus Christ. And we have already demonstrated that the hallmark characteristic of the end of the age is prophesied to be unparalleled deception. Let us examine this prophesied deception. 2 Thessalonians 2:1-3. In this section of Scripture, Paul addresses the misconception among the church at Thessalonica that the day of the Lord has already occurred. Paul emphatically states, "Let no one deceive you." Jesus stated the same warning against deception in Matthew 24:4. He has just been asked by his disciples what the sign of the end of the age would be. Jesus gave them many more signs than just one, but his first response was, "Be careful that no one misleads you, deceiving you and leading you into error." Jesus repeats this warning twice more, in verses 11 and 24. In verse 24, Jesus adds that false Christs and false prophets will arise, and will show great signs and wonders, so as to deceive and lead astray, if possible, the very elect, God's chosen ones. In other words, the end-time deception will be unparalleled. It will be accompanied by truly extraordinary signs and wonders. We are not to be deceived. Truly, unparalleled spiritual deception is the hallmark characteristic of the end times. No one can understand the times in which we live, nor can anyone understand the New World Order, unless they understand biblical prophecy and doctrine. Now let us return to our scripture passage in 2 Thessalonians 2:3, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there comes a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition." This is the predicted great falling away of those who have professed to be Christians. We have spent considerable time exposing the great and unparalleled apostasy in which the majority of Christian denominations are participating today. We are at this point in world history today, fulfilling this part of this prophecy. Paul continues, "And the man of lawlessness, sin, is revealed." Of course, this man of lawlessness is the biblical Antichrist, as predicted in Daniel 9:27, and confirmed by Jesus in Matthew 24:15. The major point which we want you to grasp from this passage is that the end result of this unparalleled deception will be the appearance of Antichrist. This is such a critical point, I want to repeat it. The planned end result of this tremendous program of deception is belief in the Antichrist. Paul continues, verse 9, "The coming of the lawless one, the Antichrist, is through the activity and working of Satan." This verse tells us that the source of this end-time delusion will be Satan. Make no mistake about it, Satan's supernatural power will produce the most incredible deception the world will have ever witnessed. This deception will seem so incredible, people's minds will literally be blown away. At this point, we must remind our listeners that Satan and his angels, also known as demons, are capable of transforming themselves into human and non-human forms so as to deceive people. As Paul stated so eloquently, Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. Keep this fact in mind as we study UFOs and aliens. Now back to Paul's revelations. "And will be attended with great power, and with all sorts of pretended miracles and signs and delusive marvels. All of them lying wonders and by unlimited seduction to evil, and with all wicked deception for those who are perishing because they did not welcome the truth, but refused to love it that they might be saved." The only people who will be deceived will be the unsaved. This truth ties in perfectly with Jesus' assertion in Matthew 24, where he says that the elect, God's chosen people, would not be deceived. This deception of the unsaved takes on tremendous significance because of the next verse, "Therefore, God sends upon them a misleading influence, a working of error, and a strong delusion to make them believe what is false." This very frightening verse reveals that God himself gets involved at this point, deliberately hardening the hearts and minds of those people who have rejected the truth of the gospel. If this is your situation, you must resist the salvation call of the Holy Spirit no longer. Turn now to Jesus Christ, while this world is still in the age of grace, before God sends this tremendously powerful delusion upon the unbelieving world. Finally, Paul reveals the final intention of this strong delusion, sent by God, in order that all may be judged and condemned who did not believe in the truth, but instead took pleasure in unrighteousness. This strong deception will be part of God's judgment upon the wicked. Let us now examine this phenomenal buildup of UFOs and aliens. Aliens are depicted in movies, TV shows, and science fiction novels as, just like us in many respects, more intelligent and more advanced technologically friendly beings able to live at peace, thus being able to teach us warring humans to live in peace. Having only our own interests at heart, in 1982. Michael London of the LA Times gathered together a group of 8 people experienced in UFO and extraterrestrial encounters for a special screening of Steven Spielberg's movie E.T. London noted the following reactions of the group to the movie: "This is a true movie, not a romance. It's part of a conditioning process to prepare us for the arrival of alien beings. The movie is a vehicle. It invites the audience to be less afraid of the so-called paranormal." And what better place to start than with the children? Everything is being done through the children. Everything is being done through our children, and has been for over 20 years. Thus, the first generation to be so conditioned are now having children, who are also being conditioned. What is the purpose? Remember that the movie and TV industries are openly hostile to Christianity, and are very obviously New Age. Also remember that the number one objective of the New Age is to successfully stage the appearance of Antichrist. When the Antichrist stages his appearance, he will claim to be an ascended master from another dimension, i.e., an alien being. He is just as friendly as those aliens you have been seeing on TV and movies. He just has our best interests at heart and wants to lead the world into a new, peaceful existence. New Age leaders believe people will be much more inclined to accept the claims of Antichrist if they have been first conditioned to believe in the existence of friendly alien beings. At this point, we need to stop once again to examine relevant biblical passages. *1 John 4:1 Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Hereby know ye the Spirit of God, every spirit that confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God. This statement, in verse 2, states in the positive, that every spirit that confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh, but it also carries the negative connotation as well. We can also accurately state that such spirits seek to sever him from being God. This is precisely what the false cults, especially the New Age religion, is attempting to do. Notice that the Apostle John does not question whether spirits actually exist. He knows demons exist, and he knows that his Christian audience knows they exist. John is saying, test the spirits which will arise, to see if they are of God. Notice also that the time frame context of this passage is the age of Antichrist. These spirits will be denying that Jesus Christ actually became a man and has come in the flesh indeed. They will be seeking to sever the historical, fleshly Jesus from the divine Jesus who was and is God. This is precisely what this UFO alien deception is attempting to do. Now, consider another applicable scripture from Jesus, Matthew 7:18-20. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Therefore, you will fully know them by their fruits. Let us examine the fruits of the UFOs by examining the accounts of those people which have been contacted by them. An excellent source is a French scientist, Jacques Vallée, in his book, Messengers of Deception, UFO Contacts and Cults. Mr. Vallée is a world-renowned scientist. He brings a non-Christian scientist's empirical thinking to this study. Let us first examine the subjects which UFOs are teaching the people with whom they have contacted, whom he calls contactees. 1. Out-of-body experiences, p. 73-2. Spirit communication, p. 123-3. Automatic writing, p. 123-4. Some people go into trances where voices are giving them messages. p.85-5. UFOs use crystals for power, even for powering their spacecraft. p. 109-6. Some people who have gone through this spiritual transformation begin to see an increase in their psychic awareness. p. 83-84. 7. The process by which their human consciousness was raised was the precise manner in which demonic forces work. It is thought transplant. p. 78-79. At this point, I want you to be aware of the dangers of hypnosis, and how New Age hypnotists are using it. When a person undergoes hypnosis, they are surrendering their consciousness to the hypnotists. They can be programmed in any number of ways, especially to the point where they will respond to certain actions, in response to specific commands. People who report being contacted by aliens are being asked to undergo hypnosis, so that they can regress back to the scene and recall their experiences with the aliens, memories which have been repressed by their conscious mind. However, this is not what is happening. What is really happening is that the hypnotist is implanting scenes in the minds of the person who has been contacted. This person then remembers what they have been programmed with, and the memory seems so real to the contactee they really believe the lie themselves. In this way, they then become very effective witnesses that can and do convince other people. Stay away from hypnosis, even for medical procedures. 8. Seances, p.69. 9. Doctrines on the existence of superior races, of people with chosen missions, references to Atlantis and ancient astronauts. p.57, 103. Notice this binds UFOs with Nazism. But the New World Order is Nazism reborn. 10. The expectation of higher intelligence is beginning to look like a form of worship. p.66, 11. Aliens utilize standard New Age terminology when they communicate with their human contactees. The best illustration of this is their teaching to the contactees that the ascended masters of the hierarchy are preparing to intervene again in world history, to lead mankind to a higher level of consciousness. They will select a human person and endow him with superhuman powers and knowledge. This man will lead us to world government and world peace. UFO, End Time Delusion, David Lewis, p. 46. Who is this selected man? Maitreya the Christ, the biblical Antichrist. This match in wording and concept clearly shows that the guiding spirits of New Age writers are the same guiding spirits for the aliens. Or does it mean that the aliens are the guiding spirits which have been instructing New Age writers all these many years? All these practices are classic occultism. Further, as Christian author, David Lewis states in his book, UFO, End Time Delusion, without exception, every person claiming an alien contact had one thing in common. Each had a prior connection to metaphysical activity or cults. Some had been in devil worship, witchcraft, psychic phenomena, New Age, channeling. Those involved in direct contact with UFO aliens already had a connection to the dark side of the supernatural world. Thus, people today who have thus given themselves over to satanic activities in some degree, are the ones who are being used to deceive people further into believing in UFOs and aliens. Then, Lewis adds this comforting statement, no Christian has ever had a direct encounter with an alleged ET. p. 15-16. Thus, God is already protecting His elect from this satanic deception. Praise His holy name. Now, let us examine the stated goals of UFOs and do so in a way in which they are compared to the printed goals of the New Age movement seeking to establish the New World Order. 1. NWO. Abolish all established government. UFO. Abolish democracy in favor of dictatorship. p. 103, 113. 2. NWO. All religion must be abolished. UFO. All religion must be abolished. p. 93. 3. NWO. Establish one world government. UFO. Establish a single world government, a utopian benevolent dictatorship. p. 113-4. NWO. All world's religions are equal, and will one day be combined into one. 5. UFO. All world's religions are equal. p. 121. Thus, the goals of UFOs match very well the goals of the New World Order. Further, UFO aliens are teaching their contactees concepts which, if carried out, would fulfill last days biblical prophecy. 1. Single world economy. p. 57-2. Elimination of money, cashless economy. p. 57-3. There will be universal peace. p. 57-103. Remember the Apostle Paul's prophetic warning in 2 Cor 11:14. Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. To condition people to believe in the concepts of the New World Order, Satan has caused his demons to physically manifest themselves as aliens, traveling in UFOs. complete with highly technological machines. Do not underestimate Satan. He is the Lord of this world, and he is now being allowed by the Holy Spirit to intervene in unparalleled ways in today's world. The results are going to be spectacular. However, we believe the world has seen nothing yet. Consider again biblical teaching about Antichrist's kingdom. Revelation 13:13. He performs great signs, startling miracles. Because of the miracles which he is allowed to perform, he deceives those who inhabit the earth, commanding them to erect a statue in the likeness of the beast. These supernatural or seemingly supernatural miracles will lead men directly to the worship of Antichrist. This is precisely the planned result of these UFOs and aliens. The shocking reality is that Satan has been manipulating world events to achieve his one-world government, economy, and religion through secret societies, communism, Nazism, the New Age, and UFOs. The final merger into the New World Order is almost complete. UFO aliens and spaceships are nothing more than demons which the Holy Spirit has allowed in this final age to physically manifest themselves in our realm. And, make no mistake about the fact that the vast majority of the world's peoples are ready to be deceived. Christian author David Lewis states in his book, UFO, End Time Delusion, that a Christian would have a hard time getting the idea of demons across to an average, non-religious person, and to a certain extent, even to some religious persons. Most people in Christian circles have very little consciousness of any supernatural type of activity. This concept might shock anyone who has grown up in a family which takes the Bible literally. However, Dr. Lewis is correct that most people today, including many who consider themselves Christian, have no understanding about the reality of demons. And this has been Satan's plan from the beginning. Consider the concrete steps which Satan has carried out among the peoples of the world who were formerly fundamentally Christian, which have brought them to such a point of biblical ignorance. 1. For several generations, most people have been rejecting the truth of Jesus Christ. 2. The inevitable end result of this rejection is that people then stop reading the Bible or applying it in any way in their lives. 3. Satan is then able to implant the idea that the Bible is not to be taken literally, that it is just a collection of myths and legends. 4. Once people begin to accept the idea that supernatural beings, either godly or satanic, do not exist, then Satan can begin to proceed to the next step. 5. Step number 5 is to convince people that the only reality which can be accepted is that which can be observed through our 5 senses. If man can sense something through one or more of his physical senses, then he will believe it exists. 6. Satan then proceeds to the next step of convincing men that if something works, it must be true. Thus, men become susceptible to demonic activity, because their system works with great power. Further, such men are incapable of properly identifying this demonic power, because they have already mentally ruled out the possibility that supernatural beings exist. 7. Finally, Satan begins to proceed, in stages of ever-increasing frequency and power, to his final alien deception. Alien beings and UFO phenomenon begin to appear with increasing frequency and contact. Since men disbelieve in the existence of supernatural beings, they assume the reality of these demons, accepting the lie which these demons are telling, that they are an alien race from another world. This other world is supposedly more technologically and spiritually advanced than planet Earth. Therefore, when the aliens of this more advanced world tell us their religion, we are expected to adopt it, rejecting our own ignorant, uninformed, and outmoded religions, especially Christianity. In ancient times, this story of deception continues. Aliens visited Earth and intervened in history to give man increased knowledge, from which he was able to build such ancient wonders as the pyramids. Finally, this story teaches that aliens carried out genetic experiments which changed humans from the Stone Age being he was to the modern man of the last several thousand years. Now, the time has come, the aliens say, for them to intervene again in world history. This time, they will intervene to save man from himself, from his wars, hatreds, spiritual illiteracy, and from his environmental damage. These aliens will accomplish all this by raising up a man who will be imbued with a special level of consciousness, and who can lead the world into that same level of consciousness. Of course, this man will be Mithraea the Christ, the Antichrist. Do not be deceived. As Cooper stated in his book, Behold a Pale Horse p. 177, New World Order planners have plans to bring about things like earthquakes, war, the Messiah, an extraterrestrial landing and economic collapse. They might bring about all of these things just to make sure it does work. The Illuminati has all the bases covered. The demons of Satan's army will soon physically manifest themselves as aliens, arriving in armadas of space ships which we have heretofore called UFOs. The plan calls for them to suddenly appear at many places on Earth simultaneously. Some will appear at the White House to confer with the President, some will appear at the United Nations, other aliens will appear at key governmental buildings all over the globe. Aliens will appear in some people's homes or on their front yards. The world's peoples will literally be shocked out of their minds. This is the plan. This may occur before the worldwide rapture of the Church. We must be prepared to deal wisely with this planned phenomenon. Finally, let us examine pertinent passages which may speak to this UFO/alien plan. Revelation, chapter 9, speaks of demons which are released from the bottomless pit of hell, called the abyss. Resembling locusts to the Apostle John, they will stream over the earth to afflict and torment unsaved people. Their leader is called Abaddon or Apollyon. Incredibly, the New Age writings refer to these beings constantly, by these names, as being enlightened leaders of the New Age. In Revelation 16:13-16, we see three spirits of demons which come out of the mouth of Antichrist. They perform such great signs and wonders that they deceive the rulers of the earth. This is precisely the part of the plan which aliens are to perform. They will especially deceive the presidents, prime ministers, kings and queens of the governments throughout the world. Everywhere the message will be the same. We have come to help lead our earth brothers into a new level of consciousness of which Mithraea the Christ is speaking. Aliens and UFOs will literally hover over and around Mithraea as he is staging his appearance. This is the plan. What will be the reaction of the vast majority of the peoples of the world? They will be absolutely astounded beyond words or imagination. Since their minds have already rejected the concept of the physical existence of demons, and have been conditioned to accept as reality anything which they can observe through their physical senses, they will accept these aliens and their incredible claims. Alien conditioning through books, magazines, TV, movies, and even the trash magazines of the Inquirer variety will have taken hold. People will believe and allow themselves to be led away into spiritual error. They will accept the claims of Mithraea the Christ, the Antichrist, and will be doomed forever. Those who have given themselves over to the occultic practice of meditation whereby they have communed with their guiding spirits will be predisposed to believe. Likewise, people who have given themselves over to occultic hypnosis, during which they have been pre-programmed to believe, will be deceived. People who have filled their minds with science fiction novels will be predisposed to believe. And all mankind will believe because they are without the truth of Jesus Christ. Upon all such peoples, the godly deception will fall, to permanently set their deception. Biblical prophecy will have been fulfilled. The Antichrist will deceive the entire unsaved population of the world. He will proceed to sign the peace treaty with Israel, and the Great Tribulation will begin. Do not be deceived. The hour is late, indeed. Technocracy and the big data apocalypse screen culture. The consumer culture run by data, technocracy is a new democracy. The Internet has become the world's biggest surveillance program in history. Everything typed in reverberates in the echo chamber of Google-dictated algorithms and protocols. Every time you log on, you are shown only what Google wants you to see. This is why so many people have a skewed vision of the world. One Google user's searches do not yield the same results as the other user, etc. Every time you click on something, there is a jolt of dopamine in your brain. Every time you receive a like, there is a jolt of dopamine in your brain. Every time you receive a text message, there is a jolt of dopamine in your brain, etc. When I talk about digital slavery, I am not talking about some future Skynet apocalypse, necessarily. It is much subtler and more immediate than that. I am talking about the cell phone in your hand, the laptop still open since last night, the last picture you took to show all your fictional friends where you just ate, the password you just changed because you could not remember the original password amidst the thousands of passwords you have. Created in the last 10 years, that kind of slavery. They are trying to turn everyone into an addict. Let's be clear about this. That is the primary purpose and function of Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, marketing itself, etc. They want you addicted. Period. Cell phones and computers are micro-slot machines of dopamine loops. Corporate value is measured by clicks and views. It is the monetization of human experience and the human soul that will keep you on your knees in subservience to this digital beast system as we progress forward. We are alone together, closer and closer from a distance. Click the subscribe button, please like, join group, email me at, you have a message, you matched with, someone liked you, someone tagged you, etc. Technology is ruling over us. It is already in place. The fact that most of us are okay with it, or even have no idea, shows how demonic and effective it actually is. We are already fully embedded in these machines. We are deeply entrenched within computers and cell phones. They are a hyperextension of ourselves in a real sense now. Business, entertainment, study, communication, sex, frivolity. Everything is internet now. The Jesuit alien deception placing Lucifer on the throne of the world in the 1500s, the Vatican Catholic Church was losing congregates because of the Protestant Reformation, 1517 to 1648. So working with occultists Galileo, Kepler, and Copernicus, they invented a heliocentric globe model deception to capture that apostasy back to the church. Later, alchemical occultists, Sir Isaac Newton was enlisted to further the deception. What had happened is that the Vatican Jesuits had eventually and effectively injected heliocentrism and Big Bang cosmology into all religions to infiltrate them from within, and thereby, they circumvented the necessity of overthrowing other religions with violence. They simply hijacked all religions with fake astronomical science. It should come as no surprise that Vatican Catholic, George Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, a Belgian Catholic priest, astronomer and professor of physics at the Catholic University of Leuven, first invented the Big Bang astrophysical idea, and that the Catholic Church owns the largest telescopes in the world, dwarfing any university telescopes by comparison. The Vatican Church is supposedly supposed to be against science when all along, going back to Copernicus and Sir Isaac Newton, they were spearheading all the modern scientific findings, but moreover, they were in control of the interpretation of those findings. After all, they had all the data. It was their data, and their interpretation of the data that eventually became what is known today as modern science, and all those interpretations were merely fantasies created from alchemical Kabbalistic Hermeticism, and not rooted in actual empirical science. Today this assumptive, false empiricism is known as scientism, and it includes heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory, and the idea that outer space is a real thing, other than the Kabbalistic Jesuit fantasy that is always was. Eventually, the Jesuits were forced to go underground from espionage intrigues on their part in over 86 countries, and so they morphed into what is known as the Illuminati, which was, in turn, fingered for their subversive deeds and forced to conceal themselves by infiltrating Freemasonry. Freemasonry had become a nursery for ancient Babylonian mystery school teachings. It was through the infiltration of Freemasonry that the Jesuits were able to co-opt Freemasonry to resurrect ancient Egyptian Babylonian occult teachings for a new occult false doctrine called evolution, as the next step in their heliocentric globe model deception. To perpetuate the fantasy belief in outer space and ultimately, alien life. From Freemason, Erasmus Darwin, the Jesuits eventually received their evolutionary theory, which was necessary to keep the heliocentric globe model going, as well as to aid in social Darwinistic eugenics, genocide, programs, worldwide. If the universe came from a Big Bang, then it needed to evolve, and eventually evolve to a point where man came from alien life. That was the Jesuit alien deception agenda all along. Freemason Erasmus Darwin, who wrote the influential medical text, Zoonomia, 1794, aimed to classify animal life and hence to unravel the theory of diseases by dividing them into 4 categories. Towards its end, Darwin formulated an early version of evolution, suggesting that in the great length of time, since the Earth began to exist, warm-blooded animals have arisen from one living filament. Erasmus Darwin eventually founded the Occult Lunar Society in Birmingham, England, and began pushing evolution in Masonic temples across England over 100 years before his grandson, Charles Darwin, claimed to come up with the process in his book, Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, after his trip to the Galapagos Islands. The book, Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life, was, of course, nothing but the stolen occult philosophies of his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin. And Erasmus had merely adapted ancient Freemasonic mystery school teachings to get it, which were, in turn, based upon Hermetic and Babylonian occult fantasies, to begin with. Charles Darwin lied about where he came up with his ideas and work, plus left out the pagan Masonic occult roots of the esoteric mystery school philosophy of evolution. So he can either solely take credit for the philosophy, or as means to sell it to the public in fear it would be rejected for its occult roots. In effect then, it was through the infiltration of Freemasonry that the Jesuits were able to perpetuate ancient Egyptian Babylonian occult teachings for a new occult false doctrine called evolution, as the next step in their heliocentric globe model deception. To perpetuate the fantasy belief in outer space and ultimately, alien life. And the final chapter to this story is being played out right now with the emergence of AI, and the Pope's declaration that he believes in the high possibility of alien life, and that he will bless such alien life once contacted. It's all deception and agenda. The ultimate goal is to announce that through artificial intelligence, they have detected an alien life-based, language code, and that aliens are real and outer space is real, and we evolved from ancient aliens, and now we must respect and honor this alien intelligence. It is all just one deception after another, leading to a Vatican Catholic announcement of their artificial intelligence-based alien Antichrist Messiah, an intelligence so extravagant, robust, and exotic that all man will be forced to worship it, in the same way that man worships outer space now. In this way, the Vatican will be able to assist in placing Lucifer on the throne of the world as the alien AI Antichrist Messiah. It was a gradual process since the 1500s for the Jesuits to shift man from the worship of God to the worship of outer space, using Jesuit Vatican-created heliocentrism, Big Bang cosmology, evolutionary theory, outer space, aliens, Jesuit-propagated atheism, Jesuit-run Hollywood sci-fi, and Jesuit-governed alien life advocacy. We are the end of the agenda. How coincidental that we currently have a Jesuit pope. And again, if the universe came from a Big Bang, then it needed to evolve, and eventually evolve to a point where man was an insignificant speck of nothing on a speck of dust, amidst trillions of massive stars and distances, ever dwarfing man's significance in a godless, random, chaotic universe and with no relationship to God the Creator. The heliocentrism fantasy is based upon ancient pagan occult sun worship, as well, which places the sun at the center of things, rather than the earth, which further increase man's insignificance. All of this deception combined is how the Jesuits created a fearful, godless man, easily controlled through science and science fiction brainwashing. The apotheosis of the elite through keeping mankind down as subservient slaves was the reason for the Jesuit alien deception agenda all along. The alchemy of apotheosis to change any base metal into gold is the lower metaphoric meaning of alchemy. The transmutation of grosser energies to finer energies, specifically the dross of lower consciousness into the gold of higher consciousness and cosmic consciousness, is the higher and more esoteric meaning of alchemy. Alchemists, the Gnostics, the Kabbalists, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, etc., are people who sought these mysteries to gain a greater mastery over themselves and their energy. Materia prima, the philosopher's stone, and gold are the most commonly known symbols relating to alchemy. Whether you understand alchemy as a science or as a psycho-spiritual instrument, alchemy is ultimately concerned with transformation and change. The classical applications of alchemy have always been twofold: chrysopoeia and apotheosis, gold-making and god-making, the perfection of metals and mortals. The secret mystical knowledge born of alchemical occultism was hidden from average men, cloaked in duplicitous symbolism by various mystery school-based, secret societies and embellished by the language of religion, occult theosophy, philosophy, science and esotericism. This primordial knowledge would only bear fruit in the lives of those elite who were chosen to ply the levers of political rule and augment social subjugation, dumbing down the masses to altered states of mindless consciousness, where they would in dull obedience give full allegiance to their master Lucifer, aptly called Satan, that fallen angel. Apotheosis is the core teaching within Hermetic alchemic occultism, as well as Gnostic Luciferianism. We are witnessing a worldwide resurgence in the Babylonian mystery school teachings today like never before in history, spreading across the world in the form of love and light, the naive Luciferian angel of light, maxim of the New Age, which alchemical Satanist witch Madame Helena Blavatsky so comprehensively annotated in her magnus opus, The Secret Doctrine. As I have pointed out in my book, The Scientism Delusion, and on multiple talk radio shows where I was the guest speaker, we are moving into the age of Lucifer, where esoteric secret knowledge will be openly and intentionally pushed out to the world as the final lowering of the capstone on this occult great work of ages. Each will learn that they are to ascend into universal consciousness. But the true agenda will be the full indoctrination of the world into the Babylonian mystery schools, so that all of mankind may be slaughtered and enslaved by the very same mystery schools that are administering this esoteric secret knowledge wholeheartedly out to the masses via internet, bookstores, and Atlantean occult deception. Regrettably, it will be the choice of the masses to be enslaved. This has been the plan since the beginning, to seduce mankind into willingly desiring apotheosis and universal consciousness into pantheistic monadism. Thinking they are seeking esoteric wisdom and ascension into the cosmic oneness, they will be seduced deep within the sinuously convoluted labyrinthian mazes of occult doctrines of love and light and ascension until there is no escape for anyone. It will be man's fault for falling for this great deception, man in his ultimate arrogance and folly. Thinking he could wield the secret esoteric knowledge taught in the mystery schools and become powerful and godlike, the very same secret esoteric knowledge that had been used by these very same mystery schools since back before Atlantis to subjugate, enslave, torture, control, and genocide mankind. This is why many who study this topic deeply call man's conduct in all this Luciferian, because those teaching and seeking this esoteric secret knowledge think they are above the lurid darkness of its locus of origin. Lucifer and its ultimate reason for being, to corrupt man through the seductive illusion of apotheosis, an impossibility, and vain blasphemy, to put it lightly. Transhumanistic digital technomysticism is the final chapter in this, where man will seek apotheosis to finally become God through quantum mystical technomysticism and the digital alchemical transmutation mechanisms that the Luciferian elite will offer them. It will be man's choice the entire time. Through the hubris and vain imaginings of merging with a mythical cosmic pantheism singularity, the greatest illusion of the Luciferian elite, and seeking to become God, under the subterranean spell of Luciferian apotheosis, man will face his final generation. The resurrection, transhumanism, and the singularity the science of transhumanism has entered into the mainstream through Hollywood movies like Transcendence, Divergent, Avatar, Captain America, Interstellar, and countless other films. Ray Kurzweil of Google, whom many call the father of the modern transhumanist movement, has introduced the concept that death, disease, and aging can be overcome through new scientific breakthroughs. Transhumanism is the new religion of the singularity, which offers man a technological resurrection from death and entrance into an artificial heaven called the world brain or the hive mind. Transhumanism, which does offer on varying levels real potential benefits to mankind, in the end becomes a technological alternative to Jesus Christ's offer to mankind of a real resurrection from death and true eternal life. The question is, can transhumanism truly offer a viable resurrection from death and real eternal life, and not just a virtual one? New generations of men and women do not want their bodies and minds to grow old like their parents and grandparents, and are looking to the science of transhumanism to grant them a transhumanist immortality. Growing numbers of people around the world are demanding that their governments start massive funding for anti-aging research. Who would not want the governments of the world to stop spending money on bloated bureaucracies and wars and start funding anti-aging technologies? Anti-aging sciences and technologies which would include nutrition, exercise, vitamins, herbs, hormonal therapies, meditation, brain wave research, genetics, DNA, drugs, computers, computer-brain interfaces, uploading human consciousness from a dying body into a new cloned body. An interspecies breeding of animal/human and some believe Nephilim DNA in order to create superhuman beings is just the tip of the transhumanist revolution. A great deal of this research is good, and there is no reason that any of us should age, get sick, and die prematurely. But in addition to the moral and ethical problems of some areas of research, the idea that an artificial immortality can be achieved through transhumanist science and technology enters into a theological domain that the proponents of transhumanism do not fully understand. Ideally, when we deal with science, we should be dealing with empirical evidence and scientific fact. The question has to be asked, why is it that men and women age, get sick and die? On one level, it could be said that the problem exists in their DNA coding, and with things like nutrition. A recent transhumanism conference featured both new and seasoned experts. The conference was sponsored by the non-profit organization Brighter Brains Institute, which held the first major U.S. transhumanism conference of the year, located in San Jose, California, entitled Transhuman Strategies. Again, although many of the goals of transhumanism may be admirable, transhumanism is looked upon as the way man can achieve immortality and a kind of resurrection from death through science and technology. The problem with this approach is that transhumanism denies fundamental scientific realities, including the primary reason why men and women age, get sick, and die. Although there are powerful genetic, nutritional, and other factors which cause death, disease, and dying, the primary reason is spiritual. If we view the Bible not as a man-made myth, parable, or fairy tale, but as an accurate scientific, holographic, genetic, multidimensional, biological, and historical record, we discover that the Bible gives us the real scientific reason for disease, aging, and death. First, our genetic ancestors were a man and a woman named Adam and Eve, who were created by the infinite, personal, living God of the universe, with the DNA of God. They were created as immortal beings who had perfect biological bodies and lived in a perfect environment, which was the Garden of Eden, paradise. Adam and Eve functioned at a far higher level of consciousness and biology than contemporary man. First, they possessed a vast spectrum of powers that modern man has lost, powers from another dimension, in order to rule over and control their environment called Earth. On a personal level, they had the power to communicate with one another, and with God on a telepathic level, and they lived in an environment with a vastly larger color, sound, and even taste spectrum. They had no psychological problems, and all of their relationships were in perfect harmony. The source of their existence was a multi-dimensional and supernatural life force, which flowed from the Word of God. It must be remembered that the Word of God was not just verbal expression, sound, and syntax. The Word of God was God Himself. That is why it says in Genesis, "And God said, let there be light, and light was." In addition, the Word of God was part of the triune nature of God. Jesus Christ was the Word become flesh. The reality of a multidimensional, infinite, personal, living God of the universe who exists outside the dimensions of time and space, and who chose to create mankind and all of creation as an expression of His divine love, is so far beyond the flatland. Thinking of modern man, that man in his ignorance attempts to censor this reality, twisting this cosmic truth to label it a myth, fable, or fairy tale. However, the reality is that the enormity, wonder, transcendence, complexity, and multidimensional nature of reality that this truth implies is so threatening to fallen man that man attempts to smash it into pieces as a little child would break a toy in a temper tantrum. William Joy, co-founder of Sun Microsystems, famously countered Kurzweil's predictions in his article Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. He opens his article discussing his meeting with Kurzweil. Neither should we pursue near immortality without considering the costs. A technological approach to eternity, near immortality through robotics, may not be the most desirable utopia, and its pursuit brings clear dangers. Maybe we should rethink our utopian choices. Ray Kurzweil, in his article Reinventing Humanity, The Future of Machine-Human Intelligence for Futurist magazine, explains what is called the singularity, predicting that within the next several decades artificial intelligence will exceed human intelligence, a scenario depicted in the movie Transcendence, starring Johnny Depp. Transhumanists believe that technologies like genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and computer technology will transform human life and merge human brains and bodies with machines, creating superbeings enhanced with artificial intelligence. In this transhumanist future, men and women will be cyborgs, part robot and part human, enabling them to overcome death and achieve artificial immortality. What transhumanism is really about is man attempting to create through technology a holographic resurrection from death where men and women will be able to enter a synthetic heaven where people will live in a technocratic paradise, which will be a kind of multi-dimensional matrix. Transhumanists believe that men will become gods, which is the very temptation that Lucifer used with Adam and Eve as he seduced them to reject God's word in Eden. When dying men and women upload their consciousness into computers, they will merge their human consciousness with super artificial intelligence surpassing that of ordinary human beings. This tipping point where computers will become more intelligent than people is called the singularity. But the great danger in the singularity is that there is a high probability that the computers and all technology utilizing artificial intelligence will rule over the human race and make human beings their slaves because they will be vastly more intelligent and powerful than man. Transhumanists believe that the singularity will happen around 2045 AD. In his article in Futurist magazine, Ray Kurzweil raises some juicy points to consider from the perspective of ethics and technology. He explains the singularity, in his own words: "We stand on the threshold of the most profound and transformative event in the history of humanity, the singularity." What is the singularity? From my perspective, the singularity is a future period during which the pace of technological change will be so fast and far-reaching that human existence on this planet will be irreversibly altered. We will combine our brain power, the knowledge, skills, and personality quirks that make us human with our computer power in order to think, reason, communicate, and create in ways we can scarcely even contemplate today. Kurzweil and his fellow transhumanists believe that technology will replace biology, and in the process disease, aging, and death will be conquered. Human beings will transcend their humanity by becoming one with machines through nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. The new human beings will be more like cyborgs than biological humans. In this post-human future, men and women will experience an artificial resurrection by uploading their consciousness to computers, and will live forever as stored information. However, there are several problems with this post-human future. First, there is a very real technocratic elite who are already ruling the world, and whose existence is concealed from the dumbed-down masses who are being brainwashed by scientific mind control. This technocratic elite has no intention of allowing the masses to share with them the alleged joys of their artificial paradise. As Aldous Huxley wrote in his novel Brave New World, the masses are already being genetically bred and programmed through scientific mind control to serve as a slave race for the elite. This is the purpose of GMO foods, which neurologically rewire human consciousness by making the masses fat and stupid and shorten their lifespans. Even as you read this article, billions of people are being subtly killed off through wars, food shortages, vaccinations, drugs, and GMO foods. I deal with this theme extensively in my book Mass Event. Secondly, the entire transhumanist revolution is built on the premise that mankind has randomly evolved over billions of years through the evolutionary process, and that there is no creator, no right or wrong, only pure Darwinian might makes right and survival of the fittest. In this worldview, the elite believe they are free to do absolutely anything they choose, because all forms of moral beliefs are completely illusory. Therefore, they have the perfect right to treat men and women in any way they choose because they have the power to do so. So behind the MK Ultramind-controlled global American matrix, they are culling the herd and killing off millions of useless eaters through war, engineered plagues, weapons which cause earthquakes, tsunamis, freak weather which destroys the food supply, and drugs and GMO foods which shorten the lifespan of millions of people in places like America and Europe through the promotion of artificially induced diseases like diabetes, cancer, heart failure, Alzheimer's, etc. The great masses of middle-class Americans and Europeans, as well as citizens of other nations, have been scientifically dumbed down through educational programs like Common Core and mass media psychological depatterning, which was developed by Dr. Cameron, a scientific mind control pioneer who literally erased people's memories and ability to think coherently through drugs, hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and pain. Drugs and systematic shocks to the central nervous system of the global collective mass mind with regular exposure to mass media narratives of terroristic attack, jet pilots driving jets into mountains, serial killers, mass murderers, rapes, accounts of abducted sex slaves, etc. are all part of the MK Ultra formula for mind control based on pain, drugs, and hypnosis. The philosophical premise of the technocratic elite and the conditioned masses is that there is no personal living God of the universe and no moral absolutes. If that premise is correct, then the technocratic elite are free to do whatever they choose, which is another way of stating the Luciferian doctrine espoused by the great Satanist Aleister Crowley when he said, "Do what thou wilt." Concepts such as right and wrong along with morality become completely non-existent, and the technocratic elite along with the vanguard of transhumanists are free to reinvent man and the very nature of reality on any terms they choose, because if their worldview is correct and man is God, then man is free to do whatever he chooses. However, if mankind and all of reality have been created by a personal living God of the universe who has chosen to reveal himself both through the Bible and all of creation, then the laws of God apply to man whether man likes it or not. Mankind may choose to rebel from God and his laws and follow Lucifer in his rebellion against God, but when the day is done, every man and woman who ever lived, including Lucifer and the fallen angels, are accountable to God and will, according to God's word, stand before God at the great white throne of judgment and give a full account for what they have done on earth and in the heavens. If the biblical worldview is the truly scientific worldview, then it does not matter whether or not men and women believe in God or his laws, or that they may dislike his laws. Apart from what they believe exists, in the higher reality they will face him not only as King of Kings and Lord of Lords, but also as the supreme judge of the universe. Although they may choose to deny it, the law of God is written upon the heart of every person who ever lived, and every man or woman will be judged according to the law of God at the resurrection of the dead, which is not a virtual resurrection, but an actual one. When every man or woman who has chosen to reject the unmerited favor and forgiveness of God offered by Jesus Christ, who was slain on a cross to take away each of our sins as the Lamb of God, they will give a full account of every action and thought they have committed, and according to the law of God, they will receive the full penalty for their rebellion against the truth, and that penalty is being sentenced eternally to a cosmic prison the Bible calls hell. For those who ask the age-old philosophical question, how can a loving God send someone to hell? The answer is found by simply turning the question around. It is not God who is sending them to hell, they are choosing to send themselves to hell by refusing to accept the only viable antidote to the law of sin and death, which is the power of salvation in Jesus Christ. What the transhumanists and the technocratic elite do not understand is that the universe is not simply materialistic. Although modern physics gives lip service to a universe composed of 11 to 23 dimensions, it does not actually integrate multi-dimensional reality with the nature of existence. For example, the life force which causes each human being to live and the death force which causes aging, disease, and death are more than energy, genetics, and biological machines. Man is more than a biological machine. Every man or woman has a soul, not just an energy force, but an actual soul. The reason modern science has difficulty accepting this is simply because it has not yet developed the technology or the equation to quantify it. That does not mean the soul does not exist. It means that science has not invented the technology to measure the existence of a soul, which has an origination point beyond time and space. The defining moment in all of human history was the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead over 2,000 years ago. Jesus Christ was murdered upon a cross and his body physically died in front of numerous witnesses. After the body of Jesus Christ was placed inside of a tomb guarded by the highly trained and elite Roman soldiers, Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead, and his body was no longer in the tomb. Jesus Christ had a new body, and appeared to his disciples and communicated with them. This was not a virtual or technological resurrection, but a true resurrection of a dead physical body, which became the new resurrected body of Jesus Christ. The event was predicted in detail thousands of years before it happened, by the Old Testament prophets. The science and theology concerning the resurrection could be debated endlessly. But the final reality is that Jesus Christ did resurrect from the dead in real space-time history. Many have attempted to say that the resurrection is a fable, conspiracy, myth, or allegory. But the actual historical account disproves all of this. The fact of the matter is that Jesus Christ did resurrect from the dead, and all of human history, including transhumanism, is turned upside down by this one single event. Transhumanism and Lucifer's genetic manipulation of man. We are embarking upon artificial selection, as a kind of unnatural evolution farm wars. There is a move afoot to reprogram humanity. To redefine it in the limited terms of scientific understanding, place it in a box, and then, all wrapped up in a pretty package, attempt to deliver this convoluted mess to us as progress. There are those who think that, given the chance, they could and should genetically manipulate the earth and the creatures that inhabit it, including man, to suit a purpose of their own imaginings. They want to experiment on all of our precious resources, turn our rivers into streams of pollution, and take each and every living thing on earth and use it to create something better. According to whose design? Well, the so-called scientific one, of course. And if this means combining cows and humans, goats and spiders, man and machine in order to achieve the goal, well, so be it. After all, the only thing that is important is the end result. And the end result is that a few will obtain immortality, or so they think. And if a few eggs get broken in the process, well, that is the price paid for success. This is transhumanism, the natural culmination of something called reprogenetics. Some call it designer evolution. In short, reprogenetics is the genetic engineering of man to create a human race according to scientific design. Here is a definition from Lee M. Silver, author of the book Remaking Eden, How Genetic Engineering and Cloning Will Transform the American Family, 1998. Reprogenetics will involve advances in a number of technologies not yet achieved, but not inherently impossible. Among these are improvements in interpreting the effects of different expressions of DNA, the ability to harvest large numbers of embryos from females, and a far higher rate of reinsertion of embryos into host mothers. The end result, according to Silver, is that those parents who can afford it will be able to pick out the genetic characteristics of their own children, which Silver says will trigger a number of social changes in the decades after its implementation. Possible early applications, however, might be closer to eliminating disease genes passed on to children. According to Silver, the main differences between reprogenetics and eugenics, the belief in the possibility of improving the gene pool, which in the first half of the 20th century became infamous for the brutal policies it inspired, is that most eugenics programs were compulsory programs imposed upon citizens by governments trying to enact an ultimate goal. It becomes quite apparent, after reading the quote above, that the main difference between reprogenetics and eugenics is consent, according to Lee M. Silver. Eugenics, forced. Reprogenetics, consented to. Same thing, different mode of action. From the forced culling of those deemed inferior to creating a superior race through genetic engineering, the end result is the same. Those deemed inferior are eventually culled from the system using DNA manipulation techniques. Eugenics, renamed and defined as scientific progress. A life-saving technique that can reprogram the human race and create the ideal human family. That's the spin. I'm sure the promoters said the same thing about nuclear energy. Dangerous? Nah. We know what we are doing. Arrogance. So, let's take this technique of reprogramming humanity through reprogenetics eugenics and dig a little deeper, shall we? Meet Genome Compiler. Genome Compiler is built on the idea that biology is information technology. We can design and program living things the same way that we design computer code. Genetic designers today are still writing in ones and zeros. They lack the missing tools to design, debug, and compile the biological code into new living things. At Genome Compiler, we've built just that. A simplified solution for designing DNA. We are inspired by the breakthrough research done by the JCVI and Harvard with their achievement of whole bacterial genome engineering, as required for functional changes in the form of new codes, new amino acids, safety and virus resistance, and a vision of making biological design easier, cheaper, and open to people outside the research labs. After all, when all is said and done, DNA is simply DNA, and mixing it up has no inherent consequences, right? That is what we are supposed to believe. And who is to say what is human and what is not? Aren't we all made of molecules? The transhumanist agenda. The following quote pretty much sums up the transhumanist attitude towards the relationship between you, me, the computer I am using to write this, and the chair I am sitting on, whether somebody is implemented on silicon or biological tissue. If it does not affect functionality or consciousness, is of no moral significance. Carbon chauvinism, in the form of anthropomorphism, speciesism, bioism, or even fundamentalist humanism, is objectionable on the same grounds as racism. If we want to be half human, half frog, isn't that our right? If everything is the same, then anything goes. This is put forth in the guise of freedom of choice, freedom from disease, and freedom from suffering. Actually, this is a sure road to slavery, disease and suffering, and a path towards erasing who we are and simply becoming just another set of molecules on planet Earth, much like a chair, or car, or vacuum cleaner. The transhumanist goal, based on this oneness of all things biologically and artificially created, is to use science and technology to control evolution of the species, because science is safer than nature. Biological evolution is perpetual but slow, inefficient, blind, and dangerous. Technological evolution is fast, efficient, accelerating, and better by design. To ensure the best chances of survival, take control of our own destiny, and to be free, we must master evolution. This mastering of evolution is accomplished through a scientific dictatorship, scientific dictatorship, is the utopian concept of scientific managerism whereby all facets of political, social and economic life are managed solely by the scientific method and dictates of science. Patrick Wood and precaution? Well, that goes out the window. Quote from Dr. Max More, a leader in transhumanism: "Many factors conspire to warp our reasoning about risks and benefits as individuals. The bad news is that such foolish thinking has been institutionalized and turned into a principle. Zealous pursuit of precaution has been enshrined in the precautionary principle. Regulators, negotiators, and activists refer to and defer to this principle when considering possible restrictions on productive activity and technological innovation." In this chapter, I aim to explain how the precautionary principle, and the mindset that underlies it, threaten our well-being and our future. Dr. Max More, the author of The Principles of Extropy, is one of the top leaders of the transhumanist movement, and the two are tightly interconnected. One could consider extropy as the metaphysical backbone of transhumanism. Patrick Wood, in other words, according to one of the top leaders in the transhumanist movement, the precautionary principle actually endangers us. How convoluted can you get? So, throwing caution aside, onward we go by experimenting through DNA manipulation to create a world where the pseudoscience of a scientific dictatorship rules supreme. Here are just some examples of DNA mixing going on right now: goats that produce spider silk in their milk, mice that sing and tweet like birds, super salmon banana vaccines, phosphorus-friendly pigs, chicken, humans laying eggs with cancer-fighting proteins, cows that make human milk, scorpion cabbage, human organs being grown in pigs, DARPA's super soldiers. The future of war is going to look really, really weird. The super soldier research that DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, is working on right now is unlike anything we have ever seen before. If DARPA is successful, and if the American people don't object, the soldiers of the future will be genetically modified transhumans capable of superhuman feats. We are in for a lot more than those who actually believe in the medical benefits of DNA manipulation bargained for. All these examples are leading us down the road to the real transhumanist agenda. Transhumanism is the application of science to the condition of man to achieve characteristics of immortality, omniscience and omnipresence, among others, and to produce a godlike race of post-humans. Patrick Wood: yes, there are people who are actively attempting a complete takeover of humanity in order to set themselves up as supreme beings. To transcend physical boundaries by intermixing any DNA that so-called scientists think is appropriate, discard the precautionary principle as too dangerous for proper evolution, full speed ahead, meld man, machine, computer, and eventually, transcend to godhood. It doesn't matter if it works, it doesn't matter if it is sane, it is a plan in the works. And the people who are involved think that they know how to create a better man. Here is a bit of the history of transhumanism and its ties to eugenics. Julian Huxley, brother of Aldous who authored Brave New World, first used this word, 1957. Transhumanism. Huxley was a member of the British Eugenics Society, eugenics being the foundation of transhumanism. Quote, "Eugenics is a science dedicated to a Darwinist philosophy applied to humanity, that the strong should thrive and evolve, while the weak are culled and eradicated. Eugenics rests on a necessity of there being superior and inferior genetic pools in the human population. It might be very socially unacceptable to speak publicly of there being some races, ethnic or cultural groups who are inferior to the rest, yet in secrecy this is exactly what elite eugenicists believe. The public is guided to love the idea of transhumanism by being persuaded that it is not a goal attached to race or ethnicity, but simply a means of bettering all of humanity. This is quite untrue. Elite transhumanists have no desire to evolve all humankind. Their goal is one which seeks to advance only their own bloodlines, and to leave the rest in disadvantage to them, so that these unfortunate ones have no choice but to become their slaves, their lab animals, and their labor force. The lowest strata are reproducing too fast. Therefore, they must not have too easy access to relief or hospital treatment, lest the removal of the last check on natural selection should make it too easy for children to be produced, or to survive. Long unemployment should be a ground for sterilization. Julian Huxley, and wouldn't you know it? The Rockefeller Foundation can be found providing funding for the eugenics movement. In 1927, the Rockefeller Foundation provided funds to construct the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Anthropology, Human Heredity, and Eugenics in Berlin, which came under the directorship of the appropriately named Eugen Fischer. Adolf Hitler read Fischer's textbook Principles of Human Heredity and Race Hygiene while in prison at Landsberg, and used eugenical notions to support the ideal of a pure Aryan society in his manifesto, Mein Kampf, My Struggle. What was termed in its early stages as a pure Aryan society is now being repackaged as a pure transhumanist society in which DNA is programmed to conform to the design of a scientific dictatorship and sold as the salvation of man. The New Age of Ascension. Same story, new box. When will we learn? And the motivation for all of this? As usual, there are many: profit, human transcendence, control, power, eternal life, immortality, the justification? That's easy. Progress always requires sacrifice. To quote a famous activist, human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. Even a superficial look at history reveals that no social advance rolls in on wheels of inevitability. Every step toward the goal of justice requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle, the tireless exertions and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. Without persistent effort, time itself becomes an ally of the insurgent and primitive forces of irrational emotionalism and social destruction. This is no time for apathy or complacency. This is a time for vigorous and positive action. MLK Jr. Except in this case, it is not the beneficiary of the technology's sacrifice that is required, but the sacrifice of dedicated and ignorant servants and an unwitting populace. We sacrifice our health, wealth, and minds to the slavery of junk science that says it is okay to maim, torture, and impoverish millions so that a few may gain. It is okay to run widespread experiments on humanity, so that a few may benefit from those experiments and transcend to a godlike state and rule over the universe. It doesn't matter if you believe it, or if I believe it. It doesn't have to be rational or sane. What matters is that people with enough money and power to go forth with this agenda do believe it, are working steadily towards it, and know how to market it in order to get the public to accept it as beneficial. Transhumanism is being sold to the public as bringing forth a new age of enlightenment. This story is as old as the biblical account of the Garden of Eden, where Lucifer, masquerading as the angel of light, tells Eve that he knows a better way. It is also being touted as an extension of Darwinism, another step in the evolutionary process, the better, scientific way, because the slow, biological way is simply too dangerous and inherently unpredictable. Humans are about to decommission natural selection in favor of guided evolution. Darwinian processes gave humanity a good start, but Homo sapiens can be improved. Owing to advances in genetics, cybernetics, nanotechnology, computer science, and cognitive science, humans are set to redefine the human condition. Future humans can look forward to longer lives, enhanced intelligence, memory, communication and physical skills, and improved emotional control. humans may eventually cease to be biological engendered organisms altogether, giving rise to the post-human entity. Human enhancement will irrevocably alter social arrangements, interpersonal relationships, and society itself. And there's also the added potential for non-human enhancement. Much better to trust in man and his scientific knowledge to create a better evolutionary path, and manipulating our DNA is that way. And just who comes to mind as an expert at manipulating DNA and public perception? The Monsanto connection. Monsanto and Atlas Venture. Remember when Craig Venture of Atlas Venture created Cynthia, a synthetic life form, and partnered with Monsanto? And now Monsanto has recently signed a deal with Atlas Venture for funding of, well, who knows? Monsanto does. And Monsanto isn't telling. But we do know that it will most likely be some sort of disruptive innovation, because that is Atlas Venture's specialty. Atlas Venture is an early-stage investment firm dedicated to financing disruptive innovation in life sciences and technology. Well, it appears that Monsanto and Atlas Venture are working on a new type of genetic engineering using RNA. Is this the disruptive technology that I mentioned in my article cited above? Generations of high school kids have been taught that only about 3% of the human genome is actually useful, meaning it contains genes that code proteins, and the rest is junk DNA. Cambridge, MA-based Rana Therapeutics was founded on the idea that the so-called junk is actually gold. Because it contains a type of RNA that can flip genes on inside cells, potentially offering a new approach to modulating diseases. Rana is coming out of stealth mode today and announcing a $20.7 million Series A financing led by Atlas Venture, SR1, and agricultural giant Monsanto, NYSE, Partners Innovation Fund also participated in the funding. What is Rana Therapeutics? Rana Therapeutics is pioneering the discovery of a new class of medicines that target RNA to selectively activate protein expression, thereby enabling the body to produce desirable proteins to treat or prevent disease. Rana's novel therapeutics work by precisely activating the expression of select genes within the patient's own cells, increasing the synthesis of therapeutic proteins. The company's proprietary RNA targeting technology works epigenetically to make it possible, for the first time, to increase the expression of therapeutic proteins with exquisite selectivity. This has the potential to turn on and silence, with a great degree of accuracy, gene expression in anyone's body. For example, Monsanto is not working at curing world hunger through biotechnology. That is a successful smokescreen and marketing slogan gone viral. Edward Bernays, the father of marketing propaganda to the masses, would have been proud. The inevitable conclusion. Remember the definition of reprogenetics in the beginning of this article? Reprogenetics is the genetic engineering of man to create a human race according to scientific design. Well, it is 2013. And we now have the tools to silence and turn on genes through RNA manipulation. And it's coming to us courtesy of Monsanto, the chemical/life sciences company that brought us Agent Orange, PCBs, and most of the genetically engineered ingredients in 80% of the processed foods we eat every day. We know that a pseudo-scientific agenda called transhumanism, which is bankrolled by some very rich and influential people, is intended to change us as a species, knows no bounds, is set to replace biology as we know it, and is inexorably connected to eugenics. We know that this transhumanist agenda is well on its way to changing the world in ways that we cannot fathom, and we know that Monsanto is involved through its research and application of DNA manipulation techniques in our food supply. Happy eating, America, Barbara H. Peterson. The singularity is a term everyone should know, but just like the word Lucifer, shining, few understand it or have clue about what it will bring when it arrives. Fewer still understand how they are connected, and how we are enmeshed in the connection. What does Lucifer have to do with transhumanism, the singularity and me and you? Everything. Just keep reading. By the end of this article you will be in on the great secret of Christianity, and understand the source of all the pressure and tension in our world. The singularity describes the imminently approaching time when our exponentially accelerating artificially intelligent machines surpass human intelligence, and take on a life and agenda of their own, and we merge with them, or are assimilated. Every major Silicon Valley corporation, and about 10,000 startups, are actively developing the unfathomable technology that will bring about the singularity. A global summit dedicated to it, hosted by Singularity University, will take place August 13 to 17, 2017 in San Francisco, California. Singularists await this moment with rapturous expectation, and see it as an opportunity to play God and upgrade the human body, sacrificing the old version to the woodpile of history, rapidly turning it into an artificial transhuman state of being, and upgrade the Earth by introducing a version of humanity that will take better care of the planet, or even leave it altogether. What will our life be like after the singularity, if they keep us around long enough to find out? No one knows. It is either an open pit or a portal, we're not sure which. Other than stating we will be abundant in the new gig economy, Singularity University only says we will be exponential. Catchy, but how about? Beyond comprehension? By definition, the singularity refers to a time beyond our comprehension. It is rather like explaining our modern world to an ancient cave dweller, or heaven to an atheist. There's nothing to compare it to. However, we are beginning to get a glimpse of the enormity of the change ahead. Transhuman promoters like Ray Kurzweil, Google engineer, and the high priest of the singularity, believe the coming techno-rapture will bring a new light to humanity, an earthly utopia free of suffering, eternal life, and trillions of dollars in profits. If Kurzweil is right, the singularity will happen before 2045. Probably a lot sooner. Kurzweil is the German and Jewish, Ashkenazic, nickname for a joker. As recently as July 5, 2017, Ray Kurzweil has jested that the dawn of AI and the singularity is not an alien invasion from Mars, but a result of human ingenuity, and believes that technology will ultimately go inside our bodies and brains to aid health, and that the neocortex of the human brain will be linked directly to the cloud, taking man's evolution a step further as technology assists brains to access more knowledge than ever before. I call the introduction of technology into our body the singularity. The book, The Singularity is Near, documents how a new, transhuman is gradually appearing on the world stage. We are its witnesses and elders. Bible prophecy watchers call this time the Great Tribulation and predict a global struggle to deal with the horrors brought on by massive unemployment caused by AI, robot wars, and the feeling that humanity has been raped by an artificial alien intelligence. Tribulation precedes the second coming of Christ and the Antichrist. This is also called rapture, when all who are alive, or who are left, shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. Thessalonians 4:17. At a moment, referred to as the last trump, we will be transformed in a flash, in the twinkling of an eye. The trump will sound and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we will be changed. 1 Corinthians 15:52. That is the singularity. It may be that the light beaming at us from the pit or portal is from the stone on the crown of the creature that is about to emerge from within it. Christianity tells us this will lead to a final battle, or Armageddon. The army of God will win against the children of darkness, leaving behind only a new, righteous humankind. Mars? It is funny that Kurzweil should mention aliens from Mars as the source of this technology, even if he is only joking or Kurzweiling. There is an important link between Mars and transhumanism. As I have written in the Mars shot, to save humanity, in order for humans to colonize Mars, we will first have to transform ourselves into machines, transhumans, androids, robots, or light beings in order to overcome the frailty of the human body. Ancient alien intrusion theorists have long maintained that a previous technologically advanced human civilization once existed on Mars. This is where our reptilian overlords hailed from, or something like that. Maybe Kurzweil has looked into it. As I discussed in The Singularity is Near, thousands of years old myths and legends, the history of Egypt and Sumeria tell how the gods altered humanity. The deeply embedded impulse to transcend the limitations of our flesh was initiated millennia ago by these beings from other worlds. The godless geeks of the valley are, unknowingly, the servants of this ancient impulse to transform the human body and ascend into new bodies of light that can survive in space. The human body's deficiency when it comes to living in space was acknowledged in 1 Corinthians 15:50, where the Apostle Paul tells us, "Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God." In order to enter the divine realm, our bodies must change. As Paul says, "And just as we have borne the likeness of the earthly man, so also shall we bear the likeness of the heavenly man." Paul is saying our bodies will be different when we live in space. We will be like the resurrected Christ, the heavenly man, born again into a resurrected body. This means the beings who came to Earth from Mars or other places in space were not in flesh and blood form when they arrived. They were either robots or light beings. In my view, the historical records show the ancient gods came both as robots and as light beings who could manifest flesh and blood bodies. So ultimately, I would agree with Kurzweil that AI technology is not an alien invasion from Mars. No, according to Judeo-Christian tradition, this alien technology and the alien entities who brought it here came down from heaven. Lucifer, the former archangel, brought it with him. Yes. Lucifer. You know, Satan, that old devil, director of the forces of darkness? Former archangel and favorite son of God? Seriously? Yes. This is totally nutty to transhumanists, who view themselves as more advanced than backward humans who still believe in ancient myths and superstitions. In the transhumanist universe there are no gods, devils, angels, heaven, or hell. There is only the imperfect natural world, and that human body that needs to be made gooder, not godlier, by technology. If they do their job right, transhumans will be the new gods. The greatest trick Lucifer pulled off was convincing smart people that he doesn't exist, and then get them to do his work. The solution to the trick is for transhumanists and believers to realize they are on the same team, and have the same goal, to love with all our hearts, all our minds and all our souls, and to love our neighbor as ourselves. While I may satirically deride atheists and transhumanists, I do not seek to demonize or dehumanize them. My goal is to work with them to guide humanity. Speaking to the saints at the Global Singularity Summit, I would ask them to consider that, according to Christian and Jewish tradition, the fruit of what we call the singularity is rooted in the first sin, a transgression against divine law. In Judeo-Christian culture, the first sin is the event that led to our enmeshment in human skin. Most think the first sin occurred in Garden of Eden when the newly made Adam and Eve rebelled by eating the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge offered by the serpent, Lucifer/Satan in disguise. As a consequence, Yahweh, the jealous God of the Old Testament, who created Adam from clay and breathed life into him, punished his creation after it disobeyed him by evicting us from Eden and packing us in coats of skin. This act resulted in the fall of humanity into its present stage of flesh-bound existence, as recorded in the book of Genesis, chapter 3. Traditional Judaism and Christianity accept this circumstance, so do Muslims. Christianity is based on the premise that God has a plan to renew and transform us. Jesus was sent to show us the way to return to our original state of perfection, which is the shared goal of transhumanists. When he returns at the second coming, we will be like him. The mission of every Christian is to participate in this resurrection and ascension, and join the other perfected humans dwelling at the celestial throne of Christ, Hebrews 12:22. The history of human technology is a march toward the perfection of the human body, and our ability to play God, and to fall upward during the second coming. Lucifer's rebellion actually, the first sin took place before the creation of humans. The events surrounding this was known as Lucifer's rebellion, and involved the archangel who led all the angels in worship around the throne of God. The Book of Revelation, 12:7-9, describes a war in heaven which resulted in Satan and his angels being expelled from heaven. It tells how Lucifer convinced 1/3 of the angels to follow him. They were cast from heaven to earth, becoming the fallen angels. This means Lucifer was the first disruptor. Before you are misled into thinking the fallen are reptilian-looking aliens, favored by Christian artists, please be aware that to be fallen simply means we have taken on human flesh, as opposed to our celestial bodies Paul referenced earlier. In this sense, all of us in human bodies are fallen aliens, angels or something or others. According to Ezekiel 28:13, a probable reference to Lucifer, we learn that he is an amazing being to behold. You are the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering, the sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created. They were prepared. You were the anointed cherub who covers, and I placed you there. You were on the holy mountain of God, Shaun. You walked in the midst of the stones of fire. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created, until unrighteousness was found in you. Lucifer was created to dwell eternally in the throne room of heaven, in the very presence of God, Ezekiel 28:14. To dwell in the awesome presence of a perfect and holy God, Lucifer had to be perfect. He had a seal around his body referred to as the garment of light. What this means is that he had a shining body of light, specifically rainbow-colored light. This is what is meant by every precious stone was your covering. He shone like a multicolored jewel, radiating the colors of the rainbow, aka the cloak of many colors. Lucifer was a celestial being. According to Jewish tradition, he was expelled from heaven for refusing to bow to Adam. When God completed his new creation, made in God's image, he brought him to heaven, placed him before all the angels, and made them bow to Adam. Lucifer refused to bow to anyone but God. Plus, says some versions, he was envious and jealous of the power God granted to Adam. In the Quran, Satan claimed he was made of fire and superior to man, who was made out of clay, which Muhammad called Adam, the skin of the earth. This is why he refused to bow. This caused him to be expelled from heaven, an act he blamed on humanity. To reward Lucifer for his loyalty, he was given the position of judge, jury tempter and punisher of humanity. After Lucifer crossed the forbidden barrier and entered the human world, he promised to return on his own terms. Both Job 1:6-12 and Zechariah 3:1-2, maintain he still had access to heaven after the fall. In the passage the prophet is speaking to the dead king of Tyre, and applying to him the sins of Lucifer. I will ascend into heaven, I will raise my throne above the stars of God, on the utmost heights of Mount Zaphon. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Lucifer introduced technology to humanity aimed at restoring our original perfection and be like God. Specifically, technology aimed at enabling a human to challenge God's authority and transform themselves into gods or angels on their own by their own methods and return home on their own time. In short, humans were kicked out of heaven by God. Lucifer came to help humanity kick the door down, or open the portal, and return home whenever they felt like it, not when God sends Jesus for the second time. Transhumanists would not call their activity religious, let alone Luciferian, or promote the idea that they are fulfilling Christian prophecy, but they are. They got the beat. You see all those distracted, insular people marching down the street with their face in their phones and into themselves? They got the beat too. It's no longer funny. They are marching in Lucifer's army. The singularity, as I said, I call this beatdown or merger of humans with computers the singularity. When this Luciferian digital transformation project is complete, our brains will literally be in the cloud, the Digirati's buzzword for the artificially intelligent network of servers that store all your stuff, and where your digital twin lives online, and our bodies will be slaves. I mean servers. All of us, simultaneously, singularly, will be able to see the same thing at the same time. Now, let me think. Who could it be that we all will see together first in the cloud? Don't you just love how terms from Christian prophecy, like cloud, as in the cloud that Christ rides at the second coming, match with the singularity? It makes me think that rapture, tribulation, second coming and singularity are all the same thing. Google's promise is that once your neocortex is wired to the artificial global brain they are creating, once your head is in the cloud you will have the power of billions of brains at your disposal. This reminds me of Satan taking Jesus to the top of a high mountain, showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, "All these things I will give you if you will fall down and worship me." Matthew 4:1-11, "Away with you," said Jesus in response. Or a new way for you? Kurzweil says the singularity will make us way younger, funnier, and sexier. All this and more can be ours if we simply bow down and worship the gods of Silicon Valley. We aren't to fret about the slavery-based terms and the loss of privacy. More, once the human body is augmented or modified via radical technology like gene editing, bionic organs, stem cell therapy, this will lead to the mummification of your living body and radical life extension, and even freedom from death. We'll see this stuff in Best Buy before Christmas, 2029. Packing our flesh with gadgets and gizmos is an intermediate phase. We next will replace them with technological versions, cyborgs. The ultimate goal is to shed our flesh and blood bodies, the prison skins of Yahweh, and ultimately, to upload our consciousness into new bodies of light that live in a new garden, the simulated reality produced by powerful quantum computers. From in there you will live as an ascended being, but will be able to interact with the real material world via holograms, or even to cross over into it by downloading yourself into a material body, or a bunch of them simultaneously. By doing this, transhumanists believe they will have won the final battle against the God who has imprisoned us in the fragile human body. Just imagine going to Best Buy and getting the latest version of technoslavation. As we have seen, this rebellion began with Lucifer. We are the latest swords in the battle. Transhumanists are sick of God's shit, or the shit that people do in the name of God, and see a time when we can fulfill the promise of Christianity to renew our bodies and our planet with God getting in the way. The second coming. This is the fulfillment of Christianity's greatest promise, the second coming of Christ, who comes in a cloud, and your resurrection into celestial flesh and a new life. The Apostle Paul, who believed he would live to see the day, describes it as the moment when God will transform our lowly bodies, so that they will be like his glorious body. This resurrected body is luminous, humanoid, and empowered by superhuman capabilities, including the ability to instantly manifest wishes, travel at the speed of thought, pass through physical matter, and regenerative abilities. In my work, I explore the connections between the resurrection body of Christ and the Tibetan rainbow light body teaching, in which the flesh and blood body is dissolved into its pure essence and manifests as a light body. In Matthew 24:22, Jesus gives us further insight into the destiny of the flesh when telling of the signs of the second coming, and except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. What is a world without flesh? It is the transhumanist dream fulfilled. No flesh will be saved because all will be transformed into light in the simulated reality housed in some supercomputer deep in Mountain View, California. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light, said Jesus. Matthew 6:22, who in the next sentence went on to say that no man can serve two masters. You cannot serve God and mammon. The Hebrew term mammon signifies money, materialism, or extreme greed for wealth. There is nothing wrong with wealth. But sacrificing billions of souls on the altar of transhumanism, also a few companies can make trillions of dollars, sounds like a whole lot of mammon to me. To transhumanists, God gave us a mind, a body, and a soul with corrupt code. Lucifer wants to give us a chance to redeem it in Silicon Valley. The singularists aim to remove us from our flesh and reverse or perverse, as the case may be, this process of our return to light. If this makes it sound like Silicon Valley is run by a bunch of rebellious Luciferians, then I have made my point. Now, all the children of the light must learn to play with the children of darkness. Creation of human gods, the Synthetic Human Genome Project and Third Strand DNA, the image of the beast, Revelation 13:14, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword, and did live. 15, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak, and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Introduction. If you are a first-time reader, I suggest that you read Singularity and the Image of the Beast about man merging with machines, and Genetic Armageddon about man's DNA being altered. Together they show scientists are on the verge of creating a transhuman, a beast that is part human and part something else. Creating a transhuman is right on top of us. I believe that tampering with the integrity of man is a key sign of the second coming of Jesus Christ. God will put a stop to this at his return. It appears from Revelation 13:15 that man will succeed in creating a transhuman, which the Bible calls the image of the beast. What I am posting is not science fiction. From charting the advancement toward a transhuman being, it is possible to get an idea how close man is to God's judgment. God must stop the creation of transhumans because these creatures are not created in his image and likeness, therefore, they cannot be redeemed through the gospel of Jesus Christ. What I do in this blog is keep the reader on the cutting edge of technology advancements that are directly leading to the image of the beast. Though we don't yet know what form that ultimately will take, technology is certainly involved, and will revise the analysis as new developments appear. These advancements are reported under headings that include computer brain, digitized mind, artificial mind, robotic body, cyborg, genetic Armageddon, chimera, and advanced technology. This blog is the complement to the 666 surveillance system, which focuses on technological innovations leading to the rise of a government so repressive and controlling that it's called a beast state. Revelation 22:20 He which testifieth these things saith, Surely, I come quickly. Amen. Even so, come, Lord Jesus. Third strand DNA, introduction of programming to change human into other. We're getting into deep waters with this post. The image of the beast is closer than ever, and it appears that a mixture of synthetic DNA, transhumanism, and mutation from a double helix to a triple helix all may be involved. What we're finding is the merger of the 666 surveillance system and the image of the beast through technology. We don't know yet what the Bible actually is describing when it refers to 666 as being the number of a man. But it appears we're reaching a position of being able to make an educated guess now. Those who follow this type of news have known for some time about the existence of third strand DNA. But few people in the general public are aware of it, or of what the ramifications are, even though the process has been banned universally up until now because of the sinister ramifications. But a whistleblower just has made known the fact that Harvard has conducted secret meetings, not about mapping the human genome, which has been underway for some time, but writing a new human genome from synthetic DNA. Genesis 3:4-5 And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. DNA is what marks us as human, double-strand DNA with 44 chromosomes. The addition of another strand would make us something else, by creating a beast with 66. Could this be what is referred to in the Bible? That's what the occult literature and symbols seem to indicate. The videos below address this question and more. We'd urge you to watch them because now it not only is scientifically possible, but being planned in secret. And be sure to see the article, which appears to be more propaganda to indoctrinate the masses into this concept. Scientific proof that our DNA is mutating, for the New Age religious tie between science and the occult nature of this science. Revelation 13:18 Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666, 666. Genetic Armageddon. Transhumanism. After the secret Harvard genetic modification meeting in May, scientists have revealed the details of their proposed project, the synthesis of the entire human genome from scratch. After the secret Harvard genetic modification meeting in May, scientists have revealed the details of their proposed project, the synthesis of the entire human genome from scratch. Back in May, nearly 150 scientists held a secret meeting at Harvard University to discuss a plan to craft synthetic human genomes. Now, amid much criticism, the team has published its proposal in Thursday's issue of Science. The proposal reveals the launch of a project that hopes to decrease the cost of synthetic genomes, which could allow technicians to grow human organs for transplantation at a much lower cost than current transplants. In addition, the proposal reveals a breakthrough in RNA editing, a molecule closely related to DNA and integral for the synthesis of human genetic code. The team hopes to eventually create a synthetic genome project on the same scale as the Human Genome Project, HGP, seen in the 1990s, which was responsible for the sequencing of the first human genomes. However, the new project, dubbed the Genome Project, will be writing genetic codes instead of reading them. The goal of H.G. Pirite is to reduce the costs of engineering and testing large genomes, including a human genome, in cell lines, more than 1,000-fold within 10 years. While developing new technologies and an ethical framework for genome-scale engineering as well as transformative medical applications, the group said. Now that the plan is out in the open, detractors are speaking up, including Drew Endy, an associate professor of bioengineering who was critical of the secret meeting in addition to the new proposal. Do we wish to be operating in a world where people are capable of organizing themselves to make human genomes? He said. Should we pause and reflect on that question before we launch into doing it? They're talking about making real the capacity to make the thing that defines humanity, the human genome, he added. Transhumanists propose dystopian future, redesign imperfect human product. A dystopian future, a society with humans that are redesigned beyond their biology, is an idea being proposed by transhumanism. People have been challenging the limitations of the human condition. But with the improvements and developments of modern technology and science, what seems like an absolute limit is able to overcome. According to its proponents, the advances in robotics, genetics, artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, nanotechnology and neuropsychology are giving more chances of radical breakthroughs that will allow the humans to redesign the imperfect human product that has been passed on by evolution. Washington Post reported. However, a dystopian future is also being thought of, particularly its impact, in well-known fictional portrayal like Marvel's superhero TV series Agents of SHIELD, as well as the acclaimed science fiction series Orphan Black. With transhumanist being used as another term for mad scientist. The idea of humans changing the evolution is strongly related to those who appear to be the antagonist. The libertarian element that is so notable among transhumanists makes them think that there is a responsibility that must be exercised by individuals who make choices on how to change children or themselves. Based on popular culture perception, the transhumanists' promises are being made by imperfect human beings to imperfect human beings. Because of this, the consequences of their decisions will potentially have a wider reach compared to what they expect. This means that the significant powers that the transhumanists promise can be possibly used in ways that is going to sustain them more terribly. According to Washington Post. Sequenced DNA after secret Harvard meeting, scientists announce plans for synthetic human genomes. Notice once again how the mainstream media is putting a positive spin on this development, stating that it will revolutionize transplant technology. While it may do that, it will do much more which will be very sinister. If this actually is such a remarkable goal or breakthrough, why has it been shrouded in such secrecy? 3 weeks ago, 130 scientists, entrepreneurs and policy leaders held an invitation-only, closed-door meeting at Harvard University to discuss an ambitious plan to create synthetic human genomes. Now, after a flurry of criticism over the secrecy of the effort, the participants have published their idea. Declaring that they're launching a project to radically reduce the cost of synthesizing genomes, a potentially revolutionary development in biotechnology that could enable technicians to grow human organs for transplantation. The announcement, published Thursday in the journal Science, is the latest sign that biotechnology is going through a rapidly advancing but ethically fraught period. Scientists have been honing their techniques for manipulating the complex molecules that serve as the code for all life on the planet, and this same issue of the journal Science reports a breakthrough in editing RNA, a molecule that is the close cousin of DNA. The promoters of synthetic genomes envision a project that would eventually be on the same scale as the Human Genome Project of the 1990s, which led to the sequencing of the first human genomes. The difference this time would be that, instead of reading genetic codes, which is what sequencing does, the scientists would be writing them. They have dubbed this the Genome Project. Right. Synthetic biothreats and the secretive second world of human synthetic biology. Secrecy has long been a part of scientific and innovation practices. For instance, research on nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons is often conducted in secret. In his excellent book on secrecy in science, Brian Bulmer describes how the Manhattan Project epitomized the way in which scientific secrecy operates, explaining how specific sites were kept secret, but also how projects were compartmentalized, so that knowledge was exchanged only on a need-to-know basis, meaning that only a very few people had any real understanding of the program as a whole. In other words, attempts to maintain secrecy often go hand in hand with imperatives of efficiency, security, bureaucracy, and control. Such a second world might be quite appealing to some researchers, representing a space in which they could run wild with their ideas without the worry of public ears overhearing. Synthetic biologists, for the most part, expect that the public is going to be scared of developments in the field, leading to what has been termed symbiophobia phobia, the fear that the public will fear their work. This could well be at the root of the decision to hold the meeting in private, as the organizers had likely anticipated public fear at the potential of creating a human genome from scratch. But it also seems to have been a fear of the media that resulted in the curtains being pulled closed. With the invite reading, we intentionally did not invite the media, because we want everyone to speak freely and candidly without concerns about being misquoted or misinterpreted as the discussions evolve. Days of Noah. Genetic engineering of humans has great potential, says Nobel winner once again. Notice the positive spin placed on this by the mainstream media, and the tendency to downplay risks of such gross tampering with what it means to be human. We're reliving the days of Noah. Genesis 6:5 And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. The genetic engineering of humans has great potential to help those destined to inherit serious, incurable diseases, according to one of Britain's most prominent scientists, who says the risks and benefits should be debated by society. We'd urge you to read the interview, because it involves the fusion of science and New Age religious worldviews. The invention of powerful new genome editing tools means researchers can now make precise changes to genetic material, and so consider correcting faulty DNA in human sperm, eggs, and embryos. While the procedure may prevent children from being born with serious disorders, the practice, known as germline therapy, is banned in Britain and many other countries, because the genetic changes would be passed down to future generations and the risks are largely unknown. There is great potential in germline therapy. There are clearly diseases that you could help by editing the germline, said Sir Venki Ramakrishnan, who won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2009 and became president of the Royal Society in December. This is a case of a new technology where there are significant potential benefits, but also significant ethical implications. In a wide-ranging interview with The Guardian, Ramakrishnan said the risks and benefits of the procedure, which would create the first genetically modified humans if given the green light, should be thrashed out in discussions that involve people from all walks of life. British scientist can genetically modify human embryos. Ethics Committee says notice how they're moving ahead on this agenda, giving beneficial reasons, but without holding the full public discussion that was urged by concerned scientists. A British scientist will be able to genetically modify human embryos after being given the go-ahead from an ethics committee. Dr. Kathy Niakan, of the Francis Crick Institute, will begin preparatory work on the program following the decision by the Cambridge Central Research Ethics Committee. The committee gave the green light to the scheme after it was approved by the fertility regulator, the Human Fertilization and Embryology Authority, HFEA. Earlier this year, Dr. Niakan will now be allowed to use a gene editing technique on surplus embryos that have been donated by consenting patients undergoing fertility treatment. Despite the approval, the start of research may still be months away due to the difficulties of obtaining sufficient embryos. The controversial project is thought to mark the second time the procedure will be undertaken. Scientists in China, who carried out the first experiment, but are not believed to have been approved by a regulator, were met with widespread criticism. We would really like to understand the genes that are needed for an embryo to develop into a healthy baby, she said. Proof that our DNA is mutating. Although this article is from 2014, the information clearly is becoming more relevant by the day. Is this one more step in preparing the masses to accept the idea of a new, third-strand DNA? It's pure propaganda, noting the extraordinary benefits of third-strand DNA, and arguing that in our evolution toward godhood, we're moving there already. We'd urge you to read the interview, because it involves the fusion of science and New Age religious worldviews. Genesis 1:27 So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. Imagine being able to activate your dormant, junk DNA? In recent news, scientists and geneticists have discovered 3- and 4-strand DNA in human cells, while some geneticists believe we may soon evolve to a 12-strand DNA. To those who may dismiss this theory, an article entitled, "Spontaneous Evolution" has arrived. A child was recently born with a 3-strand DNA in England. Brave toddler Alfie Clamp stuns doctors after being born with extra strand of DNA. The article continues with an interview by Patricia Resch of Dr. Berenda Fox, a holistic practitioner of the Avalon Wellness Center in MT Shasta, California. PR. What are the changes that are happening at this time on the planet, and how are our bodies being affected? BF. There are major changes, mutations that haven't occurred, according to geneticists, since the time we supposedly came out of the water. Several years ago in Mexico City there was a convention of geneticists from around the world, and the main topic was the DNA change. We are making an evolutionary change, yet we don't know what we are changing into. PR. How is our DNA changing? BF. Everyone has one double helix of DNA. What we are finding is that there are other helixes that are being formed. In the double helix there are 2 strands of DNA coiled into a spiral. It is my understanding that we will be developing 12 helixes. During this time, which seems to have started maybe 5 to 20 years ago, we have been mutating. This is the scientific explanation. It is a mutation of our species into something for which the end result is not yet known. The changes are not known publicly, because the scientific community feels it would frighten the population. However, people are changing at the cellular level. I am working with 3 children right now who have 3 DNA helixes. Most people know and feel this. Many religions have talked about the change and know it will come about in different ways. We know it is a positive mutation even though physically, mentally, and emotionally it can be misunderstood and frightening. PR. Are these children displaying any characteristics different from other children? BF. These are children who can move objects across the room just by concentrating on them, or they can fill glasses of water just by looking at them. They're telepathic. You would almost think by knowing these children that they are half angelic or superhuman, but they're not. I think they are what we are growing into during the next few decades. PR. Do you think this will happen to all of us? BF, it seems like most people who were born before 1940 have not been able to make the shift, but have initiated something into the next generation that gives them the capacity to form another helix within our lifetime. Our immune and endocrine systems are the most evident of these changes. That is one of the reasons I work with research in immunological testing and therapy. Triple helix DNA. This is a short clip from a 2008 Bethel Church video explaining the links between three-strand DNA and many images in pop culture, Aleister Crowley's Thelema, and New Age religion. This idea clearly isn't new, but it's only now coming into prominence publicly. Chimeras. In the search for cures, scientists create embryos that are both animal and human. The Greek and Roman myths are coming to life around us. It seems likely that they weren't just myths, but accounts of what actually took place in earlier times, and we're seeing a return to those days of Noah just as Jesus foretold. Matthew 24:37, but as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. A handful of scientists around the United States are trying to do something that some people find disturbing: make embryos that are part human, part animal. The researchers hope these embryos, known as chimeras, could eventually help save the lives of people with a wide range of diseases. One way would be to use chimera embryos to create better animal models to study how human diseases happen, and how they progress. Perhaps the boldest hope is to create farm animals that have human organs that could be transplanted into terminally ill patients. But some scientists and bioethicists worry the creation of these interspecies embryos crosses the line. You're getting into unsettling ground that I think is damaging to our sense of humanity, says Stuart Newman, a professor of cell biology and anatomy at the New York Medical College. The experiments are so sensitive that the National Institutes of Health has imposed a moratorium on funding them while officials explore the ethical issues they raise. Nevertheless, a small number of researchers are pursuing the work with alternative funding. They hope the results will persuade the NIH to lift the moratorium. We're not trying to make a chimera just because we want to see some kind of monstrous creature, says Pablo Ross, a reproductive biologist at the University of California, Davis. We're doing this for a biomedical purpose. Prophecy, succinct thoughts on the mark of the beast, 666. Some final thoughts on these subjects can be found in this article, which cautions us not to become dogmatic about what this transformation will entail, because technology is moving so quickly that it's difficult to identify what the end, referred to in Bible prophecy, ultimately may entail. Now, whatever the mark may be, I would recommend caution in seeking to identify it. Yes, we must constantly be vigilant of its employment. However, that which we may think of it today could not have been imagined years if not centuries or millennia ago, much like that which it may be though to be years from now may be something that we cannot imagine it to be today. For example, a pop interpretation was that it was a barcode, and today's pop interpretation is that the mark is a computer chip. Some claim that this will be a whereabouts tracking chip, may contain your DNA sequencing, etc. Others think that the chip will alter one's DNA so as to make them no longer human. Still others think that it will affect the pineal gland, see my short story I did, or on the splitting of the pineal gland. Yet, technology is progressing to the point that we will soon have to jettison the computer chip interpretation or the specific RFID chip interpretation, and we'll have to shift over to the nanobot interpretation or the silicone-based tech interpretation, and on it goes. Conclusion. Revelation 14:9-11. If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead, or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever, and they have no rest day nor night. Who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Lucifer's endgame all along trapped in a digital cage, point-by-point technology is an expression of the elites of society. They say technology is a great force that we cannot stop. This is a myth. We can by simply disconnecting from it. Currently, we are addicted to technology. That was the plan. It was on purpose. Technology reflects the elite's passions, capacities, and values. It is all about control and hypnotism. The larger context is that technology exists to enslave you. Look beyond your immediate gratification to understand this. Indeed, there is a double-edged sword to all of this. Technology feels like freedom, but then it was actually created to capture and control you, and that is why we are being imprisoned by it. It was Lucifer's knowledge the entire time. We were seduced by the light of information and technology, the light of Lucifer. Through its radiant knowledge and applicability, technology promised unlimited power and even godlike longevity. Eat this apple, Apple computer, and you will be as a god. Lucifer's endgame all along was to get to here, where technology allows Lucifer to assume full control over the world. Lucifer fell and established Gnostic technological knowledge to eventually make us seat him on the Antichrist throne. The elite are merging us with machine. The elite want full control of us, full digital mastery over our every thought and action, and soon over our souls. We think it frees us. We are free to walk within the prescribed parameters of the app or website we inhabit. That is not freedom. That is an animal caught in a digital cage, nothing more. The elite perpetuate the myth that we need technology and cannot disconnect from it. Technology is always harnessed to a particular end. Technology is not neutral. Technology can only be used within the constraints of how it is designed, how the culture perceives it, the knowledge that users have, and the society that has assimilated it. Undoubtedly, it funnels our experience into a certain pattern of behavior and thought. When the Freemasons talk about rebuilding Solomon's temple, they are not talking about a building. They are Luciferians. They want to rebuild, remake, God's creation, you. Through genetic engineering, they seek to recreate man. We are the last generation of Homo sapien. Human 2.0 is almost here. AI, big data, and the future of humanity. We are probably one of the last generations of Homo sapiens. Those were the opening words of acclaimed historian and best-selling author Professor Yuval Harari, who spoke at the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland, where politicians, thought leaders and executives from the world's leading companies congregate to discuss solutions to global challenges. What comes after us, Harari said, are entities that are more different from us than we were from our predecessors, the Neanderthals. However, those species will not be the outcome of the organic evolution of human genes, Harari explained, but the outcome of humans learning to engineer bodies, brains and minds. This will be the main product of the economy of the 21st century. But how will those species emerge and what will they look like? The power will reside in the data. Those who control the data control the future not just of humanity, but the future of life itself, Harari said. Because today, data is the most important asset in the world. In the past, control and ownership of land and subsequently industrial machinery divided humans into different classes: aristocrats and commoners, capitalists and proletariats. Now data is replacing machinery as the most important asset. And if too much of the data becomes concentrated in too few hands, humanity will split not into classes, it will split into species, Harari warned. Today, of the 10 most powerful companies in the world, 6 are tech firms that handle very large amounts of data: Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook and Tencent. And most of them are less than 2 decades old. Why is data so important? Because we've reached a point where we can hack not just computers, we can hack human beings and other organisms, Harari explained. It takes 2 things to hack human beings: computing power and data, both of which are becoming abundantly available. The processing power of our mobile phones surpassed that of the most powerful computers of a few decades ago. Meanwhile, the creation of digital information is exploding. Studies show we generate 2.5 million terabytes of data per day, and that number is increasing, because only 10% of available data dates before 2016. Advances in sensor technology and the Internet of Things, IoT, have enabled us to gather data from anything and everything from the physical world. Understanding humans through algorithms, the combination of data and computation creates a power that surpasses that of the most powerful spy agencies of past centuries, such as the Soviet KGB or Spanish Inquisition, Harari said. They didn't have the computing power and the biological knowledge necessary to make sense what was happening inside your body and brain, and to understand how you feel, and what you think and what you want. This is changing thanks to the rise of machine learning and deep learning. Smart artificial intelligence software that can mine huge sets of data and find meaningful patterns that would go unnoticed to the biologically limited minds of human beings. Presently, artificial intelligence and machine learning touch many aspects of human life, such as healthcare and medicine, transportation, education, the distribution of news and information, and much more. Harari also points to advances in biology and the brain science as a defining factor in understanding and hacking of the human mind. Organisms are algorithms, Harari said. This is the big insight of modern life sciences. Humans are really just biochemical algorithms, and we are learning how to decipher these algorithms. The evolution of biometrical sensors, which translate biochemical processes in the body and brain into electronic signals that a computer can store and analyze. We've seen huge leaps in this field, from medical devices and wearables, to the more advanced hardware that can read brain waves, such as Facebook's upcoming brain-computer interface and Elon Musk's Neuralink. We've also seen advances on the intersection of neuroscience and artificial intelligence, where a closer understanding of the human mind's mechanics is helping create more efficient algorithms. With the right amount of data and computing power, you can create algorithms that know people better than themselves. And humans really don't know themselves very well, Harari said, bringing up his own realization of his homosexuality after years of denial as an example. There are already computer vision algorithms that can detect whether you're straight or gay with a high level of accuracy by analyzing your mug shot. In a few years, with body sensors becoming ubiquitous, these technologies will become even more accurate and harder to evade. Even if you keep hiding from your classmates or from yourself, you will not be able to hide from Amazon, or Alibaba, or the secret police, Harari said. As you surf the internet, as you watch videos or check your social feed, the algorithms will be monitoring your eye movements, your blood pressure, your brain activity, and they will know. The mechanism behind it is in fact pretty simple. These companies compare your data against their historical data and the digital profile of the millions and billions of other people they have, and by finding common patterns, they can understand your known and hidden preferences, even if you don't know them yet yourself. The rise of digital dictatorships, surveillance cameras. Once we have algorithms that can understand better than I understand myself, they could predict my desires, manipulate my emotions, and even take decisions on my behalf, Harari said in his speech. And if we are not careful, the outcome will be the rise of digital dictatorships. Democracy functions by distributing information and the power to make decisions between many institutions and individuals, while dictatorship concentrates everything in one place. In the 20th century, distributed data processing outperformed centralized data processing, which is one of the main reasons democracy prevailed over dictatorship in general, Harari explained. But that might not be the case in the future. In the 21st century, new technological revolutions, especially AI and machine learning, might swing the pendulum in the opposite direction, he said. They might make centralized data processing far more efficient than distributed data processing. And if democracy cannot adapt to these new conditions, then humans will come to live under the rule of digital dictatorships. We're seeing evidence of this in companies vying to collect and store more and more data in order to get a bigger share of the markets they compete in. We're also seeing the rise of data-driven government surveillance in different countries. The most notorious case is China's social credit program, in which the government is colluding with big tech companies to keep tabs on the activities and of Chinese citizens by analyzing their data. But similar cases have happened in democratic countries, such as the US, where the NSA tapped into the large centralized databases of companies such as Facebook and Google to establish a huge surveillance program. More recently, we're seeing machine learning algorithms and facial recognition technology becoming the new tool to control citizens. But digital dictatorship does not limit itself to highly accurate surveillance of citizens' actions. It will become even more dangerous when it starts to steer those actions in its favor. We already saw what big data and AI can do in the fake news scandals that emerged in the US and European elections, in which malicious actors gamed the news feed algorithms of social media networks to try to sway public opinion in a specific direction. This can become worse as users generate more and more data and governments try to concentrate all that data under their control. At one point we might achieve the notion of persuasive computing, in which governments use small bits of targeted information to manipulate the minds of people in intended ways. In this new era of digital dictatorship, despots will no longer need to point guns at people to force them to do their bidding. They'll have plenty of data to achieve their goals without shedding a drop of blood. The era of evolution by intelligent design, DNA control of data might enable human elites to do something even more radical than just build digital dictatorships, Harari said. By hacking organisms, the elite might gain the power to re-engineer the future of life itself. Because once you can hack something, you can usually also engineer it. This will be the greatest revolution of biology since the very beginning of life. In the past 4 billion years, the evolution of all life forms was governed by the simple rule of natural selection and the laws of organic biochemistry. Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design, Harari said. The driving forces behind these new designs will be the companies that own the data and algorithms. We might also see life breaking out from the confines of organic compounds, Harari added. While the professor didn't unpack those comments, probably because the ideas are still very vague, we're already seeing glimmers of what the future of life will be. Technologies such as CRISPR gene editing and other tools that help augment human capabilities might create new ways for humans to surpass the limits of their mortal shells. But they will also create the grounds for greater inequality. While organic evolution was something that all humans enjoyed equally, technological advances, AI tools and data are not evenly accessible across the human population. So, we might see the emergence of supreme and lower species of humans in the future. How to regulate the ownership of data. This is why the ownership of data is so important, Harari said. If we don't regulate it, a tiny elite may come to control not just the future of human societies, but the shape of life forms in the future. Regulating the ownership of data is much more difficult than land and machinery, Harari explained. Because data is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Data is ephemeral. It can be transferred and copied at incredible speeds. I can hold an exact copy or 1,000 copies of a document you have and claim that it's the original specimen. Presently, big companies like Google, Amazon and Facebook own a disproportionate amount of user data, and people are rightfully worried about the implications. But handing the data over to governments or nationalizing it, as Harari says, is not a solution either, because it will only transfer the power of big corporations to digital dictatorships. I certainly don't think governments are ready to be entrusted with the future of life and the universe, Harari said. Especially as many politicians and governments seem incapable of producing meaningful visions for the future. All those privacy concerns about companies knowing where we go and what we buy is just the tip of the iceberg. There are much more important things at stake. The discussion has hardly begun, Harari said, and we cannot expect instant answers. It would have been nice to hear Harari discuss giving ownership of data back to the users, the real people to whom all this information belongs. There are solutions that will help us move toward decentralized data regulation, such as the use of blockchain, the distributed ledger that ushered in the era of cryptocurrencies. We're also seeing the emergence of platforms that help us move toward decentralized AI algorithms, which will help humankind collectively benefit from scientific advances while protecting itself against any one entity becoming too powerful. Whether those solutions will help solve the data ownership riddle question remains to be seen. But as Harari said in his closing statement, the future of life itself might depend on the answer to this question. One ring to rule them all. Technology, my precious. We live in a world of screens. More of us would know this if we would look up and look around. The screens are everywhere, pervasive, fingers that are glued to the screen, which are glued to the eyes, which are glued to the screen. We use them for work, play. But it's much more than that. The screens use us too. How did we get here? And where's this journey leading us? What does that even look like? And is it what we want? Is this culture's technology changing us and our societies for the better? Does it empower all of us like it claims to, or does it only empower a select few at the expense of the many? What's the price we pay to live in this pervasive electronic world? Man becoming God, the Gnostic heresy of all heresies, apotheosis, is a Greek word literally meaning man becoming a god through his works. This is the ultimate end goal of the Gnostic secret societies, since the days of Adam. Gnosticism literally means secret knowledge. Why has this knowledge been so secret and hidden for thousands of years? Why is it to this day protected by initiates to the point of exacting oaths of secrecy upon penalties of death if they are revealed? Simply because it is Satan's high priesthood. Satan operates in the shadows and in secret. He fears public scrutiny. He fears total transparency. You see, if it was for the benefit of humanity, and not for the manipulation of humanity for the enrichment of an elite few, there would be no reason for secrecy. Welcome to the world of Edomite Kabbalah and Freemasonry. Jesus Christ, God incarnate, the creator of the universe, operates exactly the opposite. He told his earthly disciples, "For there is nothing hid, which shall not be manifested." Neither was anything kept secret, but that it should come abroad. Mark 4:22. Thus secret knowledge and blood oaths are exclusively the domain of the Antichrist and his demonic minions. If you ever happen to find yourself in the Capitol Rotunda in Washington, D.C., take a good long look over your head. You will see a massive fresco painted there. It is called the Apotheosis of George Washington. It depicts George Washington becoming an exalted god. It also depicts all of the 6 primary pagan gods and goddesses of ancient Rome as well: Columbia, the goddess of war, as in District of War, D.C. Minerva, the goddess of science, Neptune. The god of the oceans or marine, Mercury, the Roman god of commerce, Vulcan, the god of the underworld, fire and forge, i.e. mechanics, and finally, Ceres, the Roman goddess of agriculture. All of this work of art is surrounded by 72 pentagrams, the universal seal of the Satanist. So, who created this masterpiece and when? A Roman Catholic 33rd degree Freemason named Constantino Brumidi in 1865, shortly after the conclusion of the Civil War. Brumidi had quite an impressive resume. He worked for 3 years in the Vatican under the direction and tutelage of Pope Gregory XVI, and served several European Masonic aristocrats as an artist for their massive palaces and villas, including the Prince Torlonia. He was a high initiate. He knew the satanic priesthood's highest and best-kept secrets. The Apotheosis of Washington, U.S. Capitol Rotunda. They would have you believe that Gnosticism is wonderful and perfectly safe. They would want you to believe that secret knowledge is of Jesus the Christ. They would have you believe Joseph Smith and Brigham Young's, both Master Masons, core teaching that as man is, God once was as God is. Man may become pure Freemasonic apotheosis, is completely true. You see, the problem is, this apotheosis is Satan's false promise, it is the ultimate priesthood. Satan would have you believe that godhood can be achieved through secret knowledge, Gnosticism, and mortal works. This is how he beguiled Eve in the primordial garden. He promised her forbidden knowledge, with the end result being the promise of apotheosis, ye shall be as gods. See Genesis 3:5, Isaiah. The Old Testament prophet made it very clear that the desire for apotheosis was the goal of Lucifer/Satan from the outset, and was the sole reason why he was banished from heaven and established his earthly kingdom. Isaiah 14:12-13. This, dear reader, is also the exact reason Emmanuel, God with us, Jesus of Nazareth, came to earth in the flesh, to redeem humanity from the lie of his adversarial fallen angel Satan. Indeed, it is the ultimate heresy. The exact opposite doctrine of satanic apotheosis, self-exaltation, is found in the core message of Christ's saving grace. Only through complete humility, abandoning all pride and self-centered ego, and kneeling as dust before him, and inviting him into your heart, can you then become his joint heir, which of course means being exalted through him. He taught this core truth in Matthew 23:12, and whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, i.e. cursed, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Indeed, he alone is the way, the truth and the life. There is no need for secret Gnostic societies with all the blood oaths, death, and murder/mayhem. This is how Satan rules with blood and horror upon the earth. Again, this why it must be kept so esoteric and secret. The founding Mormon prophet Joseph Smith became a master Mason, and plagiarized everything Masonic into his temple endowment. It too is secret and can be given only to worthy Mormons. It is elitist and highly satanic. It is a well-documented fact that just before his death, Smith ran to the Carthage jail window, and gave the universal Masonic distress symbol, raising his hands over his head and yelling, "Is there no hope for the widow's son?" Apparently, there weren't any secret satanic brethren in the crowd, because they shot him dead anyway. It is also a fact that Albert Pike directed most, if not all, of the actions of Smith's successor, Brigham Young. Albert Pike made it abundantly clear who was the god of the Masons, and thus the Mormons, Lucifer, the light-bearer. Addendum: The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship. The following is a condensation from The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship, an examination of epistemic autocracy, from the 19th to the 21st century by Philip Darrell Collins. Paul David Collins, illuminating the occult origin of Darwinism as antiquity gave way to modern history, the religious power structure shifted to an autocracy of the knowable, or a scientific dictatorship. Subtly and swiftly, the ruling class seized control of science and used it as an epistemological weapon against the masses. This article will show that the history and background of this scientific dictatorship is a conspiracy, created and micromanaged by the historical tide of Darwinism, which has its foundations in Freemasonry. The epistemological cartel in the architecture of modern political power. Daniel Pausner outlines the tactics employed by the elite to maintain their dominance. Among them is ostensible control over the knowable, by marketing institutionally accredited science as the only path to true understanding. Pausner, 75. Thus, the ruling class endeavors to discourage independent reason, while exercising illusory power over human knowledge. This tactic of control through knowledge suppression and selective dissemination is reiterated in the anonymously authored document Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy, and social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems. Mathematics is the primary energy science. And the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. All science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge. The end is control. Keith, Secret and Suppressed, 203. The word science is derived from the Latin word scientia, which means knowing. Epistemology is the study of the nature and origin of knowledge. This elite monopoly of the knowable, which is enforced through institutional science, could be characterized as an epistemological cartel. The ruling class has bribed the bookkeepers, i.e., natural and social scientists. Meanwhile, the masses practically deify the bookkeepers of the elite and remain ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. The unknown author of Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars provides an eloquently simple summation: the means is knowledge. The end is control. Beyond this remains only one issue: who will be the beneficiary? Keith, Secret and Suppressed, 203. In Brave New World Revisited, Aldous Huxley more succinctly defined this epistemological cartel. The older dictators fell because they could never supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles, and mysteries. Under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work, with the result that most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. Huxley, Brave New World Revisited, 116. This is the ultimate objective of the elite, an oligarchy legitimized by arbitrarily anointed expositors of knowledge, or, in Huxley's own words, a scientific dictatorship. The new theocracy. How did the scientific dictatorship of the 20th century begin? In earlier centuries, the ruling class controlled the masses through more mystical belief systems, particularly sun worship. Yet, this would all change. In Saucers of the Illuminati, Jim Keith documents the shift from a theocracy of the sun to a theocracy of science, since the sun god and his various relations, including sons and wives, were, after several thousand years of worship, beginning to fray around the edges in terms of believability. And a lot commoners were beginning to grumble that this stuff was all made up. The Illuminati came up with a new and improved version of their mind control software that didn't depend upon the sun god or moon goddess for ultimate authority. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati. 78 priests and rituals were soon supplanted by a new breed of bookkeepers, and a new methodology of bookkeeping. Keith elaborates, as the sun/moon cult lost some of its popularity, scientists were quick to take up some of the slack. According to their propaganda, the physical laws of the universe were the ultimate causative factors, and naturally, those physical laws were only fathomable by the scientific, i.e. Illuminati, elite. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati. 78 to 79. This consciously induced paradigm shift facilitated the emergence of the elite's new theocracy. The official state-sanctioned religion of this theocracy was scientism, the belief that the investigational methods of the natural sciences should be ecumenically imposed upon all fields of inquiry. This form of epistemological imperialism is not to be confused with legitimate science. Researcher Michael Hoffman makes this distinction in his book Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. Science, when practiced as the application of man's God-given talents for the production of appropriate technology on a human scale. Relief of misery and the reverential exploration and appreciation of the glory of divine providence as revealed in nature, is a useful tool for mankind. Scientism is science gone mad, which is what we have today. Hoffman, 49. Hoffman further elaborates on the folly of scientism, the reason that science is a bad master and dangerous servant, and ought not to be worshipped, is that science is not objective. Science is fundamentally about the uses of measurement. What does not fit the yardstick of the scientist is discarded. Scientific determinism has repeatedly excluded some data from its measurement and fudged other data, such as Piltdown Man, in order to support the self-fulfilling nature of its own agenda, be it Darwinism or cut, burn and poison methods of cancer treatment. Hoffman. 49. It must be understood that this new institution of knowing is a form of mysticism like its religious precursors. Contemporary science is predicated upon empiricism, the idea that all knowledge is derived exclusively through the senses. Yet, an exclusively empirical approach relegates cause to the realm of metaphysical fantasy. This holds enormous ramifications for science. Do we really know what causes anything? Although temporal succession and spatial proximity are self-evident, causal connection is not. Affirmation of causal relationships is impossible in science. What is perceived as a causing be could be merely circumstantial juxtaposition. Given the absence of known cause, all of a scientist's findings must be taken upon faith. This is all one can deduce while working under the paradigm of radical empiricism. Thus, the elite merely exchanged one form of mysticism for another. Returning to Pausner's previous statement, ostensible control over the knowable is achieved through the promulgation of institutionally accredited science. Pausner, 75. Now, the elite had to meet two requirements to ensure their epistemological dominance: a science specifically designed for their needs, and an institution to accredit and disseminate it. The British Royal Society, the new secular church and clergy of the elite, originated within the walls of the British Royal Society. The creators of the Royal Society were also members of the Masonic Lodge. According to Bygent, Lee, and Lincoln in Holy Blood, Holy Grail, virtually all the Royal Society's founding members were Freemasons. One could reasonably argue that the Royal Society itself, at least in its inception, was a Masonic institution, derived, through Andrea's Christian unions, from the invisible Rosicrucian Brotherhood. By Gent, et al. 144, Jim Keith makes it clear that the Masonic Lodge has been alleged to be a conduit for the intentions of a number of elitist interests. Keith, Casebook on Alternative 320. In service to the elite, the Royal Society Freemasons would resculpt epistemological notions and disseminate propaganda. Jim Keith provides a brief summation of the Royal Society's role in years to come. The British Royal Society of the late 17th century was the forerunner of much of the media manipulation that was to follow. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati, 79. Before the advent of the British Royal Society, science, i.e., the study of natural phenomena, and theology, i.e., the study of God, were inseparable. The two were not separate repositories of knowledge, but natural correlatives. In Confession of Nature, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz established the centrality of God to science. According to Leibniz, the proximate origins of magnitude, figure, and motion, which constitute the primary qualities of corporeal bodies, cannot be found in the essence of the body, de Hoyos. Linda de Hoyos reveals the point at which science finds a dilemma. The problem arises when the scientist asks why the body fills this space, and not another, for example, why it should be 3 feet long rather than 2, or square rather than round. This cannot be explained by the nature of the bodies themselves, since the matter is indeterminate as to any definite figure, whether square or round. For the scientist who refuses to resort to an incorporeal cause, there can be only 2 answers. Either the body has been this way since eternity, or it has been made square by the impact of another body. Eternity is no answer, since the body could have been round for eternity also. If the answer is the impact of another body, there remains the question of why it should have had any determinate figure before such motion acted upon it. This question can then be asked again and again, backwards to infinity. Therefore, it appears that the reason for a certain figure and magnitude in bodies can never be found in the nature of these bodies themselves. The same can be established for the body's cohesion and firmness. Which left Leibniz with the following conclusion: since we have demonstrated that bodies cannot have a determinate figure, quantity, or motion, without an incorporeal being, it readily becomes apparent that this incorporeal being is one for all, because of the harmony of things among themselves. Especially since bodies are moved not individually by this incorporeal being but by each other. But no reason can be given why this incorporeal being chooses one magnitude, figure, and motion rather than another, unless he is intelligent and wise with regard to the beauty of things and powerful with regard to their obedience to their command. Therefore such an incorporeal being be a mind ruling the whole world, that is, God. De Hoyos, of course, this conclusion was antithetical to the doctrine of the scientific dictatorship, which contended that the physical laws of the universe were the ultimate causative factors. Keith. Saucers of the Illuminati, 78-79. Metaphysical naturalism, i.e., nature is God, had to be enthroned. Meanwhile, God's presence in the corridors of science had to be expunged. To achieve this, the Royal Society created a Gnostic division between science and theology, thus ensuring the primacy of matter in the halls of scientific inquiry. Tarpley. Blind reverence to science indeed, biases and presuppositions pervade the very fabric of the elite's epistemic autocracy. Academia itself has become the official church for this cult of epistemological selectivity. Christian philosopher Ravi Zacharias personally encountered the enormous prejudicial hurdles of scientism during a casual conversation with a few scholars, wherein one scientist makes a shocking confession. I asked them a couple of questions. If the Big Bang were indeed where it all began, may I ask what preceded the Big Bang? Their answer, which I had anticipated, was that the universe was shrunk down to a singularity. I pursued, but isn't it correct that a singularity as defined by science is a point at which all the laws of physics break down? That is correct, was the answer. Then, technically, your starting point is not scientific either. There was silence, and their expressions betrayed the scurrying mental searches for an escape hatch. But I had yet another question. I asked if they agreed that when a mechanistic view of the universe had held sway, thinkers like Hume had chided philosophers for taking the principle of causality and applying it to a philosophical argument for the existence of God. Causality, he warned, could not be extrapolated from science to philosophy. Now, I added, when quantum theory holds sway, randomness in the subatomic world is made a basis for randomness in life. Are you not making the very same extrapolation that you warned us against? Again there was silence, and then one man said with a self-deprecating smile, "We scientists do seem to retain selective sovereignty over what we allow to be transferred to philosophy, and what we don't." Zacharias, 64. This selective sovereignty, vigorously enforced by the epistemic autocracy of the elite, effectively marginalized dissenters and consummated the apotheosis of the bookkeepers. Hoffman explains, the cryptocracy has successfully harnessed to its own ends the huge potential for promoting secret political occult agendas to the public, by presenting them as unassailable objective scientific truth. Since the bogey of science instills in secularists a sort of blind reverence, opponents of political and occult agendas promoted through the propaganda of scientism are quickly stigmatized as Neanderthal. Especially with regard to their opposition to Darwinism, a dogma proved false by Norman Macbeth in his magisterial Darwin retried and exposed as a cult by Gertrude Himmelfarb in Darwin. Hoffman, 49, suddenly. Ostensible control over the knowable became the divine providence of godlike bookkeepers. Meanwhile, their opponents became heretics and were burned at the stake, i.e., marginalized by academia and other secular institutions. Hoffman states, the doctrine of man playing God reaches its nadir in the philosophy of scientism, which makes possible the complete mental, spiritual and physical enslavement of mankind through technologies such as satellite and computer surveillance, the state of affairs symbolized by the all-seeing eye above the unfinished pyramid on the US $1 bill. Hoffman, 50, with the inculcation of the masses into scientism. The unfinished pyramid is almost complete. Evolution, the occult doctrine of becoming, with the British Royal Society acting as their headquarters of propaganda, the elite had created an institution to provide credibility for their specially designed science. Now, they needed to introduce the science. Recall that the founding members of the Royal Society were all Freemasons. Thus, whatever science these men would design would be derivative of Masonic doctrine. In The Meaning of Masonry, W. L. Wilmhurst reveals the worldview underpinning the new Masonic science. This, the evolution, emphasis added, of man into Superman, was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries. And the real purpose of modern Masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of the spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality. And this is a definite science, a royal art, which it is possible for each of us to put into practice, whilst to join the craft for any other purpose than to study and pursue this science is to misunderstand its meaning. Wilmhurst, 47, later in the book. Wilmhurst reiterates this theme. Man who has sprung from earth and developed through the lower kingdoms of nature to his present rational state has yet to complete his evolution, emphasis added, by becoming a godlike being and unifying his consciousness with the omniscient, to promote witches and always has been the sole aim and purpose of all initiation. Wilmhurst, 94, with God's effective exile from science. Man's position as imago viva Dei, created in the image of the Creator, was summarily relegated to obsolescence. Now, Freemasonry could introduce its occult doctrine of becoming, the belief in man's gradual evolution towards apotheosis. According to Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of Charles Darwin, was the first to promulgate the concept of evolution. Dr. Erasmus Darwin, 1731–1802, was the first man in England to suggest those ideas which later were to be embodied in the Darwinian theory by his grandson, Charles Darwin, 1809–1882, who wrote in 1859 Origin of Species. Quoted in Daniel 34, the Lunar Society. Erasmus Darwin was the founder of the Lunar Society. According to author Ian Taylor, the Lunar Society was active from about 1764 to 1800, and its prominent influence continued long afterwards under the banner of the Royal Society. The group's name owed itself to the fact that members met monthly at the time of the full moon. The membership of this group boasted such luminaries as John Wilkinson, who made cannons, James Watt, who owed his notoriety to the steam engine, Matthew Boulton, a manufacturer, Joseph Priestley, a chemist, Josiah Wedgwood, who founded the famous pottery business, and Benjamin Franklin. It is with the Lunar Society that one begins to identify Erasmus' ties to Freemasonry. Taylor, 55. Interestingly enough, in an article by Lord Ritchie Calder, Lunar Society members were assigned the very esoteric appellation of Merchants of Light. This was precisely the same description used for the hypothetical society presented in Sir Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, Taylor, 55. In her examination of J.G. Findle's History of Freemasonry, Nesta Webster made the following observation. Findle frankly admits that the New Atlantis contained unmistakable allusions to Freemasonry, and that Bacon contributed to its final transformation. Webster, 120. Researcher Ian Taylor adds, Webster pointed out that one of the earliest and most eminent precursors of Freemasonry is said to have been Francis Bacon, who is also recognized to have been a Rosicrucian. The Rosicrucian and Freemason orders were closely allied, and may have had a common source. Taylor, 445, still, these are tenuous ties at best. Are there any sources that firmly establish a Darwinian/Freemasonic connection? Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry conclusively confirms a link. Before coming to Derby in 1788, Dr. Erasmus Darwin had been made a Mason in the famous time immemorial lodge of Canongate Kilwinning, No. 2 of Scotland. Sir Francis Darwin, one of the doctor's sons, was made a Mason in Tyrian Lodge, No. 253 at Derby in 1807 or 1808. His son Reginald was made a Mason in Tyrian Lodge in 1804. The name of Charles Darwin does not appear on the rolls of the lodge, but it is very possible that he, like Francis, was a Mason. Quoted in Daniel 34, in 1794, Erasmus wrote a book entitled Zoonomia, which delineated his theory of evolution. Taylor, 58. Being a Freemason, there is little doubt that Erasmus cribbed liberally from the lodge's occult doctrine of becoming. Before Erasmus had penned his precursory notions of progressive biological development, Freemason John Locke, 1632–1704, extrapolated the Hindu doctrine of reincarnation into the context of metaphysical naturalism and formulated a theory of evolution. Daniel, 33–34. The British East India Company had imported the Hindu belief in reincarnation to England, where it would be adopted by the British Royal Society. A prominent member of the Royal Society, John Locke studied reincarnation extensively and, working with the occult doctrine as an extrapolative inspiration, developed his own evolutionary ideas. In fact, Locke's theory of evolution received the support of the male members of Darwin's family, Daniel, 33-34. 2 centuries later, this occult concept of becoming would be transmitted to Charles Darwin, and on the origin of species would be born. Metaphysical naturalism. The golem reborn. Underpinning the concept of metaphysical naturalism is the notion that life originated with lifeless matter. This notion, dubbed spontaneous generation, excludes the involvement of a supernatural creator. Thus, nature became a god creating itself. Louis Pasteur, whose work established the law of biogenesis, provided the most succinct summation of this anthropomorphic mysticism. To bring about spontaneous generation would be to create a germ. It would be creating life. It would be to solve the problem of its origin. It would mean to go from matter to life through conditions of environment and of matter, lifeless material. God as author of life would then no longer be needed. Matter would replace him. God would need to be invoked only as author of the motions of the universe. Dubois, 395. Like all of the false gods of antiquity, the veracity of this new deity was soon demolished. Spontaneous generation was proven impossible by the law of biogenesis. However, this fact did not stop certain men of science from chronically deifying nature. For instance, Charles Darwin unconsciously revealed his idolatrous impulses through statements like, "Natural selection picks out with unerring skill the best varieties," Hoax 18. Evident in such statements is the idea that nature is sentient. After all, only a sentient being holds discriminative tastes, and, therefore, picks out the recipients of its favor. Moreover, such statements reveal that nature itself is a sovereign deity acting as the ultimate arbiter of life and death. This meme has metastasized, presenting itself today as the Gaia hypothesis. This hypothesis holds that the biosphere is a self-creating, self-sustaining, and self-regenerating entity. Central to this thesis is the contention that both the living and non-living are inseparable. Lovelock, 31-33. Although the concept of spontaneous generation was proven scientifically bankrupt years ago, many continue to resuscitate its corpse. Why does this theme of lifeless matter spontaneously generating life continue to emerge? The answer is because it has been with man for a very long time. It is derivative of the golem, an occult concept presented in the Hebraic Kabbalah. 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike revealed that all the Masonic associations owe to it, the Kabbalah, their secrets and their symbols. Pike, 744. According to this occult text, the golem was an artificially created man whose life was the result of supernatural intervention. The late Isaac Bashevis Singer, who studied the Kabbalah extensively, explained, "The golem is based on faith that dead matter is not really dead, but can be brought to life." Emphasis added, "What are the computers and robots of our time if not golems?" The Talmud tells us of an interpreter by the name of Rava, who formed a man by this mysterious power. We are living in an epoch of golem making right now. The gap between science and magic is becoming narrower. Hoffman, 115, drawing upon the esoteric doctrines of their occult heritage, the Freemasonic members of the British Royal Society reintroduced the golem to the public mind under the guise of metaphysical naturalism. Gradually, the corporeal machinations of nature supplanted the miraculous creator. Of course, these machinations were only intelligible to anointed scientists of the epistemic autocracy. Thus, the bookkeepers of the elite became the new expositors of miracles. This virtual deification of the bookkeepers is evident in Singer's later statements regarding the golem. I was interested in the golem from my early childhood. I was brought up in the home of a rabbi, and his sermons often spoke of miracles, by the Baal Shem Tov and other wonder rabbis. I realized early in my life that science and technology had actually created a civilization of miracles. Science is one long chain of miracles. Hoffman, 116, recall the words of Aldous Huxley in Brave New World Revisited. The older dictators fell because they could never supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles, emphasis added. And mysteries. The new dictators do not intend to make the same mistake. With the effective enshrinement of metaphysical naturalism, the British Royal Society prepared to unleash their next golem. However, this golem would be an artificially created ape-man presented to the public imagination under the appellation of Darwinism. The Darwin Project in the article Toward a New Science of Life, EIR journalist Jonathan Tenenbaum makes the following the statement concerning Darwinism. Now, it is easy to show that Darwinism, one of the pillars of modern biology, is nothing but a kind of cult, a cult religion. I am not exaggerating. It has no scientific validity whatsoever. Darwin's so-called theory of evolution is based on absurdly irrational propositions, which did not come from scientific observations, but were artificially introduced from the outside. For political ideological reasons. Tenenbaum, given Darwinism's roots in occult Freemasonry, and its expedient promotion of an emergent species of supermen, i.e., the elite, this is a fairly accurate assessment. Charles Darwin acted as the elite's apostle, preaching the new secular gospel of evolution. Darwinism could be considered a Freemasonic project, the culmination of a publicity campaign conducted by the Lodge. Evidence for this contention can be found in controversial protocols of the Wise Men of Shaun. Although an examination of the protocols and a critique of their authenticity are not the purposes of this essay, it is important to address the questions surrounding their origins. After all, the protocols have been employed throughout history in numerous genocidal campaigns against the Jews. However, the authors of Holy Blood, Holy Grail provide evidence that the document may be Masonic in origin. It can thus be proved conclusively that the protocols did not issue from the Judaic Congress at Ball in 1897. That being so, the obvious question is whence they did issue. Modern scholars have dismissed them as a total forgery, a wholly spurious document concocted by anti-Semitic interests intent on discrediting Judaism. And yet the protocols themselves argue strongly against such a conclusion. They contain, for example, a number of enigmatic references that are clearly not Judaic. But these references are so clearly not Judaic that they cannot plausibly have been fabricated by a forger, either. No anti-Semitic forger with even a modicum of intelligence would possibly have concocted such references in order to discredit Judaism. For no one would have believed these references to be of Judaic origin. Thus, for instance, the text of the protocols ends with a single statement. Signed by the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree. Why would an anti-Semitic forger have made up such a statement? Why would he not have attempted to incriminate all Jews, rather than just a few, the few who constitute the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree? Why would he not declare that the document was signed by, say, the representatives of the International Judaic Congress? In fact, the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree would hardly seem to refer to Judaism at all, or to any international Jewish conspiracy. If anything, it would seem to refer to something specifically Masonic. And the 33rd degree in Freemasonry is that of the so-called strict observance, the system of Freemasonry introduced by Hunt at the behest of his unknown superiors, one of whom appears to have been Charles Radcliffe by Gent, et al., 192-3. By Gent, Lee, and Lincoln conclude, there was an original text on which the published version of the protocols was based. This original text was not a forgery. On the contrary, it was authentic. But it had nothing whatever to do with Judaism or an international Jewish conspiracy. It issued, rather, from some Masonic organization or Masonically oriented secret society that incorporated the word Shaun. By Gent et al., 194, given the Masonic language. One can completely discard the racist contention that the protocols constitute evidence of an international Jewish conspiracy. Nevertheless, the document holds some authenticity. The published version of the protocols is not, therefore, a totally fabricated text. It is, rather, a radically altered text. But despite the alterations, certain vestiges of the original version can be discerned. By Gent et al., 195, the remnant vestiges of the original text strongly suggest Masonic origins. Having established the Masonic authorship of the protocols, one may return to issue at hand, Freemasonic involvement in the promotion of Darwinism. Consider the following excerpt from the protocols, which reads distinctly like a mission statement: for them, the masses or cattle, let that play the principal part which we have persuaded them to accept as the dictates of science, theory. It is with this object in view that we are constantly, by means of our press, arousing a blind confidence in these theories. The intellectuals of the Goyim, the masses or cattle, will puff themselves up with their knowledge, and without any logical verification of it will put into effect all the information available from science, which our agenter specialists have cunningly pieced together for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction we want. Do not suppose for a moment that these statements are empty words. Think carefully of the successes we arranged for Darwinism, emphasis added, Marxism, and Nietzscheism, reprint in Cooper, 274-5. In addition to establishing the Lodge's official sanction of Darwinism, this excerpt also reveals a direct relationship between Marxism, Nietzscheism, and evolutionary theory. It was the grandfather of Aldous Huxley, T.H. Huxley, who would act as the official spokesman for the recluse Darwin, White, 268. Many years later, Aldous would propose a scientific dictatorship in Brave New World Revisited. Whether Aldous made this proposition on a whim or was penning a concept that had circulated within the Huxley family for years cannot be determined. Given the family's oligarchical tradition, the latter assertion remains a definite possibility. Yet, there may be a deeper Freemasonic connection, suggesting that the concept of a scientific dictatorship may have originated within the Lodge. T.H. Huxley was a Freemason and, with no apparent achievements to claim as his own, was made a Fellow of the Royal Society at the age of 26, Daniel 34. T.H. Huxley tutored Freemason H.G. Wells, who would later teach Huxley's two grandsons, Julian and Aldous. Both Julian and Aldous were Freemasons, Daniel, 147. Given this continuity of Freemasonic tutelage within the Huxley family, it is a definite possibility that the Huxleyan concept of a scientific dictatorship is really Masonic. Considering Freemason H.G. Wells' endorsement of a scientific dictatorship, which he called a technocracy, this is highly likely. The rest is history. With the publicity campaigns of the Royal Society, and the avid defense of evolution apologist T.H. Huxley, Darwin's theory would be disseminated and popularized. The seed had taken root and, in the years to come, numerous permutations of the elite's scientific dictatorship would emerge. Science fiction, a means of predictive programming. Aldous Huxley first presented the scientific dictatorship to the public imagination in his book Brave New World. In Dope Incorporated, associates of political dissident Lyndon LaRouche claimed that Huxley's book was actually a mass appeal organizing document written on behalf of One World Order, Dope Incorporated, 538. The book also claims the United States is the only place where Huxley's science fiction classic is taught as an allegorical condemnation of fascism. If this is true, then the scientific dictatorship presented within the pages of his 1932 novel Brave New World is a thinly disguised Roman éclipse, a novel that thinly veils real people or events, awaiting tangible enactment. Such is often the case with science fiction literature. According to researcher Michael Hoffman, this literary genre is instrumental in the indoctrination of the masses into the doctrines of the elite. Traditionally, science fiction has appeared to most people as an adolescent genre, the province of time-wasting fantasies. This has been the great strength of this genre, as a vehicle for the inculcation of the ideology favored by the cryptocracy. As J. H. Tosin points out in Clowns, only when people think they are not buying something can the real sales pitch begin. While it is true that with the success of NASA's Gemini space program, and the Apollo moon flights, more serious attention and respectability was accorded science fiction, nonetheless in its formative seeding time, from the late 19th century through the 1950s. The predictive program known as science fiction had the advantage of being derided as the solitary vice of misfit juveniles and marginal adults. Hoffman, 205, thus, science fiction is a means of conditioning the masses to accept future visions that the elite wish to tangibly enact. Ed. Note, SF also widely uses Darwinian notions and language to project a fantastic future. This is another area of potential research. This process of gradual and subtle inculcation is dubbed predictive programming. Hoffman elaborates, predictive programming works by means of the propagation of the illusion of an infallibly accurate vision of how the world is going to look in the future. Hoffman, 205. Memes are instilled through the circulation of mass appeal documents under the guise of science fiction literature. Once subsumed on a cognitive level, these memes become self-fulfilling prophecies, embraced by the masses and outwardly approximated through the efforts of the elite. If the concept of predictive programming seems fantastic, consider the case of H. G. Wells. Wells was mentored by T. H. Huxley, grandfather of Aldous. In turn, Wells would tutor Aldous and his brother, Julian. All of these men were members of the Freemasonic Lodge, the significance of which will be revealed shortly. Wells would author several mass appeal tracts disguised as science fiction novels. Most notable of these novels was The Shape of Things to Come. Researcher Jim Keith offered the following assessment of Wells' The Shape of Things to Come. Interestingly, deceptively, the book is presented as a work of science fiction, but within its pages is Wells' best guess of how the New World Order would come to pass. From a 1930s perspective. While primarily a work of propaganda that pushes the one world worldview of Wells and other internationalists during the first half of this century, the book is particularly revealing in that it also exposes many of the strategies that are to be employed. Keith. Mind Control, World Control, 13. Of course, not all of Wells' prophecies were 100% accurate. In his examination of The Shape of Things to Come, Keith concluded that Wells was no prophet as regards to his timeline, only a science fiction writer privy to the plans of men with an interest in promoting the coming of the dictatorial world state. His crystal ball is somewhat cloudy on certain details. Keith, Mind Control, World Control, 16, however, Wells' novel did exhibit a strange degree of precision. Jim Keith enumerated the various instances of uncanny accuracy in Wells' The Shape of Things to Come. Among one of the synchronicities Keith found in the text was Wells' description of the elite's primary apparatus for the amalgamation of the world's economic systems. Not surprisingly, Wells places the City of London, the international center of banking culture, and its financial credit as responsible for knitting together world economic life over the previous 100 years. With these innovations in communications and finance, but also with the frustrations and wars inherent, so he says, in the existence of independent national states and sovereignties, came about the gradual dawning of the idea of the world state. Keith, Mind Control, World Control. 14. Another instance of uncanny accuracy was Wells' prognostications concerning a second global war and a proliferation of infectious diseases. Wells has World War II beginning in 1940 in Poland, over an imagined slight taken by a Nazi over the actions of a Pole of Jewish origin. He characterizes World War II as it was, as an orgy of violence, and has the fighting end in 1949, staying remarkably close to the actual dates of the conflict, only to be followed by another scourge, that of rampant disease, the raid of the germs. Given the present-day climate of AIDS, Ebola, mad cow disease, and other resistant viral strains, and the persistent rumors of the military engineering of those same diseases, perhaps Wells' dating in this particular should have been moved forward a few years. Keith, Mind Control, World Control, 16. One of the most elucidating revelations found in The Shape of Things to Come was the group that Wells claimed would be central to the formation of a one-world government. Wells places responsibility for the creation of the New World Order in the lap of scientists of the future. The group he dubs the Technocracy. Keith, Mind Control, World Control, 16. Wielding ostensible control over the knowable, the scientists of this technocracy would implement a Fabian strategy of gradual ideological assimilation. Keith, World Control, Mind Control, 16-17. Incrementally, this network of scientists would engineer the amalgamation of nation-states into a global government. Again, the Huxleyan theme of a scientific dictatorship emerges. This is the future that the masses have been conditioned to accept through predictive programming. The serious connection in morals and dogma. 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike bestows special honor upon Sirius, a heavenly body that still glitters in our lodges as the blazing star. Pike, 486. Indeed, Sirius represents a foundational axiom of the Masonic craft. Pike explains that the star is an emblem of the divine truth, given by God to the first men and preserved amid all the vicissitudes of ages and the traditions and teachings of Masonry. Pike, 136. As Pike continues, he reveals that Sirius has also held numerous other appellations. The blazing star in our lodges, we have already said, represents Sirius, Anubis, or Mercury, guardian and guide of souls. Pike, 506. Whatever its name, the star represents an entity of great esoteric significance to Freemasonry. In the old lectures they said, the blazing star or glory in the center refers us to that grand luminary, the sun, which enlightens the earth, and by its genial influence dispenses blessings to mankind. Pike, 506. A little later, Pike reiterates, the blazing star has been regarded as an emblem of omniscience, or the all-seeing eye, which to the ancients was the sun. Pike, 506. Recall that, before the external characteristics of the oligarch's control apparatus were cosmetically altered to present a scientific dictatorship, the elite ruled through institutionalized sun worship. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati, 78-79. Within these statements, Pike provides a brief glimpse of the god of Freemasonry. Although the topographical features of its theocracy have changed, the deity has remained the same and his identity is associated with the star called Sirius. According to Pike, Sirius was responsible for imparting numerous innovations to mankind. He was Sirius, or the Dog Star, the friend and counselor of Osiris, and the inventor of language, grammar, astronomy, surveying, arithmetic, music, and medical science, the first maker of laws, and who taught the worship of the gods, and the building of temples. Pike, 376. It is interesting to note that, among his various contributions, this Freemasonic deity was responsible for the introduction of several forms of science. Does Sirius also represent the Lodge's ostensible control over the knowable? Is the Dog Star a symbol of the elite's scientific dictatorship? Michael Hoffman further elaborates on the identity of Sirius. The mythical satanic bringer of civilization to Earth was supposed to be an alien from the star system Sirius, around whom the Egyptians and all subsequent Hermetic systems constructed their elaborate and obsessive religio-astronomic observances. This star Sirius also served as an astronomic secret code, an allegory of the illusory quality and inherent trickiness of the material world. Hoffman, 26-27. This Freemasonic mythology of extraterrestrial intervention in human evolution may be poised for a return. Given the impossibility of spontaneous generation, Darwinism has faced a major obstacle to its unquestioned primacy. Recognizing this obstacle, scientific materialist Francis Crick presented a theory bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Sirius myth. According to Crick, technologically advanced extraterrestrials seeded the Earth with life billions of years ago. Whether Crick was privy to the occult doctrines of the elite, or was simply following the natural course of Darwinism's mimetic metastasis, one thing is certain. He and other proponents of similar extraterrestrial intervention theories are paving the way for the reintroduction of Freemasonic mysticism to mainstream science. There is a distinct possibility that the agenter of the elite are already in the process of facilitating the reintroduction of this myth. With the veracity of Darwinism in question, the effectiveness of this meme has been declining and, with it, the influence of the ruling class. Of course, this is something that the elite cannot allow to happen. Consider the following account of Linda Moulton Howe. During a meeting with Richard Doty, an intelligence officer with the United States military, Howe was presented with a briefing paper regarding alien visitation. In its body, Howe read an interesting claim regarding the crumbling theory of Darwinism. It stated that all questions and mysteries about the evolution of Homo sapiens on this planet had been answered, and that project was closed. Howe, 151. How convenient! By what means did these extraterrestrials facilitate the evolutionary process? Reiterating the basic contentions of Crick, the paper stated that these ETs have come at various intervals in the Earth's history to manipulate DNA in already existing terrestrial primates and perhaps in other life forms as well. To the best of my memory, the time intervals for this DNA manipulation specifically listed in the briefing paper were 25,000, 15,000, 5,000, and 2,500 years ago. Howe, 151, faced with the impossibility of spontaneous generation and the inexorable collapse of Darwinism. The elite could now be invoking an extraterrestrial intervention myth cribbed from their own doctrines. Given Richard Doty's military intelligence connections, this remains a very real possibility. The Freemasonic doctrine of Sirius has circulated within military intelligence groups for quite some time. According to researcher James Shelby Downard, there exists a cult of Sirius adherents at the highest levels of the CIA. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati, 49. Researcher Jim Keith elaborates. He cites as one of their ritual locations the telescope viewing room of the Palomar Observatory in California. There, he says, the adepts of the Sirius military intelligence cult enact rituals in the telescopically focused light of the Dog Star, in imitation of the Egyptian priesthood, astral rays bathing the viewing chamber and the participants when the telescope is aimed Siriusward. Keith. Saucers of the Illuminati. 49 Keith proceeds to cite the case of military intelligence officer Michael Aquino. Utter madness? Tell that to Colonel Michael Aquino of U.S. military intelligence, the admitted head of the Satanic Temple of Set, a deity, Set, identified in occultism with Sirius. Aquino makes no bones about the fact that he is the head of his offshoot of Anton LaVey's Church of Satan, known to draw many of its leaders from military circles. Again, we see the strange conjunction of Sirius, occultism, and military intelligence. Keith, Saucers of the Illuminati. 49 Those who comprise this strange conjunction could also be responsible for the perpetration of a disinformation campaign. Derivative of Masonic doctrine and designed to maintain the waning dominance of Darwinism. Darwinism dismantled, providing a complete and comprehensive delineation of the various concepts constituting Darwinism is a daunting task. The theory itself is a dense amalgam of isms, thinly veiled occult concepts, philosophical doctrines, and ideologies. Again, Tenenbaum's statement that Darwinism is based on absurdly irrational propositions, which did not come from scientific observations, but were artificially introduced from the outside, for political ideological reasons, seems succinct and accurate. Yet, with what outside sources do these absurdly irrational propositions find their proximate origins? One of the major influences on Darwin was Thomas Malthus, an Anglican clergyman who had received the blessings of French deist Jean-Jacques Rousseau and radical empiricist David Hume. Keynes, 99. Malthus authored Essay on the Principle of Population, a treatise premised upon the thesis, population, when unchecked, increases in a geometrical ratio. Subsistence increases only in an arithmetic ratio. Malthus, 6. Although Malthus articulated his observations in succinct mathematical equations, the labyrinthine and complex machinations comprising the natural order typically defy such overly simplistic reductionism. Nonetheless, Malthus concluded that society should adopt certain social policies to prevent the human population from growing disproportionately larger than the food supply. Malthus' genocidal policies specifically targeted the poor. For instance, one of his proposals suggested the implementation of the following measures: instead of recommending cleanliness to the poor, we should encourage contrary habits. In our towns we should make the streets narrower, crowd more people into the houses, and court the return of the plague. In the country, we should build our villages near stagnant pools, and particularly encourage settlement in all marshy and unwholesome situations. But above all, we should reprobate specific remedies for ravaging diseases, and those benevolent, but much mistaken men, who have thought they were doing a service to mankind by projecting schemes for the total extirpation of particular disorders. Malthus. For 12, through the promotion of hygienically unsound practices amongst impoverished populations, Malthus believed that the undesirable elements of the human herd could be naturally culled by various maladies. The spread of disease could be further assisted through discriminative vaccination and zoning programs. Yet, amongst one of Malthus' most shocking proposals was his suggestion concerning children: we are bound in justice and honor formally to disclaim the right of the poor to support. To this end, I should propose a regulation be made declaring that no child born should ever be entitled to parish assistance. The illegitimate infant is, comparatively speaking, of little value to society, as others will immediately supply its place. All children beyond what would be required to keep up the population to this desired level must necessarily perish, unless room be made for them by the deaths of grown persons. Malthus, 411. 430-1, the dictum underpinning Malthus' logic would later be reiterated as survival of the fittest. According to researcher Ian Taylor, the metastasis of this dictum can be traced from Condorcet to Malthus, to Spencer, to Wallace, and to Darwin, Taylor, 65. Another one of the many constituent worldviews comprising Darwinism is Hegelianism. According to philosopher George Hegel, a pantheistic world spirit was directing an ongoing developmental, evolutionary process in nature, including humanity, which bodied itself forth as a dialectical struggle between positive and negative entities. This conflict always resulted in a harmonious synthesis, Taylor, 381-2. The same dialectical framework is present in Darwinism. In Circle of Intrigue, occult researcher Tex Mars reveals the Hegelian structure intrinsic to Darwinian evolution. The organism, thesis, comes into conflict with nature, antithesis, resulting in a newly enhanced species, synthesis, the culmination of the evolutionary process, Mars, Circle of Intrigue, 127. Of course, in such a world of ongoing conflict, violence and bloodshed are central to progress. Thus, Darwin's theory gave credence to the Hegelian notion that human culture had ascended from brutal beginnings, Taylor, 386. Yet, Darwinism's roots go deeper than Hegelianism, returning to an esoteric source that has been there since the beginning. Hegel's ideas did not originate with himself, but Fichte, Sutton, America's Secret Establishment, 34. Who was Fichte? Anthony Sutton reveals that he was a Freemason, almost certainly Illuminati and certainly promoted by the Illuminati. Sutton, America's Secret Establishment, 34. In fact, Hegel's dialectical logic reiterates the Masonic dictum, Ordo ab Chao, order out of chaos. Again, it seems that the bedrock upon which Darwinism rests is Freemasonry, a channel for elitist interests. The French Revolution, an abortive scientific dictatorship according to academia's officially sanctioned historians, the French Revolution was little more than a rebellion of the commoner against a corrupt aristocracy and religious institution. However, in Essays on the French Revolution, Lord Acton made an interesting observation. The appalling thing in the French Revolution is not the tumult, but the design. Through all the fire and smoke we perceive the evidence of calculating organization. The managers remain studiously concealed and masked, but there is no doubt about their presence from the first. Read, 136, who were the studiously concealed and masked managers that orchestrated the French Revolution. In Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike revealed that it was Freemasonry that aided in bringing about the French Revolution, Pike, 24. Indeed, the French Revolution represented the first full-scale attempt to tangibly enact the Masonic vision of a scientific dictatorship. The Lunar Society, which was the precursor to the Freemasonic Royal Society, was intimately connected to the revolutionary movement in France. Freemason Benjamin Franklin acted as the shuttle diplomat between the French and English utopian idealists. The son of James Watt was accused of being a French agent by Edmund Burke and the British House of Commons. Joseph Priestley had pledged his wholehearted support to the revolutionary French National Assembly. Fellow Lunar Society member James Keir hosted a dinner to commemorate the fall of the Bastille. Most notably, Freemason and Lunar Society founder Erasmus Darwin actively supported the Jacobins, Taylor, 56. Who were the Jacobins? William Hoare reveals that they were agents of the Bavarian-bred Illuminati who operated out of the Club Breton p. 2. The French Revolution exhibited all of the hallmarks of a scientific dictatorship, a humanistic philosophy emphasizing man's evolutionary ascent towards apotheosis, after the Legislative Assembly rejected God as the object of man's worship and praise. The National Convention paraded a woman representing Athena from the convention hall to the chapel of Notre Dame. There, the goddess of reason took her place on the high altar, Scott, 306. In a Masonic context, this ritualistic enthronement of human reason represented the unification of man's consciousness with the omniscient, which is the ultimate end of evolution, Wilmhurst, 94. In other words, human reason became the ultimate source of moral precepts, and man became God. A Malthusian depopulation campaign, under the direction of Illuminist Robespierre, the new revolutionary government began carrying out a massive depopulation campaign that became known as the Terror. While Robespierre's goal of eliminating 15 million useless eaters was never realized, the Terror was successful in claiming the lives of some 300,000 Frenchmen, 297,000 of which were members of the lower and middle working classes. It should come as little surprise that Thomas Malthus was educated under the combined tutelage of two supporters of the French Revolution, Gilbert Wakefield and Lunar Society member Joseph Priestley, Taylor, 59. A Hegelian framework. Recall the Hegelian structure intrinsic to evolution, Mars, 127. In hopes of accelerating France's evolution towards a scientific dictatorship, the architects of the revolution promulgated a classic Hegelian dialectic, the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. The synthesis of these two polar extremes resulted in the subversion of individualism and the maintenance of class stratification. Of course, the rest is history. The revolution swiftly degenerated into a bloodbath, and many of the conspirators were slaughtered by the very mobs they had created. Yet, the esoteric symbol of this abortive scientific dictatorship remains. Long after she was enthroned in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, Athena was transplanted upon new shores. Occult researcher Tex Mars explains in Dark Majesty, today, statues of this Illuminist goddess of reason are found throughout the USA. One stands astride the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Another is atop the dome of the Capitol building in Austin, Texas. Her statue has been erected in town squares and city parks. But the most fantastic idol of the goddess of reason, the most majestic statue of the pagan lady who bears the torch of light, who illuminates, uplifts, and frees mankind, is found in New York's harbor. Towering above the shimmering but polluted waters, she holds in her outreached arm an handed torch of fire and light. A gift of the Masonic order, the modern inheritors of the Illuminati heritage, the Statue of Liberty was sculptured by Frederic Bartholdi, a member of the Masonic Lodge of Alsace-Lorraine in Paris, France. The statue is an esoteric idol of great significance to the secret societies plotting the New World Order. Did the French Revolution truly end, or did it simply change venues? Has America been designated the new headquarters of the elite's next scientific dictatorship? One thing is certain, although she is no longer worshipped in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, the goddess of reason has never relinquished her crown. The rise of the modern scientific dictatorship. Darwinism shares the Hegelian framework with two other belief systems. In The Secret Cult of the Order, Anthony Sutton states, both Marx and Hitler have their philosophical roots in Hegel, Sutton, 118. It is here that one arrives at the Hegelian nexus where Darwin, Marx, and Hitler intersect. Recall that Nietzscheism, Darwinism and Marxism were all mentioned together in the Protocols of the Wise Men of Shaun. This was no accident. Nazism, a variant of fascism, sprung from Nietzscheism, Car, 14. Communism sprung from Marxism. Both were based upon Hegelian principles. Moreover, both were scientific dictatorships legitimized by the science of Darwinism. Ian Taylor elaborates, however, fascism or Marxism, right-wing or left, all these are only ideological roads that lead to Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, i.e. scientific dictatorship, while the foundation for each of these roads is Darwin's theory of evolution. Fascism is aligned with biological determinism and tends to emphasize the unequal struggle by which those inherently fittest shall rule. Marxism stresses social progress by stages of revolution, while at the same time it paradoxically emphasizes peace and equality. There should be no illusions, Hitler borrowed from Marx. The result is that both fascism and Marxism finish at the same destiny: totalitarian rule by the elite. Taylor, 411, the interest of both Hitler and Marx in Darwinian evolution is a matter of history. While he was living in London, Karl Marx attended lectures on evolutionary theory delivered by T.H. Huxley. Recognizing the odd synchronicity between the communist concept of class war and the Darwinian principle of natural selection, Marx sent Darwin a copy of Das Kapital in 1873. Enamored of evolution, Marx asked Darwin the permission to dedicate his next volume to him 6 years later. Troubled by the fact that it would upset certain members of his family to have the name of Darwin associated with an atheistic polemic, Charles politely declined the offer. Taylor, 381. Numerous authors have established firm connections between Darwinism and Hitler's Nazism. Darwinian Arthur Keith documented the strong links between Hitler's racialist goals and the doctrine of evolution. Taylor, 409. In fact, in Evolution and Ethics, Keith candidly stated, "The German Führer, as I have consistently maintained, is an evolutionist. He has consciously sought to make the practice of Germany conform to the theory of evolution." Keith, Evolution and Ethics, 230. In an analysis of Mein Kampf, contemporary author Werner Maser reveals that Darwin was the crucible for Hitler's notions of biology, worship, force, and struggle, and of his rejection of moral causality in history. Finally, researcher Alfred Kelly provides a comprehensive history of Darwinism's popularization in Germany. Taylor, 409. Returning to the Hegelian nexus that binds Darwinism, Marxism, and Nazism, both the fascist and communist scientific dictatorships represented tangible enactments of the dialectical framework resident in evolutionary theory. Marx was greatly influenced by Hegel. Taylor, 381. The concept of class struggle, which paralleled Darwinian natural selection, resulted from Marx's redirection of the Hegelian dialectic towards the socio-economic realm. The proletariat thesis comes into conflict with the bourgeois antithesis, resulting in a classless utopia synthesis. Marx, however, rejected the concept of a world spirit and relocated the revolution's causal source within the proletariat itself. The same Hegelian framework was resident within Hitler's genocidal final solution. The German people thesis came into conflict with the Jew antithesis, in hopes of creating the Aryan synthesis. In both the case of communism and Nazism, the results were enormous bloodbaths. This is the natural consequence of Darwinian thinking and the legacy of the scientific dictatorship. In applying the ideas of Darwin, both communists and fascists have murdered millions. Both of these groups find their origins in the elite, the Illuminati, who are still pursuing the same objectives today. According to the Darwinian mantra of survival of the fittest, victory will demand bloodshed. Humanity may stand to inherit the scientific dictatorship's bloody legacy in the very near future. Eugenics and the coming global scientific dictatorship. Integral to all this brave new world is the practice of eugenics, which is closely aligned with Darwinism. Eugenics finds its origins with Darwin's cousin, Sir Francis Galton. Galton first introduced the concept of eugenics in Hereditary Genius, a racist polemic advocating a system of selective breeding for the purposes of providing more suitable races or strains of blood a better chance of prevailing over the less suitable. Galton, 24. In truth, Galton was not the originator of this concept. Sordid traditions of selective breeding and inbreeding had long been practiced by the ruling class to maintain the genetic purity of their future stock. Galton merely assigned this tradition the appellation of eugenics and popularized it as a legitimate science. In fact, this very same tradition was practiced by Darwin himself. In hopes of maintaining the genetic superiority of his bloodline, Darwin married the youngest granddaughter of his maternal father. Researcher Ian Taylor reveals the results of this inbreeding project. Darwin's idea of inbreeding to produce superior stock can be seen to be a complete disaster in the case of his own 10 children. Of the 10, one girl, Mary, died shortly after birth, another girl, and died at the age of 10 years. His eldest daughter, Henrietta, had a serious and prolonged breakdown at 15 in 1859. 3 of his 6 sons suffered such frequent illness that Darwin regarded them as semi-invalids, while his last son, Charles Jr., was born mentally retarded and died in 1858, 19 months after birth. Taylor, 127, yet, in spite of eugenics' historical failure, the concept was vigorously promulgated within the scientific community. In 1901, the Statistics Department of London's University College became the headquarters for the Eugenics Education Society. Motivated by Galton's vision of a future utopia ruled by a genetically engineered elite, the Eugenics Society would grow into a successful political movement. Aldous Huxley's eugenically regimented scientific dictatorship presented in Brave New World was drawing closer to realization. Given his role in the tangible approximation of Aldous Roman Aklef, it is appropriate that one of the many accolades the scientific community bestowed upon Galton was the Huxley Medal, Taylor, 405. However, the agenda of eugenical regimentation required an international machination by which it could be promulgated globally. That international machination was the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Julian Huxley, brother of Aldous, was the first Director General of UNESCO, and penned the organization's manifesto in 1947. Entitled UNESCO, Its Purpose and Its Philosophy, this document presents the following mission statement. Thus, even though it is quite true that any radical eugenic policy will be for many years politically and psychologically impossible, it will be important for UNESCO to see that the eugenic problem is examined with the greatest care, and that the public mind is informed of the issues at stake, so that much that now is unthinkable may at least become thinkable. Huxley, UNESCO, as the unthinkable becomes thinkable. The fictional becomes factual and Brave New World becomes a reality. In 1977, author Claire Chambers clearly delineated the UN's role as a global scientific dictatorship. Since its inception, the UN has advanced a worldwide program of population control, scientific human breeding, i.e., eugenics, and Darwinism. Chambers, 3, in Brave New World Revisited. Aldous Huxley prognosticated, the 21st century will be the era of world controllers, Huxley, 25. Aldous Huxley's scientific dictatorship may not be confined to the pages of classic literature for much longer. About the author Gregory L. Garrett lives in California in the USA, has a BS in music and a BA in psychology from UCLA and UCSC, a master's in education from National University, studied physics and philosophy at UCLA, and advanced astrophysics at UCSC under Frank Drake, and is a musical theater composer, songwriter, author, martial artist, classical symphonic rock keyboardist and performer, and is currently working on books about transhumanism, nanosynthetic biology, the elite agenda for apotheosis, the rising Luciferian New Age, and the Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets series.